Hi everybody! Welcome to the inaugural Houdini HIVE GameDev. My name is Chris Hebert. I'm the Director of Marketing at SideFX, and I'll be your host for the next couple of days. Like many of you, hi everybody! Welcome to the inaugural Houdini HIVE GameDev. My name is Chris Hebert. I'm the Director of Echo. Like many of you, us here at SideFX are working from home, and so I'll be hosting the Hive from Hebert HQ. Try to keep the dog barks and the echoes to a minimum, but it's our first time doing this in this particular format, so you never know. We were planning on being down at GDC, like a lot of you guys were, but as you know, GDC was canceled, and so we've pivoted into this digital format. COVID-19 has taken the world by storm, and we're hoping that you and your families are doing well, both medically and economically, from all of us here at SideFX. We seriously missed seeing you all at GDC last week in person. But for now, we're going to focus on the silver linings. And so one of the silver linings that we've noticed is that the game industry is doing well. In fact, everyone seems to be a gamer all of a sudden. So maybe you hopefully are working busily away on your games and projects, but maybe now at home. Another silver lining is that we're able to do this. So this is a new format for us. And we're really, really happy and grateful that the presenters were able to reformat their presentations into this new style. And in some ways, this might be even better than being live at GDC, because the presenters will be here with us, today and tomorrow, and this new format allows the whole world to come in all at once, versus just a few people at GDC. So, for each of the sessions, we're going to talk live with the presenters for a few minutes in advance of the session, and then we're going to switch to a pre-recorded presentation. At which time you will be able to live chat with the presenters in the live chat box up there or up there. And we might even do some t-shirt giveaways. So stick with us for the next couple of days. And without further ado, let's bring in our first presenter. I'd like to welcome Johannes Richter from Remedy Entertainment.
Hello everyone, hello.
Welcome. So, Johannes, give us a little bit of background. How did you discover Houdini back in the old days, and where are you now?
That was 2006, 2007, I think. Right at the beginning of my film school studies, I was at the film academy in Germany, and actually a friend of mine was sort of hyped already. He was totally sold on Houdini and Houdini everything, and that was the first time I sort of got in touch with that. Until then, I was sort of already a long-standing Maya user, and that was quite there was an interesting ride ever since. I quite embraced it early on, and through the studies, and then I worked different jobs. I worked in Framestore for a long time in London in film, and I have changed into games not all too long ago, and now I am in Helsinki. I work for Remedy, and still do a lot of Houdini, basically every day, for a lot of different things. Very different to film, but in the end, it's still kind of very much the same. Yeah.
Very cool. So, what are you going to be presenting with us today?
I will be talking about the VFX we did in Control, especially the destruction part, the reactive environments, and Houdini is sort of quite a central part in this. Obviously, we're talking real-time tech, so it's a lot about the engine as well, and like generally our concept and how we tackled creating something that is sort of quite destructive and drastic gameplay-wise. Yeah.
Very cool. All right, without further ado, let's get into your presentation. And
enjoy.
Like we said, Johannes will be joining us in the text chat, so feel free to ask questions along the way.
Hello and welcome to my Houdini Hive talk about control, creating reactive environments. I'm not doing this live from San Francisco, sadly. I'm doing this from my home office, a place where I guess a lot of VFX artists in film and games are working these days. I want to use the opportunity to thank SideFX for letting me showcase our work and how Houdini has been quite an integral part in our workflows to create those procedural reactive destruction pieces. And without further ado, I'd say we better start. I want to start first with maybe introducing myself. So my name is Johannes Richter. I'm principal VFX artist at Remedy. And I used to work in film as effects supervisor and effects artist for more than 10 years at Framestore in London most of my time, but also a while at the Mill, and I had a stint at Animal Logic long time ago in Sydney. And I had the chance and pleasure to work on many different films, but decided at the beginning of last year to sort of pivot a bit into sort of interactive mediums, as in games. And that's when I started working at Remedy. Now, Remedy probably doesn't need that big of an introduction because they've been around for a long time. Remedy is based in Espoo in Finland, and Espoo is right next to Helsinki on the southern coast. And Remedy has been known for 20 plus years for their iconic narrative-driven action games. So Max Payne is sort of the thing that comes to mind, and Alan Wake and Quantum Break, and also Control, which was released last summer. Now, just to position myself a little bit on the map, quite literally, I'm where the red bit is on that globe over there, particularly there. Right now, this is where Finland is. Now let me introduce Control. Control is a supernatural third-person action adventure. So you play as Jesse Faden, who sort of walks into this government agency, the Federal Bureau of Control, on kind of a mission you're not really sure about, and then quite quickly you happen to become that agency's director. And then you basically have to go in and sort stuff out. Now talking about the content of the presentation I'm going through today is I want to talk about the challenges. I want to sort of quite clearly paint the picture of what we wanted to attain with this project and with our approach doing the visual effects for it. And then I want to talk how we did it, how we tackled those challenges, how we try to solve them in a big section about those reactive environments. And I want to do a little bit of a retrospect at the end, talking about the lessons we've learned, the things we would do different, and maybe the things that also went quite well. Now, the challenges. Location, haptics, and limitation. Starting with the location. The location being the oldest house, that's sort of the name of the place, and it's almost like a character in the game because you walk in and you kind of are surrounded by this changing walls, and it's sort of something you explore and you get to know over the course of the entire game. And quite significant of it is its architecture. So we're talking brutalism, which is sort of lots of boarded concrete and wood and very sharp corners and stairs and steps, and quite how you would imagine a government agency to look like. The believability was a very big aspect. So it's a government agency with thousands of agents walking about and trying to, solve the mysteries of the world. And it had to be believable because you needed to be able to tell that people are working there. They sort of spend their day there. They have their coffee and they have their telephones, and it needed to be rich and very sort of believable in that regard. And lighting was a very big aspect of the artistic vision of the game. So very accentuated, very cinematic lighting, and that got carried in the end from actually even using very new tech. As one of the first games, Control is actually implementing RTX features, so ray tracing on the GPU in real time. And that played a very big part in the visual style and the sort of the storytelling via light. And not to forget, and I will be talking about materials a lot today, materials.
brutalism is boarded concrete, and you kind of already know how that feels like by just seeing it. Same as for the exposed wood and the metal and the glass and all that very very rough sort of man-made kind of feel to it. And those materials played quite a big role in the design of the game. And they play straight into haptics because we wanted to create a rich and reactive environment that conveys the sense of being able to interact with anything inside of it. And it had to be very consistent. So you were supposed to, easily just bump into a chair and the chair moves and things fall off the desk. And obviously you have superpowers. And superpowers meaning you can take that chair and launch it at an enemy, or you can rip a bit of wall out of the wall and throw that at the enemy. You can even pick up the enemy and throw that enemy at another enemy. And that was sort of a level of interaction with the environment that really demanded to be very consistent and very believable to make it rewarding and fun. And now playing Control, this is fun. This is really great to play, and that was quite a part of the goal. Now, the last challenge was essentially the limitations, because when you go in and you want to achieve all those different artistic and haptic goals, so you want it to be realistic and rewarding and have some physical impact in there. That is really like sort of you feel the energy in it, and you want to create havoc wherever you go. Then you also kind of have to think of, please don't do that all too much, because compared to film, you have to do this not offline, you have to do this online, as in 30 frames a second. And that obviously means you got to consider performance and memory and at all times, but you also have to consider AI requirements. Don't block a character's path, so the AI can sort of act properly. And we also had to consider that we were a very small team, so the whole destruction part of this reactive environments part of it was essentially catered for by a team between 1 and 3 people. So reactive environments, I'm saying that a lot, rigid body dynamics, particles, decals, and additional systems, but what does that even mean? Just to demo that quickly, I'm going to show you a bit of a clip of what it meant in Control. I want to start by going a little bit abstract and talking about a fundamental thinking behind sort of the structure of what we did, because it's quite nicely structuring how to explain what we did, and that is what I will call the principle of granularity. This is not an official term, I kind of coined that myself because I couldn't find an official term, but it is a thing that you always do when you create, I guess, visuals in general or visual effects in general. You are looking at trying to represent every level of detail in the thing you're making. So if you look at, you make sort of a scene of a collapsing skyscraper. We start with like big objects. So you have this big breaking building and you see it sort of breaking into building shaped parts that are sort of collapsing and crumbling. And then, yes, it's crumbling. So there's smaller parts that might not be that recognizable anymore. It's like, hey, this is a bit of building, but those chunks then also crumble. And then there's sort of debris and smaller bits and rocks that are sort of quite nondescript, but lots of them. And then you have even smaller ones, pebbles and things shooting out, like really tiny bits shooting out. And then you have dust trails and bits shooting about. And then just a general notion of like foggy pluminess, a very, very thin, fine granular stuff that fills the air. And that sort of is what I call a gradient of granularity, a gradient of detail that sort of has a very important function when you create a visual effects like that. It conveys a sense of scale. It gives you an idea of sort of where does this fit into the world, and it makes it fit better into the world as well. And that's why this is such a crucial thing. and this is sort of the principle that we wanted to adhere to, but obviously we're looking at running this in a game engine. So we had to kind of find the right things to represent all the different levels. Now, starting on the left with the environment, obviously you're looking at some geometry that someone makes, and that becomes then a rigid body simulated thing, probably a triangle mesh collision, where you can just walk around on, and that works quite nice. And then you go to like objects that quite often are represented again as rigid bodies, then usually with sort of convex hull or primitive collision, like, you know, spheres or boxes or convex hulls. And then you go a bit further, then you have chunks. Some of them might still be rigid bodies, and you try to get very abstract in their collision, that you don't have to spend so much performance on that, essentially. And then you're starting to move into some of them being just particles with instanced geometry bits on them, because they're just like cheaper to use. And then you go one step further, then you have debris that isn't even geometry anymore. It's just a billboard with a texture on it that shows a bit of grain, a bit of sand, a bit of spark. And then at the very end, you have the bigger sprite billboards that are then usually sprite atlases of dust, plumes of dust animation that are then rendered, overlaid to create sort of the fine granular stuff. And that gets us from all the way on the left to the big pieces to all the finest stuff on the right, which sort of is our gradient that we can represent within the engine. Now, workflow-wise, we are fairly run-of-the-mill. This is kind of the order of things that you would expect. You have an environment build, someone builds the world. Level geometry, quite often made out of module kits. So, you know, there's a lot of repetition in those buildings. Railings and stairs and pillars, they are sort of the same. And then you have a lot of props in there, and they're all just being modeled and created, and they being fed into a destruction setup. And that is the big part of it is a systemic setup to deal with a lot of stuff, and some prop rigs and some cinematic animation for special cases. And that then is being rendered and processed sort of at runtime in our Northlight engine, which is our proprietary in-house developed engine where the game would be running in. Now, here an example. This is the lobby of our research sector, and you sort of see here all the static geometry in that shot. So really what is in here, none of that actually ever moves in the game. And you're like, oh, that's kind of, that's quite a lot. And I was quite surprised myself how much of the game actually doesn't move. Considering once you play the game, you feel like, wow, I can really destroy a lot of things in there. So, and if you go one step further, then we are adding breakable objects. That's sort of not a prop, it's more like, you know, the stuff the environment might be made of. And really in this particular case, and there are probably cases that showcase a bit more, but I like this angle for the other things I want to show, are the concrete railings on the stairs, for example. They have been added now, they are kits, and you can break them, you can do something with them. And the really big part that then comes into play is when you start adding the props and all the breakable and interactable pieces. So benches and displays and desks and planters and all those kind of things. And that is sort of the strong suit in how everything is designed in the oldest houses. There is some really thought through propping going on that sort of allows to convey the sense of space, what it was meant for, and also allows us to go wild in them and throw the stuff at the head of someone we don't like. Now, go procedural. That is sort of quite a buzzword at the moment. Everything is procedural, and for good reason. But what does it even mean? Now, really going procedural means to use rules to interpret and process data. And so what you take is some bit of data, whatever it is, and then you apply some rules to it and see, okay, do the rules apply to the data? And if they do, then you do something predefined by that rule with the data. And out comes more data. Change data, maybe less data when you start deleting things, etc., but sort of some amended version of the input data. And that is really what proceduralism is in its sort of most abstract view. Now, if we look at procedural destruction, what does that mean? Well, it is the data-driven approach. So you want to have input data geometry that drives how it breaks, maybe metadata drives how it breaks, and then that brings Houdini into play, which has been at the forefront of proceduralism since its conception, basically, and is like the perfect tool to establish those kind of things. And to give you just a perspective why we wanted to do this, so on the top right you see a selection of sort of breakable environment pieces, module kits that had to be sort of addressed. Pillars and bits of wall and planters and railings and stairs. And on the bottom right you see a selection of props that had to be broken. That was a lot, hundreds if not thousands of variations of things, and we needed a consistent and fast turnaround, and we needed to have this predictable, like, as in you make a thing and you break it, and you make a thing that's almost the same, it should break almost the same way. So that had to be reliable, and we only had a very small team, so there was no way to do those all by hand, piece by piece, bespoke, too costly and not flexible enough. So that's why procedural destruction was sort of the thing. I think it's quite canonical if you think about it. Now, go procedural it is. So we want to use rule-based processing and interpretation of that world data. And the data that we're getting, in this case, is primitives and points and UVs and geometric hierarchies and material metadata. And that is the crucial part. It wasn't just a mesh, it was a mesh that knew what it was made of. So we had tags on the geometry that said, hey, I'm concrete, and hey, and I'm wood, and hey, and I'm glass. And that would drive the rules. So the system would pick those pieces based on their material and then apply a specific set of things. Something out of concrete would say, hey, we're going to prepare you to be broken into children, into bits. Or when you're being shot, you will spawn some dust. Or a metal pipe, when you're being shot, you will spawn some water, and we're going to apply a decal, like a texture decal, that would make you look like you're a bit dented. That is sort of the rules, and they would be defined for any kind of material that we would support. And then that would be sort of fed, that data would be fed into the engine with the knowledge about the materials, and that would then do the impact effect. So you shoot something out of wood, there would be wood splinters flying. Or you break something out of glass, and it would be sort of doing glass breaking things. And it would determine the rigid body behavior that's going on in that kind of circumstance. Now, here you see 3 videos, and I'm sorry for the lag. On the bottom left, you see concrete breaking. So that is just Jesse shooting the railing, and then it's a little demonstration of a tool that we have, so you can see a little mouse pointer coming in, and then it just, everything breaks, which is really nice. You can just say, hey, whenever I click, it just falls apart. So that gives a good demo of what is going on. The same happens with the wood in the middle and the glass on the right, and all of them have their own behavior the way they are breaking. Now I want to demonstrate this on an example, just to take you through the details of this. So let's break an environment piece. Let's break this kit piece of concrete and wood, like some kind of railing. That piece of geo came in, and we said, okay, let's prepare this to be destroyed. So what we do is we break it into individual layers of sort of breakage. So on the left, the unbroken, then level A as number 2, sort of breaking into some bits. You can see wood's breaking a bit different than the concrete, it might look actually a little bit uniform, but nothing ever breaks into all its pieces at the same time. This is sort of just where it could break. The next level, that would be the next level of breakage. You then see that you have sort of edge decals applied. It would be bad to have them on the first level, because then as soon as you shoot a thing, you would see all the cracks. So you do this on the next level just to sort of avoid having the breakage to become sort of very generic. And then you see that the wood doesn't even have the last level, because after being broken twice, it's basically just splinters. So we don't have the third layer for performance reasons and sort of detail reasons. And and then the concrete would break up into more pieces. And we call that levels of chunk hierarchy. So I might refer to that like that from now on. So the destruction toolchain would be, as you kind of imagine it is. You have prop geometry come in from environments, from our environment department, and then there would be some kind of model prep that needed to be done, and historically that was 3ds Max. Now for me as a film person, that is like time travel, but it's been widely used for those purposes still in games. So yeah, there's some model prep happening in there, and then we pump this into what we call the auto destruction tool, authored by my colleague Matti, and that sort of takes care of the breakage for the different materials. And then afterwards, sometimes you have to go in and tweak a bunch of things in terms of physics materials and physics metadata, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And that then again goes into Northlight to be simulated. Now the model prep looks like this. You essentially have a piece of geo, and then you provide some cutting geo or retain a geo or keep a geo that would sort of prepare the geo geometry to be cut, and then you just push a button in 3ds Max. So you name your geometry the right names, like cutter and keeper and something like that, and then you push a button. It would launch Houdini batch in the back end and load the geometry in, including those auxiliary meshes that determine how the stuff breaks. And the tool would then do this. It would take the cutters, sort of cut the geometry, add rebars, and add all the different layers for wood, for concrete, for glass, for other things, and provide render and collision geometry, and export that into something that can go straight into engine. And the cool thing is we could kind of hot load that. So you basically do this, you hit export, you hit Shift R in the game, and you would see your breaking object in front of you. You can shoot it, it would break. If you don't like it, you go potentially back, change your cutter a bit and do the same thing. Not super real time. The tool itself took a little bit to run, so you wait like a minute sometimes, because I just to boot up, etc. But overall, this is kind of how that worked. And destruction hierarchy that comes out of that, you see this here on the right, is basically just a mesh hierarchy. So from top to bottom, you go like level A, level B, and then you have the collision shapes, and then they know what they're made of. So they're made out of concrete, and they're being tagged as that. And those hierarchy layers are basically the stages of breaking. And those physics properties are driven by naming conventions. So you name something chunk, something, it would be a chunk. You name something shape, concrete, it would then be a shape made out of concrete, shape being the collision shape. And when everything's set up correctly, everything would just be reliably handled by the engine, which would be sort of the moment where you like celebrate. Now, the simulation entities, the things we actually simulate in engine, I just want to talk about them briefly to give you an insight in that, is rigid bodies, normal RBD, rigid body dynamics. You roll them around. Then we have something called chunks, and they have bonds, and I'll talk about that in a sec. And we have joints, which is, you can, like constraints, Houdini constraints, basically. If you have rigid bodies, you can tie together with a revolute, like a hinge constraint or some other constraints like that. Chunk bonds are a little bit special because they are created at initialization time, and basically to convey sort of a structure to a thing. Any leaf nodes in that hierarchy would be bonded together with sort of like a compound mechanism. It's not a constraint. They're basically considered the same rigid body until they break into sub-rigid bodies. It's an aggregate kind of composite kind of principle. And that would be initialized at runtime, and it helped to sort of retain shape a bit more, so you don't shoot a thing and it just crumbles into its bits. It's just making sure it has the right physical feel to it, and that was quite crucial. Joints, again, were based on geometry hierarchy, so you would provide a joint node, and then they would know which two other nodes to connect, and they could break based on an impulse strength, and we had like 6 degrees of freedom revolute, fixed various properties you can set on them, and that would be driving the creation of those. The breaking of joints, there's one interesting aspect to this. Again, the breaking was sort of done between the chunk pieces. So again, I think the lowest node it could find that they could be attached to, because what that means is that you can break the attached, I can break rigid body 1 in this case, and I'm still connected. So if you imagine an RB1 being a door and RB2 being the wall, you can shoot the door would break, it would still be connected and sort of flap around in the hinge, which is a little bit of extra work, I guess, to handle, but it really means a more believable behavior. So you shoot a door, the door is still there. It's actually quite fun if you're kicking in a toilet door in control. It's still there, it still flaps like a door, and that's a really nice detail to, again, retain believability. and the sort of the presence of the material and the thing that you're actually destroying. Now, on the actual simulation side, everything's fun in no flight. So the data and hierarchy handling, all that processing of the data that comes in, the breaking logic, the particle spawning, and all that auxiliary stuff around it is all handled in-house in sort of proprietary code. The actual physics sim itself is physics, RB simulations and constraints. That's sort of the backbone of the actual physics simulation. And then they basically both talk to get the data back and forth how we need it. Now, as a demonstration here, this is sort of showing the same scene we had before, but now just having rigid bodies in here and no particles and no decals. So this is basically what happens. So I'm going through with the mouse again, clicking on things, breaking them, which is actually quite a lot of fun. I've lost a lot of time on preparing this by just going in and doing that, which is really cool. And it feels almost a bit like what the game feels like when you play it. But that shows this is just rigid bodies, and you're like, it's not bad, it's kind of cool, but it's also a little bit, something's missing, something is not really there. Well, we're missing particles. So the next layer we're talking about is the particle layer. And in this one, everything is systematic and event driven. And we have specific events that happen. So a bullet impacts on a specific shape and then has a specific material. We have the bond between different chunks breaking. They have a specific material. And we also have a situation where at some point we have too many rigid bodies in the scene where we just have to get rid of them. And conveniently, we can just sort of crumble them into particles and then the particles slowly disappear. So you have some kind of rigid body despawning effect. And those three events are like the main events that are driving what happens to an object. And they are material based. So they had to be defined by material. Now, the editing of the materials was of the particles was fantastic. Essentially, to just show you that, you see here on the left just a sort of a particle system placed on the floor, and that's sort of a concrete breaking effect. And then I just go in. I think I'm just adding some extra sparks to this. So you can see in real time what's happening. You can just go back and forth and think, okay, cool, that's maybe, that is actually not nice. I don't want sparks. And you're like, actually, maybe I need to add more rocks. So I go in and I add some rocks and it just up the emission frequency. You can change any of the properties and you will have a live view in game, which is quite a nice thing to have. It makes it very easy to work. And then for me, coming from film, you don't do that usually. You have some kind of preview, but really getting it sort of in the final output is quite a nice aspect to get used to. One part of the particle simulation that might be of interest is that we, for rendering purposes, create an SDF to do reflections. And in this case, we're actually taking this rendering SDF and we push it back into the CPU and use it for particle collisions, because it's sort of close enough to get some kind of collision going that is fine. Obviously, if you want more detailed collision, you need to do a rigid body that actually lands on the floor and can stay there. But particles, generally, they fly around and shoot around and then they sort of despawn. And yeah, what you just saw is basically this area in the research sector again. That just shows you how the real world looks like compared to the SDF. For collisions, it's absolutely fine. It's a really good principle. In comparison, left without particles, on the right with particles. So we're clearly filling in some gaps. So we're clearly adding something that sort of makes our granularity gradient sort of be a bit more filled up already. We have more places in there. And to go back to the same scene, now if I play this one back, this is now the same kind of thing happening using particles as well. And what you see is that there's a whole different level of sort of reward and feel in there. Not only the sparks, but in general, there's sort of the aftermath is it's just not as pristine and clean, and there's sort of little bits flying about, and you just have a different level of scale that really helps sort of convey the impact much better. And it's even more fun to play with, and you can lose even more time doing that. Now, the last bit I want to talk about is material decals. So what you basically do is you create a texture with a normal map and different diffuse maps and spec maps and all that kind of stuff. And you usually do that based on, well, either substance or you do a Houdini setup. Here on the right, you see our concrete breaking stuff in the floor. that is literally a Houdini sim that is run. We basically only need a single frame for that. We don't need the actual sim, but there was a little procedural setup that could create a lot of them, and then render out the right textures to be projected in game. And how that can look like, let me just show you. This is a variation. So this is just a texture on the floor to sort of do something to the static geometry that wouldn't be doing anything. So especially if you slam on the ground like that, or if the fire extinguisher explodes, or you do the melee attack. So you always have some kind of response of your environment, although the environment doesn't actually respond. All we do is basically paint something on the wall to give you the right feel. But that really makes a difference in the right circumstances. So the same scene again, and starting, well, there isn't really all that much decaling going on. There's a bit of glass on the floor and maybe a bit of concrete bits that you can't really see, and that's why I just went in and did the launch as well. So I took the bench and slammed it into the floor, and then you see the floor cracked, although the floor didn't crack, but it did crack. Because we added a decal, and that kind of adds the additional layer that is kind of needed to tie in the big static pieces into the dynamic objects that are floating about, and then also adding like little grainy bits on the floor that just remain sort of as an aftermath, and that is quite important. That sort of fills the gradient in the bits we haven't touched yet, and sort of completes the picture. Now, talking about optimizations, because obviously this is happening and you kind of need to make sure that it still runs on an Xbox. Really, we only have about 200 active rigid bodies on screen at a time, which is mad. And I was surprised how few that is. There's a constant culling going on, especially off camera. Things just disappear. And disappearing usually means they despawn into particles. We also do things like collision delay on big events. So if you explode something, and that is something known from the film world as well, if you explode a thing, you really don't care that the bits themselves are sort of interacting, because they're just shooting out into the initial velocity, basically. So you can turn off collision for the first, 5-10 frames, and that saves you a lot of collision calculations. And they're all still flying in the same direction, but by the time you turn on the collisions, they're far apart enough for the acceleration structures to just take hold and make that collision operate much quicker. So that's a good thing. Then sleeping rigid bodies with a high threshold, so they fall asleep quite quickly. Sometimes it's noticeable, sometimes you get away with it. And we're using the physics stabilization feature to get to sleep even quicker. And it's also the reason why we can stack things on top of each other, because they basically fall asleep and become static, and then you can just pile them up, which is fun to do as well. And not to forget to not have too many blanks. We just add more particles because we can do a lot more particles than rigid bodies. And that usually helps to sort of hide a little bit that some parts maybe are a bit thin on the actual physics side due to optimization reasons. Now, quickly, I want to talk about some other destruction tool chains. And they're essentially implemented separately, but on the same principles. We just didn't want to add everything again into the main tool. It almost highlights a little bit where our learnings will go, because they were a bit special. So they're cloth rigs and cable rigs and specific props. And one example is our cloth rig, again, Houdini driven. So you basically go in, you break something up into bits. Cloth in games is a bit funny because quite often you actually don't get a sort of a rest pose, because you want the flag to be in a specific shape and you can't ever sim it high res enough to really look like that. And if you want physics or the physics object to be interacting with those pieces, they have to be made like from the same kind of stuff, and having cloth sims in a real-time environment and physics in the same, there isn't really much integrated solving going on. So this is actually just rigid bodies that are constrained together and then skinning the mesh. And that's sort of the metadata for this is a bit more complex, because you have to determine all the springiness values and all the dampening values and all those joints, so it looks a bit like the cloth you want it to be. And we use this for flags mainly, in shower curtains, and a bunch of cables and things like that. And then there were a lot of custom props. There were like the infamous Remedy forklift, for example, and other bits like lamps that sparkle, or like a water cooler you can slam on the floor and then there's water coming out of it, and things like that. And as you see in the video, and that's custom made basically. So you might be shattering it the same way, but then you're adding specific particle effects and specific behaviors to certain things to make sure that everything is sort of behaving as you would, and also would expect, and also just to create more richness. So computers sparkle when you hit them on the wall and stuff like that. And that is sort of custom props, and they were usually handmade. Yeah. Now I want to talk about the lessons, the things that sort of really stood out as things we should really learn from. And the first one is the quality of input geometry. The second one, name-based convention, monolithic destruction tools as a subject, and then performance monitoring as the fourth. Quality of geometry. Well, if you do something procedural and it's data-driven, the incoming data needs to be like nice. If your rules can't apply to that data because the data isn't really consistent, then you can't do procedural. And it's quite often, especially if you go cross-application, and especially if you go into Max, you have a different orientation, it's a different coordinate system, it's a different scaling. The material assignments might not be correct. The mesh quality might be too low. Things are overlapping. Things are not watertight. The usual problems when you try to shatter something, when you try to sim something. And obviously the Houdini tools have gotten much better dealing with that. But if it only breaks once in 100 cases, it still breaks, and you got to go in and fix it. Polybevel is a really touchy one. It really likes to just crash on some nasty stuff that comes in. And we're talking 17 here, so maybe we're in a better world already. So what can we do about it? We can improve the incoming data. We can standardize across the DCC our geometry pipeline, and that's what we're working on at the moment, to really make sure the stuff that we're traveling around from applications is consistent. There's a whole big conversations about this going on, and it's while geometry is sort of the essence of everything we do in the content side. So it's a big undertaking. You also want to do early sanity checking. So if something's broken, you don't want to find out when you sort of break it. You want to find out when you export it before you even give it to the person that breaks it, especially when you're looking at doing things in external development, so in outsourcing, etc. And or you go even a step further and you actually have the embedded tools straight where the modeling happens. Someone builds a table, you give them the tools to also make the broken table, and then everything is in the same spot. So that is definitely something that can be done about, and we're looking into that at the moment. Name-based convention. There isn't really much to say about it than never, ever, ever, ever go there, because names are wrong. 20% of the time, most of the time. And that is... It's just a given, and it's no one's fault. It's just when something's name-based and you need to do a lot of it, you sort of have a regression going on over time. It just gets worse and worse and worse. And naming conventions can't express a full range of data. So looking at it, you want to convey, I don't know, damping and limit values for joints and all kinds of different things. You can't get that into a name. So you're limiting yourself to some very, very basic degrees of freedom that get you to some point. But if you want to tweak the details, you have to go in and do it manually. And that is very, very cumbersome. The mesh hierarchy, in our case, for example, was quite often not standard conform. So things just didn't work. What do you do with it? You abandon name-based conventions, and any kind of metadata needs to be directly authored alongside with the stuff you're building. Either it's attached to the geo or it comes inseparable as a sidecar file, and you have a unified API, and that is basically what we're doing now, because anything else just doesn't scale beyond basically control. And another aspect that's a bit more of a Houdini kind of question, and we have to say that this was sort of the first big tool chain that has happened at Remedy using Houdini, and for that it did a marvelous job, but it was a monster in the end. It was a very, very big, many layers, a node network of partially different HDAs nested and all those things that at some point you will regret. And the longer it was sort of there, the slower and more inflexible it became. It was very, very hard to maintain. Add features, change things, train up someone else. When I started using it, it was very hard to follow the steps. It did all the right things, but it wasn't apparent anymore for what reasons. And the answer for that is really just more modular tools, and have more individual interchangeable components. And that's quite an interesting question, looking at how your HDA architecture works in your studio, because a project can take 3 years. Right, a successful project in games takes 3 years, and that means after 3 years you need to be able to open a scene from 3 years ago, and it needs to point to the right HDAs at the right version and make sure that everything still exports the same as back then. And sort of that just means you need to have a proper namespaced HDA management version, very stringent, very strict. There's no change that overrides something else, because you just break things on the way. And that is quite important. And then you can start modularizing, and then you can make a thing that does something, and I'm not going to break anything if I add more features to it. That's sort of quite the essence in it. And trying to divide and conquer is always a good idea. Maybe trying to sort of do one material at a time as a thing, but also even lower, do building blocks that are really substantial, that really work. And that's sort of a way how to tackle that. There isn't a golden bullet or silver bullet answer to this, because it always depends on the case by case, but quite often it is technical infrastructure underneath that can help you a lot with that, especially over a long production cycle. Well, performance and testing, that was sort of the last big thing. There was no automated functionality to test things. Testing was you go in and you run, and then you just throw things at things and see what happens. Preferably grenades, because they break the most things. And the issue with that is sort of obviously nothing is there from the start, right? Sort of you have an engine that does certain things, but after a while things change and get optimized, and it's very hard to retest something and then do an A for B kind of a comparison, because you have to record a video kind of thing and then compare maybe, and that is the danger, to have a potential regression over time, that you don't notice that something stopped working that used to work before. So that was a problem. In performance testing in itself, there wasn't tangible metrics, because if you look at FPS, that isn't really reliable. You can look at maybe how much of your frame is spent on CPU operations in the physics realm, but it's physics is not a constant thing, whereas GPU problems, it's rendering on screen, and quite often there's a direct connection between what you see and how long it takes to render. In physics, it's, you can have a perfectly propped environment and everything is fine, it works wonderfully, and then you have a situation in a very specific case where that combination of props and the guy with the grenade just tanks your frame rate. And it's very hard, because you don't want to then go in and make all those props less breakable, because they're used all over the place. So it's very difficult to react at that point without again regressing your overall quality. And that needed a bit of thinking how to go about that. So really is performance and testing. So we need better performance metrics. We need to basically be able to have sort of a made-up magic number. I mean, it doesn't have to be some tangible number in bits per second or something. It has to be just a thing that says, hey, now you are in this kind of range, and if you go beyond that range, this is usually when it goes bad. And those magic numbers can then form a proper physics budget that you can then sort of start doing some kind of automated testing. That is the second point. So you want to run some automated processes that just throw a grenade in every corner and then measure. So you then get sort of a heat map of how bad the physics are, or how magic number they are on that kind of magic number scale. And then if it's repeatable automated testing, then you can actually do diffs and see what your changes are actually providing in terms of differences. And countermeasures. You can then invent things like, hey, maybe we can adjust the physics based on the current performance. So we increase the number of allowed rigid bodies based on how well it's going right now, or we decrease it. And I think one of the big problems with that is, and that's sort of input from our engine programmers, is sort of that there isn't all that great physics metrics you can get out of physics, and that would be needed. More information about what is actually going on, what are my numbers right now, to be able to react to that. Another approach for more like level design people and environment artists is like zoning areas based on expected load. So If you know that there's a specific fight happening in a specific corner and you kind of want to prop that up really nicely with props that are using all over the place, maybe you can say within this bounding volume, physics will be just 70%, because you know when everything kicks wild, then it would tank the performance. But only in that predefined area you dial down the quality and everything else is unaffected. So this is essentially zoning areas based on expected load. And that would be also an approach that we could take to make sure that we are performance stable, because otherwise you always trade off like a bunch of frame drop against better feel, and it's very hard to hit that balance, especially when you go on multiple platforms at the same time. Now to the conclusion. Well, Control has been received very well. We've been thankfully receiving quite a lot of awards for the work that has been done, and our workflow has held up. It wasn't always easy, but it has held up and it has provided what we wanted, and it has spawned a lot of ideas of what else could be done. So we're feeling quite inspired and are quite excited to see where we can take this next. And with that, I've come to the end of the presentation, but I don't want to leave you guys without mentioning the key people that have contributed to all of those efforts. That is, at once it's Matti building the auto destruction tool, and Valtteri being responsible for a lot of the custom props destruction and custom scripting. We have Sami and Daniel working from the Northlight, the engine, and providing the core physics and particle components and the rendering side. And there were a lot of other people involved in the process. This was a big team effort, and many others contributed all over Remedy and all over our VFX crew to the success and to the great reception of what Remedy and Control has received. So thanks to all of them, and thank you all for listening, and all that is left for me is basically go out with a little bang. Thank you.
And we're back. So first of all, thank you so much to Johannes for putting that amazing presentation together, and also for joining us in the chat in YouTube. Hopefully everyone was able to get your questions answered. Next up, we've got Paul Ambrosian, Rosiusen, who's going to join us from LA. Hey, Paul. Can you hear us, Paul? Hey, Paul, can you hear us? No? Maybe make sure you've got your...
No, I can't hear you, Chris.
Okay, let me... Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can.
Okay. So first of all, welcome to the Houdini Hive, GameDev. Super glad that you're able to be here with us. Obviously, you're at SideFX, so you're in the family, in the immediate family. And you would have been presenting with us down in San Francisco last week, but glad to have you here in the online world. First of all, maybe you can just give us your background. Tell us how you came into Houdini and how you arrived here today.
Yeah, happy to be here. So I guess I'll start talking a bit about how I went into CG, because that eventually led into me going into Houdini. So I started by drawing earlier on when I was, younger. Then that turned into 3D art because I was quite bored at school, so I had to find a new hobby to, entertain myself with. After doing that, for 1.5 years or so, I got quite bored with that, and I realized there are more lazy ways of doing that digital content creation. which is when I started doing some development in terms of writing games, scripting, and that sort of thing. But then, I wanted to do some more visual work again, and that's when I discovered Houdini. And ever since then, I've mainly been focusing on tool development, helping other people create content, faster, easier, and so forth. And that's probably around 5 to 6 years ago or something. And now I'm at SideFX.
So we've got some echo issues. So I'm trying out a new technique where I turn off the mic on one end, and anyway, long story. But what game are you playing right now?
Right now, I'm playing Satisfactory, which is a pretty cool game that I enjoy playing with my friends that live in Europe to stay in touch with them.
Yeah. What would you say is one silver lining of this whole COVID thing?
In terms of this stream, I would say that it's great that everything is pre-recorded, so you know exactly what is being shown. But also that the presenters are live in the chat, because if people have questions, instead of waiting all the way until the end, we can answer these during the stream.
So besides today in the Hive, what would you say is one silver lining, just personally for yourself, that you're finding?
The commute to work is very, very short. So that's a big plus, especially in LA where traffic is horrible.
And what are you going to be presenting for us? You've got 2 presentations back to back, right? So.
Yeah. I have 2 presentations. The first one is about SideFX Labs, which will cover the transition from game development toolset to SideFX Labs and the sort of benefits that come with that transition, but also the new tools that we've released since last year's GDC. That's about half an hour, and then after that we'll switch to a different presentation, which will be 1 hour in duration, and that will be about wave function collapse and how we use that to create a cool little prototype of a game as sort of like inspiration for other developers out there that can take this idea and tools that we've developed to build even greater and more awesome tools like what you saw in the previous presentation.
Cool. Well, let's get into your presentation. Let's get started, and we'll meet you on the chat.
Yep. Enjoy it. Hi, my name is Paul Broosjesson, and today I'm going to talk about the SideFX Labs toolset. SideFX Labs toolset is a completely free open source toolset geared towards assisting Houdini users with a variety of tasks commonly used for digital content creation. The toolset is being developed by Louise Correll, Mike Linden, and myself, and it was previously called Game Development Toolset. So we've rebranded the toolset from Game Development Toolset to SideFX Labs. I'll talk a bit more about that on the next couple of slides. But in the meantime, I'd want to give a quick refresher on what the toolset is for those that don't know it yet. So the toolset is completely free. It's open source. It's hosted on GitHub, which is where we do all of our development, meaning that you as a user, if you're using GitHub, you can download the toolset from there immediately. It has over 150 plus tools. We provide daily updates. So let's say you find a bug or you have a suggestion or an improvement that you'd like to see, you can contact our support team at support@sidefx.com, where they will enter it into a database. And then as soon as we look at that issue and we've implemented it or fixed a problem you've had, we submit it to GitHub, and then we will make a release. And that means that if you're installing the toolset from within Houdini, you will be able to have that fixed the very next day. The toolset also focuses mainly on workflow and user experience, because one of our goals is to make Houdini easier to use and to provide an easier platform to use with, for example, integrations that we've developed, such as Substance, Gaia, Rhizome UV, Instant Meshes, Exosite Quad Remesher, and a lot more. So this rebranding from the game development toolset to SideFX Labs. First of all, why did we do that? Well, we've seen that the workflows for film and game have been, getting closer and closer to each other. The main one being virtual production, right, where people take a film workflow and they use it in an engine like Unity or Unreal, which is where some techniques that we've been using in the games industry for quite a while, which is of course what the game development toolset helps with, comes in really, really handy. This doesn't, however, mean that our focus as the games team that develops this toolset has changed from it primarily being the game dev workflow. That is not true. Our main focus very much still is game development. This rebranding, however, does allow us to include some more tools that might help people specifically for a film workflow. Because what we've done with this renaming to SideFX Labs is give the rest of the SideFX staff, in the R&D department, the ability to contribute to it as well. So if one of the people working on, for example, Pyro, comes up with a really great tool that isn't quite ready for prime time in Houdini proper, we can submit it or publish it using SideFX Labs, giving users the ability to test it, play with it, and provide us feedback, giving us useful insights for future tool developments. In addition to the things I mentioned before, we've now also shipped the toolset with Houdini. So you no longer need an active internet connection to use and install the toolset. It now ships in the little directory you see here, so the Houdini install directory /Houdini/public, where you'll find a zip file containing a toolset. The automatic updater inside of Houdini will use this zip file to install the toolset. We now also ship the plugins that we compile with Houdini itself, because some of the plugins, like for example Substance, need to be compiled against every single version of Houdini. So they're very version specific. So we've now actually done that in our build farm, where we compile these plugins, providing the best possible compatibility with Houdini. We've also enhanced deployment since the release of SideFX Labs. We've introduced a new concept in Houdini called packages, which is a much easier way of managing your Houdini environment and installing plugins like SideFX Labs. This means that you no longer have to modify your Houdini environment. We've also done a bit better of a job in terms of getting involved with the R&D department working on Houdini itself. We've been very active educating the R&D department on real-time workflows. We've seen some very, very interesting changes online from some other parties. And of course, we've been doing some of that work ourselves and given some insights on what we think should happen next with Houdini. We've also been actively looking at PDG, tools that PDG has, the workflows that it currently has, and providing some feedback in terms of how we could make it easier for users to use, how we could provide some more interesting tools, missing tools, and so forth. And of course, we've also already had some R&D contributions that we ship with SideFX Labs, one of which is some really great flame tools. I'm also happy to say that we've also been documenting every single tool in SideFX Labs. So if you click the little question mark or hover your mouse over one of the parameters, you'll actually get a tooltip and some useful documentation. When you go to our website, under products, you can also find this web page describing SideFX Labs in more detail. It lists some of the plugins that we've made or integrations. It lists some very useful tutorials, but it also has this really great page where you can see, first of all, how to install it. You can have a link to GitHub, but it also lists every single tool in SideFX Labs. So if you aren't quite sure if it's in SideFX Labs, you can go to this page and find out yourself. So let's go to a couple of new tools that we've released since last year's GDC. The first one I want to mention is Straight Skeleton 2D. So this is a tool where you can feed in a 2D polygon or a multitude of 2D polygons. For example, these digits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then what Straight Skeleton does is it extracts the this sort of spine of this shape, which means that you can use that for example, resampling it and copying lights onto that, giving you some really interesting looking objects. Or you can use it to draw on a surface of geometry and then extract a spine and place fences on it and so forth. So it's a really, really useful tool. We've also created a 3D version of that, where you feed it a 3D mesh. This mesh needs to be closed because it's doing some VDB magic under the hood. And then what it does, it once again extracts that spline. And this is really useful for example, extracting a directionality from a mesh. So imagine you have a cylindrical object or a stroke of a brush or something like that. Once you extract this spine, you can use that to calculate direction so that you can have something flow over the surface of that 3D geometry. We've also added another really great tool. It's not necessarily a tool, it's sort of a script that you can find from the file menu. But sometimes Houdini crashes. Most of the times, of course, it doesn't. But in the case that it does crash, we've provided a utility tool where under the file menu, you can now find this option called Open Crash File, which will copy the crash file from the temporary directory back to wherever it was saved previously or your working directory, and then it will open up that file for you. This makes it a lot easier to recover any work you might have lost due to a crash, of course, whenever it does save a crash file. And that makes life a lot easier in case Houdini does crash. Just a quick reminder, Houdini should never crash. If it does, please do contact support so that we can find the issue and fix it. Another thing that we've learned from releasing the tool sets in the past, we of course update our tools quite frequently to solve bugs, to implement new features and so forth, which means that sometimes we bump the version of the tool set, right? So we make a new definition, and therefore in the tool namespace we add a new version number. So if, for example, the first time when we released the Maps Baker, you were to create a node instance of that tool, you would get Labs Maps Baker, and then after a couple of months we might have bumped the version of the tool set to 2.0. This would mean that we would now have a different definition. And if you were to update the toolset while you still had definition 1 in your network, it wouldn't update this node to be using version 2, right? To make sure that it doesn't break backward compatibility. This does, however, mean that your network wouldn't get the updates that we've made in version 2. Same goes with version 3, right? So in the support tickets we got, we quite frequently saw that people didn't quite get the updates that we made, even though we had already released them. And this is because of that issue I just mentioned. So we also provided a tool that allows you to automatically scan your HIP files, finding these out-of-date tools. To see which version of a tool you're currently using, you can either go to Asset Manager and here under the Asset bar, set this option to Display Menu of All Definitions, which will give you this little drop-down in your parameter interface. But you can also just middle mouse on a node in your network, giving you this pop-up, also showing you which version it is you're using. To see which versions of SideFX Labs tools might be out of date, under the Assets tab, right, in the top menu bar, we now added this option called Check Asset Versions in Scene, and this will scan through all of your nodes in your file, telling you which ones are out of date. So that makes it a lot easier to see if you're using out of date definitions. Then another really big tool that we added since last year's GDC is photogrammetry. Using Alice Vision. Alice Vision is a completely free and once again open source implementation of a photogrammetry solution, and we've packed it up in a variety of nodes. The top one being Alice Vision Photogrammetry, and this node wraps up the entire workflow or network of nodes that you would have to create if you were to create every single node by yourself, which of course you might still want to do if you want to fine tweak some very specific settings. But in general, this node, is
is really easy to set up and allows you to do photogrammetry in a really, really straightforward way. The only thing you have to do is install Alice Vision, which is described in the tutorial online. You have a library of images, which you tell the node to use, and then it automatically scans all of that and generates this mesh, which we see here, which you can then plug into some other post-processing nodes, like, for example, our Delight node, our Automatic UV node, one of our quad remeshers, which I'll talk about in a little bit, giving you, something that's really great to work with for your game engine. And here we see a great looking result coming out of Alice Vision. After you've done your photogrammetry scan, you might want to generate a quad mesh. So we've also done an integration for the Exoside quad remesher, and it's a really great tool. And if you, for example, feed it this triangulated mesh, or this one, you plug it in and you tell the tool to generate a quad mesh with 5,000 quads, it generates an output that looks like this, which is a really, really great result for an automatic quad remesher. As you can see, it has some options in terms of adaptive size, some edge loop controls, and a little bit more, which you can't see in this image. But this tool is just really great to use if you want to quad remesh something using a third-party solution. It does require you to have a license for Exoside quad remesher, but it's fairly inexpensive. I'd like to refer you to their website to read more about it. So once you have your quad mesh or your triangle mesh, depending on what it is you want, you of course need to UV it. Houdini, of course, has some great UVing tools, but still some users prefer to use Rhizome UVs or have some other reasons to do that. So they asked if we could provide a bridge allowing you to use the functionality of Rhizome UV straight from within Houdini, which is great for automating a workflow. So we did that. We created some nodes that take the functionality of Rhizome UV and call it through command line, giving you some great UVs straight out of the box. So that's what this Rhizome UV Unwrap does. As you can see, it has some options that you can play with. And once you have that, you can use any of the other nodes to, for example, optimize it, to process some more of it, or to rectangularize some mesh. So here we can see the original mesh after it was, after we pelted it using the Rhizome UV Unwrap node. And then this one is processed using the Rhizome UV Optimize node, where you can see, it made some more cuts, relaxing the mesh, reducing any of the stretching. And here we can see that parameter interface that I was mentioning before, where you have access to some of the functionality that Rhizome offers within their software straight from within Houdini, meaning you can, automate this, wrap it up in a, for example, a PDG script or network, processing, hundreds of meshes without having to open a different application to do some UVs. Another really big request from users has been an integration with Substance. So we're also pleased to announce that we've done one of those. So that integration has been done using Cops, where you can actually load up a Substance archive file, and Houdini will get all of the parameters that Substance file has within Substance Designer, allowing you to tweak those from within Houdini. And then it spits out, all these image planes straight into Cops, giving you, for example, the diffuse, the roughness, normal, whatever else you have in the Substance archive. And then we have this Substance material node, which automatically loads all of these and configures it to be a PBR material, allowing you to preview it straight in the viewport in Houdini, making it a super powerful workflow, because now you can basically have procedural 3D geometry, and then on top of that, you can have procedural shaders, right, using Substance. And this, of course, also makes it a lot easier in terms of workflow and UX, because if you remember from one of the first slides, we wanted it to make it easier for artists to use Houdini. And this is one of those efforts improving that experience. So like I mentioned on the previous slide, you can have 3D geometry and then procedural shaders. Well, here's an example of a workflow, right, where you can do a simulation with some geometry from Houdini. You can use any of our highly sophisticated simulation tools, have it fall on, for example, a flat grid, and then bake that to a flat plane, bring it into a substance network, allowing you to create a great shader out of that. And now you just have a fully procedural material without any intersections, using both Houdini and Substance at the same time. And you can even wrap this up into a tool and bring that into, for example, a game engine and have it run Houdini and Substance straight from within a game engine. Next up, I mentioned baking. We've also released a new baking tool since last year's GDC, which we call Maps Baker, which is a COPS-based maps baker. And it's really, 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 really fast. It's an order of magnitude faster than the built-in Mantra bake texture node, because it's fully COPS-based and it's all VEX, bypassing all the sort of generation steps that Mantra would have to do. Right, so it just does the bare essentials. The tool has a lot of things to offer. Since the last time you might have seen it, because we promoted this tool quite a bit. You plug in your low poly, your high poly, and your optional cage object. And then in the tool itself, you can specify the resolution. You can specify the tracing mode. We've added a couple of new options since the last time we've mentioned it. We've added a surface normal based tracing mode and also a cage based mode. We've added the ability to visualize the cage you're baking against. And we've also exposed a lot of properties that the users have been requesting, like, for example, gamma control right from the user interface without having to do any post-processing on the images that it generates. Like I mentioned, it's all in COPS. So if you dive inside of the Maps Baker, you can see that this is all the logic that it's doing in terms of the image generation step. There are, of course, some nodes in the SOP network, but this is the main thing you'd have to tweak if you want to modify it. And what this would allow you to do is, for example, grab this ambient occlusion node, grab your vertex color node, and then combine those, multiply them together, and then just tell it that every time I bake out vertex colors, I want it to automatically be multiplied by my AO. Or take your world normals and, for example, put something in the Z channel or the normal tangent texture. That's usually what people do. So that makes it really, really easy, and it's once again fully editable. So you can go inside and modify it to suit your needs, or even remove things to optimize it even more. The tool also now has UDIM support. It has animated frame ranges support, and it has a lot more since the last time we've promoted it. So definitely check it out again. Then we've also released a building generator. So here are some images showing that building generator inside of Unity, where the user is able to take a blockout mesh, which is usually just a box or a couple of boxes pushed together, generating a building out of it using building modules. So this is the parameter interface for the building generator, where you feed it building modules that all have a name. So these ledges, for example, are called F2_T_ledge_1. A door is just called door, and a window is called window. These are all user-defined names. So this is just what I decided to pick. You specify some properties, like, for example, how tall you want the floors to be in general, right? So in this case, it's 6 meters. And then you can specify whether or not you want to have ledges, right? A top ledge and a bottom ledge, in addition to the facade. That one's always there. Where you can specify what the height has to be for every single ledge. The top ledge has to be 1. The bottom ledge has to be 0.85. And then it, removes that from the floor, and it puts all of these, building modules on there, allowing you to highly customize your building generation. It also has overrides on a per floor level, where you can, for example, say, the first floor has to be twice as high and use these different building modules. But in addition to that, it also has volumetric overrides, where you can specify with a bounding box that, for example, in a vertical fashion, in this part, I want to have fire escape ladders. Or you can also use manual overrides, where you can take, a big showpiece and just drag it to a specific region, and the tool will place that building module there and adjust everything around it. So that we have a really great tutorial about this tool, which you can find on the SideFX website, where you just need to look for building generator tutorial. Then we've also released an XYZ point cloud exporter where you just have a point cloud with vertex colors applied to it. You plug it into the tool, you specify which node to export, and then you can import that straight into Unreal using their new plugin, allowing you to, for example, bring in a really dense photogrammetry scan using just point clouds or a terrain or anything else like that, which you can use for game dev purposes or for cinematics and whatnot. Then we've also built a wave function collapse solver, which you can learn more about in a different presentation later today or online if you're watching it after the Hive sessions, which is basically a constraint solver using the wave function collapse algorithm. What this tool does in just a couple of lines is it takes an input image as a sample, it cuts it up into smaller patterns using a size that you specify, and then it reassembles those puzzle pieces that it creates in a different layout, meaning that you can create an image that looks very, very similar but different using just an image as a reference, which is, for example, great for bitmap generation or for level generation or for agreeable generation or just data generation in general. But more about this tool is being covered in a different presentation later today, once again. And here we see that tool generating a level. So this is just a proxy view or proxy geometry view. But essentially, we have three tools: an initialize tool, which sets up a grid like you see here. We have a sample paint node, which allows you to paint a sample that the tool will use to, or the algorithm will use to generate an output, and then the actual solver to create, something like this from an input image like this. Then we also wanted to do some work on the modeling side of things. So we created a tool called Box Cutter. That's just a temporary name. It will be renamed in the future, but for now it's called Box Cutter, which is an interactive Boolean tool. So Boolean is a really, really powerful tool inside of Houdini, but it's sometimes a bit difficult to use if you want to interactively Boolean some shapes out of geometry. So that's where a Box Cutter comes in, where you plug in a piece of geometry you want to modify using Booleans, and then all you do is just click and drag on that shape to place Boolean shapes. So in this case, it's just boxes that we're cutting out of this piece of geometry, but you can Boolean using anything, like for example a pig head or a tube or a different shape. And then it has a variety of controls, including, for example, creating duplicates or copies. As you can see here, it allows you to make any of the previous steps that you've done live again. So if you, for example, aren't quite happy with one of the steps you've made as the first operation, you can go back, make that live again, and you'll have your handle back, and you can tweak it back to be the way you want. Then we've also done some work on the on terrain integrations. Some of you might know Gaia. Gaia is a really, really great terrain software out there that's highly specialized in terrains and creating terrains and eroding them. And people have been requesting for us to make a plugin or a bridge inside of Houdini, and we've done that. So what you can do is you can open Gaia, you can create a network of nodes, for example, generating a mountain or a hill or something like this, where you can specify a file input for a mask, for example, or for a terrain that you want to erode or do some operations on, and then you want to output that as a terrain. Well, you can do this exact same thing and bring that workflow you saw before into Houdini using the Tor processor. So with the Tor processor, you can load up any of the Gaia files that you've created and save to disk, and you will get all of the parameters that you've exposed, right? So for example, on this erosion example, you have the properties that Gaia offers, like for example, duration, rock softness, strength, and so forth. But it also allows you to plug in any of the height field masks. So instead of generating a terrain from scratch within Gaia, you can actually plug in the height field that you've generated in Houdini and have Gaia process that using the network graph you saw before. In this case, the erosion, right, where you plug in the height and the mask, and then it spits out the eroded height, the eroded mask, deposit mask, and a flow mask, and then you can have all of those layers back in Houdini to do any further processing with it. So this, once again, really great pipeline tool, allowing you to bring these artist-focused workflows that Gaia offers into Houdini, so that Houdini, offers you to use it as a backbone pipeline. Another really cool tool made using Python states is this viewport measure tool, which allows you to interactively in the viewport click and drag to create a ruler telling you the distance or the angle between 2 points or 3 points. This is really useful for example, measuring specific parts of geometry, where, for example, you have this window module which you're going to use for the building generator, and you want to know how wide it is or how tall it is. You can just click and drag and you will see what the distance is, rather than having to open the geometry spreadsheet and see what the values are there, which is especially useful if you want to, for example, measure the distance between these 2 points rather than the bounding box of the entire object. Next up, we've also done some work on integrating PDG into the SideFX Labs, or rather the SideFX Labs into PDG. We've made quite a few tools that people use a lot compatible with PDG. We, for example, made MapsBaker fully compatible, where you would just drop down a ROP fetch top, specify that you want to extract data from the MapsBaker, and it would automatically bake using the MapsBaker straight from within PDG. We've also made vertex animation textures compatible, or VAT, like most people call it, where it now properly tells you what the files are that got generated. It gives you the geometry and the textures as part of the data that the work item holds. We've also made Gaia compatible with PDG, allowing you to, for example, take a really, really big landscape and cut it up and process it tiled using PDG, where Gaia, for example, erodes or processes any of these terrain tiles. We've also added 2 new tools to PDG using Labs, one of which is the cut geometry to partitions, which once again is a tool allowing you to spread out the work, right? To parallelize it, where if you, for example, have a really big photogrammetry mesh and you want to polyreduce all of those as smaller chunks, this will cut that big mesh up into smaller partitions and then allows you to process those individually. We've also added a node called filter by value, which is an enhancement to the wedge workflow, because with wedges you basically wedge a value, right, giving you a variety of numbers to play with, and then after you've found a couple of seed values that you like, the filter by value allows you to filter the work items by specific values, which is a big enhancement. Then, last but not least, I want to mention that with the release of SideFX Labs, we've also included some new test geometry. We added a 3D scan of both Louise and myself that people have been using for some fun things, as you can see in these videos. So shout out to the 2 individuals, of which I added the Twitter handles at the bottom of the slides. But basically, it's geometry and textures that you can use to do anything you want with it. And with that, I'd like to thank you. And if you have any follow-up questions, please let us know, because we'd like to hear what it is you do with SideFX Labs. We'd love to hear any problems you have. And last but not least, we of course also want to hear any improvements you might have thought of. And with that, I'd like to thank you and goodbye. Hi, my name is Paul Moiseson. I'm a technical artist at SideFX. I am part of the game development team at SideFX, focusing on the game segment, and I'm also one of 3 developers working on SideFX Labs. So today's presentation is called Wave Function Collapse Supercharged with PDG for Level Generation. So this presentation is all about the implementation of the wave function collapse algorithm in Houdini, and some explorations that I've been doing with this algorithm to sort of see what is possible with it inside of Houdini. with the vast variety of tools that Houdini already offers. The presentation is meant to be a demonstration of a potential workflow, and of course as an inspiration for more complex projects that you might have in a production environment. I also want to give a shout out to Maxim Gumin, who is the original developer of the algorithm, and also Oskar Stahlberg, who has been posting some really awesome stuff on Twitter. So definitely check those two individuals out. So to begin, here's two screenshots from the project inside of Unity, where I was almost done with the project, or at least I was happy enough with it where it was in a stage where I could turn it into a presentation. So those are two screenshots. This is just an in-engine fly-through of a potential level that you might generate. The lighting is not the same as in the screenshots, but it looks a lot better if you go into play mode. But yeah, so as you can see, everything in this level, in this viewport that you see, has been placed automatically using Houdini Engine, with, of course, Houdini running under the hood, running wave function collapse as a SOP tool in Houdini. So as you can see on the bottom right, I have some parameters exposed, one of which is a seed parameter and a bunch of other ones, which we'll get into further on in the presentation. But as soon as I change any of those parameters, the entire level will regenerate and produce a result that corresponds to that parameter change. So that means that I only have to play with that to get a completely new level, opening up a lot of doors, of course, as you can imagine. So in this presentation, we'll be talking about lots of different stuff. We have a wide variety of things to show you. But this slide just gives you a brief overview, a visual overview of what it is we'll be going into. So to begin with, we'll first look at how the algorithm works to get a better understanding of how to use it and what it is you can do with it. Then we'll look at the actual implementation of the algorithm in Houdini and the tools that we built for you to use it without any sort of setup required. We'll do a quick look at the project we did last year at GDC, because it has quite a few similarities to this project, and this sort of project builds upon those experiences from last year. We'll be looking at something called Wang tiles to decode a black and white image into tiles from a tile set. We'll be looking at an innovation on wave function collapse that I've built, which I like to call a multi-res grid. And we'll be looking at some cable generation using Vellum and find shortest path. We'll also be looking at generating quad trees to determine light placement of lights inside of the engine. And we'll also be looking at PDG. The PDG part has been scattered throughout the presentation and throughout the project because it has been a really big help in achieving a lot of things, as you will see. So on today's menu, the things that we saw on the previous slide have basically been chopped up into three different segments. First of all, we'll talk about the algorithm itself in sort of conceptual manner. Then we'll be looking at the actual algorithm in Houdini. How was it implemented and what is it you could do with it? And then we'll be looking at actual use cases, the main one being individual components used for the level creation. The presentation does assume you have some basic knowledge of PDG and some VEX. And once again, the presentation is not a technical walkthrough. If you don't have any experience with PDG and VEX, not that big of a problem, but you might hear some words that don't make a whole lot of sense to you. So that's just a quick disclaimer. So what is wave function collapse? Wave function collapse is a procedural generation algorithm which produces images by arranging a collection of tiles according to rules about which tiles may be adjacent to each other. While it is solving these tiles in an output image based on an input image, it does this based on how frequently these so-called patterns appear in the input image. The algorithm has two different modes, or at least that people use. It has an overlapping model, which is the one that we have implemented in Houdini, and it has a simple tiled model, which we won't really be covering today. So basically, the algorithm is a constraint solver. Think of it as you solving Sudoku, right? Where you have a set of values or cells that you have to fill with a value, and the value of those cells depend on the neighbors or a collection of neighbors of numbers next to those cells, right? You can't have, for example, a 1 in a row or twice in a row. So that's, for example, a constraint in Sudoku. So it's sort of similar, but a little bit different, and we'll be looking at what that is in more depth in the next couple of slides. Another thing that is very important in wave function collapse is something called local similarity. Local similarity is determined by an argument which is called n. I will refer to it as sort of cookie cutter size in this presentation, which will make a lot more sense in the next couple of slides. Wave function collapse is open source. It's freely available on the internet. The link can be found at the bottom of this presentation, so github.com/mxgmn/wave function collapse. And the original implementation is in C#. So let's take a look at what it is the actual algorithm does when you feed it an input image. So let's say you have this input image, which is just a bunch of pixels. Let's say this is 16 by 16 pixels. Then the first thing we do is we take that image and we duplicate it so that we have a grid of those images. Because with this cookie cutter that we'll be placing, we'll be moving that cookie cutter 1 pixel every single time, which means that as soon as we've reached the pixel all the way on one of the edges, it might overflow and therefore needs to wrap back to the original image, which is easily achieved by just duplicating the images around it. So here we see that cookie cutter I'm talking about, which is essentially that n value. If n is equal to 3, the cookie cutter size is basically size of 3. So it would stamp out a 3 by 3 grid of pixels from the input sample image. And that would give us a pattern, which we can see on the top right of our screen, right? So as you can see, the pattern is exactly the pixel data that comes out of that cookie cutter. Then we're going to do that for every single possible combination of pixels in an image. So of course, what we can do is we can just go from top left and then move 1 pixel over to the right, and we can do that for every single row, giving us lots of different patterns. And as you can see, we can even have duplicates, meaning in the output image we'll see that more often than one of the patterns that only show up once in the input image, for example. So in the end, we might end up with 35 unique patterns out of this image, right? Important to know is that if you increase n, or your cookie cutter size, most of the time you'll get more patterns because there are more unique values. Because if you have a smaller cookie cutter size, for example a 2 by 2 one, you will have lots of duplicates which will reduce the number of unique patterns that you can extract from it, therefore reducing the similarity that your output image will have to the input image that you provided. Same goes with a larger cookie cutter size, or larger n. It will take a longer time to solve because there are more patterns, but it will also look more like the input image that you provided. And here we can see that in a more visual manner. So in the top we can see our input sample image, and then in the bottom of, or below that, we can see what the output would look like if we were to change n from 1 to 2 to 3. As you can see, n equals 1 is more sort of a visual noise, because it simply looks at, for example, a red pixel in the original input image, and it sees, okay, a red pixel is allowed to be next to a black one, or is allowed to be next to a green one. So it is quite random, right? It has lots of options that it can place down, because it's simply very common that occurrence exists in the input image. If we look at n equals 2, we can see that there is already more structure, because we're looking at patterns that have a 2 by 2 piece. Therefore, there are less or more patterns and therefore more constraints. If we look at n equals 3, it becomes a lot more interesting, makes a lot more sense, which is why n equals 3 is usually the default value for that argument. So how does the actual solving happen? So now that we have our patterns, the idea is to basically use those patterns to fill an empty grid, which we see in the bottom left, to become something that we see in the bottom right. So we start with an initialized wave function collapse grid. Let's say a 50 by 50 pixel image. What we do is we fill every single cell with a list that contains all the possible patterns that we found from our input sample image. Then what we need to do is we need to do a solve, right? So we pick one cell and we just assign that a random value. We do some more magic, which we'll talk about in the next couple of slides. And then we need to propagate all the cells around it to sort of reduce the number of patterns that are allowed, because we've increased the number of constraints, which then results with a fully collapsed grid where every single cell just has one possible solution and therefore has a pixel or a pattern value that will result in the output. So let's take a look at that solving step and the propagation step. So imagine we've done a couple of iterations of solving, right? So let's say we're at a stage in the image that we see right now. Imagine the white pixel values to be cells that have not been solved yet, right? They have all possible values that existed, all these possible patterns, the 35 values. The green and the black ones are grid cells that have already been collapsed, right? They have been given an output value. So then the first thing we need to do is we need to find the lowest entropy cell. Lowest entropy basically just means the cell with the least possible solutions. Think of that Sudoku example again. How would you solve a Sudoku? You would always just look at the cell that is easiest for you to solve, right? Because as soon as you've solved that cell, the cell next to it or around it will also be easier to solve because you've made it easier for you to find a solution. And that's why typically you solve the lowest entropy cell as the next step. Once you pick that lowest entropy cell, we need to find which patterns are compatible with it. So we look at all of the patterns that are still existing in our cell, right? So of those 35 original values. And what we do is we look at all the patterns that are there and take the top left pixel of our pattern and put that on the exact location where that red pixel is here, right? The cell that we want to solve. And as you can see here on the right side, we can see that this value, this pattern fits exactly on top of the other values that were already placed, right? So this top green pixel goes on here, this green pixel goes on there, and the black pixel goes on there. So there is no collisions with already placed pixels. If we were to try and place this one, we would run into a problem because the top left pixel is perfectly fine. The middle pixel will align with this one, but the green one would collide with the black one, and therefore this would not be a possibility, and therefore we can discard it, right? So as soon as we filter this list with the patterns that do fit, if there's only one, we just assign that one. If there's multiple of that, we just pick a random one and assign that. So that's the bit of randomness that you have with this algorithm, which is what a potential seed could control. Then once we've picked a cell or a pattern that we like, we can assign that pattern to the cell, and therefore we have collapsed this pixel, therefore going to the next step of our solve. And then we keep doing that over and over and over and over until we've either solved every single step or until we've run into a contradiction. A contradiction basically just means that we've run into a scenario where we're trying to solve this pixel here, right, the lowest entropy cell, and there is no possible pattern that fits on top of that, meaning we result with a cell with a value of 0, meaning we cannot solve it. Therefore, we would either have to discard all the work we've done before and change over with a different seed, or we could do something called backtracking, but that is something that we haven't implemented in our current implementation in Houdini yet. So looking back at this overview, I hope it makes a lot more sense to you what is happening in the animated GIF on the right side, right? So we have this and how an input sample controls, together with the arguments of the algorithm, the output of the image. So if we were to take that cookie cutter again that we looked at before, and we were to place it anywhere on the output image and look at the values of that, let's say 3x3 cookie cutter, that would exist in our input sample image. So the larger n is, the more similar it will be to our input sample. The smaller n is, the more visual noise we'll get. And yeah, so that's basically what the algorithm does. Think of it as Sudoku once again. So now that we have an understanding of what the algorithm is and how it works, roughly, we can look at the implementation that we've done in Houdini. So you don't necessarily need to understand how the algorithm works in order to use it with these Houdini tools. We've given you 3 different tools that you can use to utilize wave function collapse in your pipeline. First of all, we've created an initialize tool. All this does, it just creates a grid for you, and it also already sets up the attributes that the wave function collapse algorithm will use to do the solve. Next up, we've created a tool called Sample Paint, which is a Python tool that interactively allows you to create a sample which the wave function collapse algorithm will use to create a new output. We'll look at these tools individually on the next slides. And then, of course, we also have the solver, which does the actual solve, which we'll also dive into in the next couple of slides. So as for the initialize grid tool, it's really simple. Like I said, it just creates a grid, which we can see here. And we can control the size of the grid, of course. So in this case, it's set to 21 rows and 23 columns. And it also already created our name attribute for us so that the wave function collapse algorithm knows what to use. Then you can also tell it to use or initialize the grid using a texture, which is useful for using it as a sample image that you can plug into the algorithm. And then later on in the video, as you could see, I just visualized that by copying some grids onto that grid, and I just set the color of that to be the value of whatever the image was. So it's easy for us to visualize what it is that our wave function collapse initialize tool set up for us. So it's a really straightforward tool. Next up, this is the Sample Paint tool. So once again, we first create a new grid with the attributes that the wave function collapse tool needs. We then have a stash node, which has geometry on it. So in this case, they were all sort of pipe pieces. And then the wave function collapse sample paint tool, which allows us to initialize the multi-parm we see on the top right with all the individual pieces. And it just automatically set up a painting tool that interactively allows us to create this sort of input sample that our wave function collapse solver will use. And like I said, it's built with the newly implemented Python state since 17.5. And with scroll wheel, you can scroll through all the different possibilities in the pieces that get plugged into the tool. So this makes it really fun to create samples, and it's a lot easier than having to create attribute create nodes or a wrangle where you manually assign values to a grid. So you can even take this tool and customize it to do other stuff with it, because it makes life a lot easier. So once, of course, we have that sample, we plug it into the solver, which we will see on the next slide. But I just quickly wanted to show you that the sample we have on the left plugged into the solver would produce the output we see on the right side. So as for the solver, once again, we have our initialize grid tool. We pick an image we like, this sample. It initializes that grid for us. And then once we're happy with an input image we want, we can specify what the seed has to be for the solver. We can specify what n is. And then the tool automatically do our solve for us. So what we see here on the viewport is an already solved wave function collapse grid from that input image. So if we were to change the output size to be 40 by 40 instead of 20 by 20, we would now have an image that resembles the sample image that we have, but looks completely different based on those arguments we specified. If of course we change the input image or the sample image, we will of course get a different looking result. So as you can see, the wave function collapse algorithm is really agnostic of what you plug into it. It really does not care about what it is you feed into it. It simply extracts rules from the image that you feed into it. The implementation of the algorithm in Houdini is also completely in Python. It's easily readable, and it's also commented, meaning you can learn from it, you can extend it, you can modify it, you can do whatever you want for it to suit your pipeline. Like I said, it's the overlapping model of the algorithm. It's just in 2D. You could, of course, extend it to 3D. It's fairly straightforward. Once again, open source. All the tools are open. You can dive inside of them, and it's a real joy to work with. So now that we know what has been implemented, I wanted to jump back a bit to when I started implementing the algorithm and look at some of the earlier. This is the first two results I got out of the algorithm in Houdini when I implemented it. So on the top left here, I just fed in a 2D bitmap, right, in colors, and I got back this output we see on the right side. Back then, it also supported 3D. So in this case, a 3D image is essentially just voxels, right, where it either has a value or it has no value, which then produced this output. It was fairly limited in terms of functionality, right? It didn't have a whole lot of arguments exposed, or parameters as they were called in Houdini. It was also horribly slow. A 15 by 15 output image took well over 20 or 30 seconds. And back then it had 2D and 3D support. The current implementation that we saw before is a lot faster. It can probably do a 50 by 50 grid or 100 of them in just a couple of seconds, which is why we haven't implemented backtracking, because it's just so fast to completely generate a new output. So once I had that working with the 2D image, I thought, what can we do with this to generate geometry or levels with it? I then came to a realization that pixel values or colors of a pixel are basically just a value, right? What we could also do is just create an image where instead of colors, we would just give every single pixel a string, right? And string, in this case, being a path to a piece of geometry on disk. So once I basically switched that around to use a name attribute instead of a color, we could already copy over pieces of geometry onto a grid, which is what we see here, which gave some pretty cool looking results that inspired us to do more with it. We then thought, can we use this to generate some city and roads and whatnot with it? So we created a bunch of sample output images, but very quickly we grew tired of having to manually change all these values. So that made us look at PDG, because with PDG, the most common thing that is used for is wedging, right? And wedging is essentially just creating variations of an output by creating multiple inputs of values in a parameter value. So if you were to create a wedge on that n parameter, for example, where n equals either 1, 2, and 3, the wedge would automatically cook the output with that parameter to be different values. So within a couple of minutes, we gave it these different output images, and we told it to generate a X number of outputs for that and tell us what the variation number is, which allowed us to very easily learn what the effect of a certain parameter has on the output. Because we could clearly see in the images, perhaps not this one, but we could clearly see in the image what the effect of a certain parameter was on the output, therefore educating us what to tweak to get a certain output. So with PDG, of course, if you're using a wedge, it basically just transmits values, right, or variable values that you can set parameter values with. So in this case, all we had to do is just use that network we used manually before, and instead of setting a value in these parameters, in this case the pattern search size or n, and the seed instead of a value, just set it to be @n and @seed, and then in PDG it would automatically fill out these values and replace them with an actual value, giving us an output that we see here on the left side. So let's take a look at the PDG graph, which is also very easy. We wanted to do a variation of input images, so all we did is just point to that input folder where we had the images and just told it, take all of those input files, which we can see is 10 files. We then told it to create a wedge where we're doing 3 different values for n, which is what we see here. And for every single value of n, do another, let's say, 6 variations where we're just changing the seed. So for every n value, we will have 6 different seed variations, giving us a total of 180 different variations. Of course, we wouldn't want to manually take a look at every single value and test it in Houdini. So we automatically rendered that to disk and then wanted to composite that together so that we have the output image together with the input image, right, the sample image, the seed value and n value composited together. And that's really simple in PDG because all we just do is create that RobNet, tell it what attribute values to combine and work with, and it created a composite for us, which all got saved to this folder we see here, meaning we can either take a look at it here, but I also created an ImageMagick node in the network in TOPS that automatically composited all of those output images in one big output image or a context sheet, allowing me to very quickly see how n affects the output, how the seed affects the output, and perhaps some other parameter values that I would like to explore some more. So here we can see it's very easy to see the differences between n equals 3 and 2, and how the seed allows us to see different variations. So we could, for example, cherry pick a certain seed value to work with or continue working with. So we've now looked at the, the algorithm a little bit more, which means I now want to look some more into level creation with it. So you might have seen the presentation from last year that I did called Rapid Level Creation for Unity Mobile, where the only thing an artist or level designer would have to do is draw a level in Photoshop, and Houdini Engine and Houdini would create a fully functional level for you. So how that worked is, once again, like I said, a Photoshop file where every single layer, for example, a layer with the red dots called enemies or spawns, would be interpreted as points, where we could just copy over a prefab, like an enemy prefab or whatnot, where a layer could be interpreted as scatter, where it would just scatter points on a surface, in this case, the green that we see here, where it could interpret a layer as a decal, where it would just, generate a flat piece of geo, which in this case functions as a road, and the background, which is just a grayscale image that has height information encoded into it using the black and white values, giving us this terrain. So to see that in action, I wanted to quickly show that video from last year and how easy it was to set that up. So we first draw our background, right, or our terrain with grayscale values. As you can see, we have some more elevation where it is white and less where it is gray, so that we have a playable area and a not playable area. Then we create a new layer called spawn, which we will interpret as a point. So as you can see, we just took that Photoshop level that we had in Photoshop that we drew, bring it into Unity with the HDA that does all the processing, and already are we generating a level straight from that Photoshop file, right? So there's no need to jump into a DCC or do any work inside of Unity except for setting it up once, the first time, right? But afterwards, it's just a matter of tweaking values and drawing literally in Photoshop, and then hitting play so that you have a level that you can already drive around with. Once you then want enemies, you can draw a red couple of dots or lines. We can add a new layer to create a road. And once we have that, once again, we go back into Unity. We tell it to instantiate the turrets on the red dots, and we tell it to create a road for the layer called roads. And already we have a game that we can work with. Then after testing that, our sketch literally, we can just continue drawing. Let's say we want to instantiate some fences to increase the gameplay a little bit, make it a little bit harder. As we can see, there we have our fence. Once again, we can just hit play to see if that already worked for us. As you can see, it's too hard, so we can go back into Photoshop, tweak it a little bit, tweak the gameplay experience literally from inside of Photoshop, add some more interesting elements such as the foliage and the grass, add perhaps some rocks on the road, and then have that instantiate as well. And as you can see, you already have a level that makes it look a lot more interesting already. Once you've done that and you're happy with the sort of experience, you can always, of course, change the type of assets that are being instantiated with Houdini Engine. So instead of the proxy geo that we saw before, we can swap it with art that has now been created by the art department or any other sort of art, or simply change the sort of style of the game. And now it's a matter of drawing levels and telling the HDA to use that different Photoshop file to generate a level with. As you can see, tons of variations in very little time. So what does this have to do with the demo of this year? Well, last year, the artist had to create that input image, right? And if they wanted a different variation of a level, they would have to create a new Photoshop file. But from experience, I've learned that people are very lazy and they want to automate things, which is why Houdini is so widely popular, because it can, reduce tasks to very little effort. So what if this year the artist only has to ever draw an example once, and the tool can generate tons of variations of the level for you? Well, you're in luck, because that's what Wave Function Collapse could do for you. So in this case, the input sample image is just this image, right? So this image is sort of like a style guide for the algorithm that we'll use to generate this level with, based on these other parameters that you're tweaking. So this is basically an image. You tell your level designer, I want these sort of levels where I have a room with corridors, and they all have to be sort of connected together, giving us this. However, we now have a black and white output image, right? We have this, which is not yet a 3D playable level. So what is it that we can do with that? Well, we can either extrude this and create, a dungeon from that. But what we could also do is decode this black and white image using something called Wang tiles. So Wang tiles basically looks at a black and white image, and it can decode that bitwise into a bitwise tile index. So in this case, let's take a look at a simple example, a pixel here in the yellow. What it would do is it would look at all of its neighbors, so the next to it, left and right, top, bottom, but also the 4 diagonal corners, to see what sort of tile it is and decode it into one of these possibilities we see here, right? And depending on it, we might also have variations of that, right? So we have that. So that's what we can use to decode our black and white image. So we rewrote that logic in Vex, which is what we see here. It's fairly straightforward, might look a little bit intimidating, but if you look at it, it's actually really simple. But this essentially allows us to decode these black and white values to an actual index of a modular piece that we have here, right? So if we were to decode that, we could decode that black and white image to a value that corresponds to any of these 46 tiles that we see here, giving us modular pieces that we can use to instantiate on a piece of geo. So this means that instead of simply extruding a level and creating one piece of geo from that, we could have an artist create nice pieces of geo that we can use as modular pieces to assemble a larger level with it. And that's what we did. But that brings up another problem. There is not enough resolution in that original solve that we had, right? Because it's just a low resolution overall silhouette or shape or bone structure of the level. There's not enough resolution to create any interesting sort of object placements, right? Because if we were to look at this image again, we could see that this piece here only has 3 pixels in width and 4 pixels in height. That's not a whole lot of pieces that you can place, right? Because every single pixel corresponds to one piece of geo. So that brings a problem to us. But that's where I came up with this innovation called a multi-res grid for wave function collapse, where we're essentially going to do a wave function collapse solve inside of a wave function collapse solve, right? Because as you can see here, these pieces are a lot smaller. There are a lot smaller cells that we've placed inside of a level. So to visualize it a bit more, I created this example where imagine that these roads are sort of walls, right? And these big flat pieces are essentially a room that we want to, go deeper into, essentially. So then once we do a solve inside of there, we can see that we've generated a higher resolution wave function collapse solve inside of that lower resolution solve. And we can do that as many times as we want. So we can pick another one and do another solve inside of there. We can pick, another one and go another level deeper. And we can do this as many times as we want. But for this particular demo, we just went with one layer because that was sufficient to demonstrate the sort of purpose of the multi-res grid. But as you can see here, it can also be used to, generate some really interesting output images, which you simply cannot generate using the base algorithm. But that's why it's open source, right? You can extend it, you can modify it, you can do anything with it, and that's why the algorithm is so great. So, to generate the level we see on the right, we have two input images. We have the image that controls the sort of skeleton of the image, of the level, the body. And then we have another image which allows us to control the level content. So this should already sort of give you an indication that if you were to create tons of different style guides for the level content, we can have different sort of levels that we can generate. Or of course, we can just keep it to one image and create variations of that by simply modifying the seed, which is what I did in this project. So let's go step by step to look at how that works in Houdini, or in this project at least. First of all, we have our black and white grid, right? So this is the output. Might be difficult to see, but we have black points and white points. So the first thing we need to do is delete all the white points, because as you saw in that input image, that is not the pixel colors that we're interested in. We're interested in the black ones because those are the actual room values or corridor values. Next up, we decode that using the Wang tiles and copy over the actual modules that correspond to those pixel values, already giving us the geometry to work with. However, as you can see, there are some smaller floating levels that don't really make a lot of sense for this level. So what I did to remove those is simply generate a silhouette of that level using a labs tool, which is called extract silhouette, giving us this flat shape. Then I used the extract or delete small pieces SOP, also in labs, to extract the largest piece of geometry, which I then used as a bounding object to group the original the original points to only give me the clean original modules that correspond to the actual level, which is great to work with. Then to create the actual content of the level using that multi-res grid, what I did is, once again, fuse the entire level, flatten it, right? Then what I did is I knew that every single room had these sort of flat tiles, right? They're seen better here. So these dark brown ones, I knew that these have a particular value. Let's just call those floor. So I just grouped all the primitives that had that value of floor, right? Which are going to be the centroids of the level, and then just expand that group by one by just using the group expand SOPs. Delete everything that is not part of that group, which gives us, these individual rooms already. Then after doing some further cleanup by just only keeping the primitives that are facing up, we now have this. Then to illustrate it a bit better, we're going to loop over every single room. In this case, I've picked this one because it's quite nice. I group the points from the output of the solve using that piece of geo that I had before. I copy over some grids, right, so that it's easy to work with than just these shapes that we see here. Then what I do is I generate a higher resolution grid that fits around the room that I just generated. So in this case, the resolution is twice the resolution of the original grid that we generated. We then do our solve and delete all the points that fall outside of the room. So here we see the actual values being decoded into the individual pieces of geometry. So the computer desks, the enemies, the pillars, the cores, whatever. We delete everything that is not interesting, right? So everything that is not either a desk or an enemy or whatever. We do that for every single room, giving us these point clouds of objects. We then just copy the objects that correspond to the attribute values on those points, giving us the output. So then let's take a look at what we can do with the data that the wave function collapse generated for us, right? So now we have a bunch of points and whatnot, but what the wave function collapse algorithm gives us is basically just a grid of pixel values and points, right? Which is very grid-like. It doesn't have a lot of interesting geometry in it. That's something that you can generate afterwards. So instead of having desks that are exactly 1 unit wide, I wanted to post-process this data and massage it a little bit to get desks that have a more interesting distribution in terms of size. So for example, it can be a width of 3, or a width of 1, or a width of 2, instead of simply being a 1-by-1 desk everywhere. So to do that, these are the steps that I had to take. First of all, we of course start with just a point cloud of all the desks. So they're just called desk, or in my case, obstacle. Then we use a SOP in Houdini that just connects all the points that lie close enough to each other, where you can specify a distance. So this was fairly easy. I just told it to use the distance or connect any points that are either closer or as close together as the resolution of the grid is, right? So the grids were all spaced 1 unit apart. So I just told it, connect all the points that are 1 unit apart. Then we need to calculate the direction for all these primitives that we generated, which is also really easy because it's essentially just taking point number 0 of the primitive, subtract it minus position of point number 1, normalizing that, giving us either a direction that's horizontal or vertical. And we give that a value of either 1 for the vertical ones and a value of 2 for all the horizontal ones. The reason I distinguish between the vertical and the horizontal ones is because we need to do some more processing on this corner piece, because if we were to have, let's say, one large desk going on the vertical piece and one on the horizontal piece, the corner piece would result in a collision. So what I do is I just deleted all the collision, or I took all the points that are part of the vertical pieces and subtract all the points that would also be part of the horizontal ones. So in this case, the yellow highlighted one would be deleted, giving us just the remainder of this. Then we then have a set of primitives, right, that are very long. I wouldn't want to have a desk that is 10 units wide. So I wrote some vex that cuts up these long lines into a maximum length of 3 units. And that's what this piece of code does. So the wrangle is set to run over a detail because we only want this to happen once, right? We don't want to do any of this in parallel. It has to all be in serial. So I created an empty list with no points in it, and then I have a for loop which will just loop over all the points from the second input. The first input is empty because I'm going to generate points. And then what I do is for every single point, create a new point, right? So mirror it and add that to that empty list that I have. Then as soon as the size of that list has become 3, right, because I want to have a maximum length of 3, I create a new primitive containing point number 0, point number 1, and point number 2, part of that list. So that now I have a primitive of with 3 points. Then I just empty out that list again, and it keeps doing that until it's run through every single point, giving me a nice set of primitives that have a width of maximum of 3, as you can see here. Then once we have that, we're going to measure the width of the primitives, which in this case will be either a value of 3 wide or 2 wide or 1 wide, which will then be mapped to an attribute value so that Houdini knows what piece of geometry to instantiate onto it, right? Essentially which desk to put on there, giving us this really cool looking result that we have here, which is a lot more interesting, if you recall from the previous slides, than this 1-by-1 desk that we would have everywhere. So this is another example of wave function collapse being used to generate original or initial data, and then using the built-in Houdini tools to do further processing on that to create more interesting output. Next up, we'll be looking at the cables. So most of the stuff in the level that got generated, it's all very grid-like, right? So I wanted to add a bit of organicness to it, right? Something that does not adhere to those rules of a grid. So I figured, why not create some cables that run from the computer cores to all the computers in the level. So imagine that you know in a gameplay scenario you'd have to disable all the computers or destroy them so that you can turn off the core, which would explode or something like that, right? So here we see a top-down version of that proxy geo that I work with inside of Houdini, where the black piece is the core, and we have cables running throughout the level, not intersecting with the desks, not intersecting with any other big objects, and it looking quite nicely. So how does that work? First of all, we once again create that proxy floor that we had before, that we used for the multi grid layer, multi-res grid. What we do is then per floor or per room, loop over it, where we have these big cells. What I then do is subdivide those so that we have more resolution to work with. Then I'm going to delete the boundary edges or the boundary primitives, 2 of them even, meaning that the cables won't be colliding with the walls of the room, because that's not wouldn't look very good, right? Then we take all of our desks that we have, and we're going to boolean that out of the floor that is still remaining. The reason I do that is because, once again, I don't want the cables to be running through the desk. I just want them to be running to the desk. I then delete everything except for the largest piece, once again using the delete small parts tool. Then I'm going to subdivide it again, and once again delete the boundary primitives so that we for sure won't be colliding with any of that. Next up, I just remesh it so that we have a more interesting looking topology, which will be used by the find shortest path in the next couple of operations. Then I take all the edges that collide with the desks, right? Because we want to scatter some points on them, because we want to have some target points to where the cables will be running to. We then also instantiate a point to where the core is, right? So that would be over here. And then we plug that into the find shortest path SOP, which essentially just takes in a starting point and an end point, and then it just creates a polygon that goes over the surface, right? Over the floor surface to the endpoints, giving us these cool looking shapes which you could interpret as cables. Then once we have that, we take our collision objects once again to make sure that we won't have any weird collisions. We plug that into the Vellum detangle SOP, and that will try and detangle the cables. It could do a much better job than this, of course, but I was fine having some overlapping cables because it just looked a lot cooler. We then do that for all the rooms, giving us lots of cables instead of a level. Next up, lights. A level, of course, also needs lights, because otherwise it's dark and you can't see anything, which is not very useful. So for that, I decided to use something called quad trees. So Antagma has a really cool tutorial online showing you how to use that to create cool looking art. I decided to do something else with it. I decided that you can use this to optimize light placement, because wherever you can have a big quad like here, you can basically have one light, and wherever you have multiple or high frequency of grids next to each other, you would need to have more lights, right? Because there is more detail there, because that's what the algorithm concluded. So how does that work? It's basically just 2 nested for each loops and a wrangle and a subdivide node and an input. So what do we start with to get this output? First, I need to explain what it is. A quad tree derives from the idea of dividing a square area into smaller squares. So looking back at this input here, or the image on the left side, is a bit bigger and therefore easier to understand. But imagine if you were to voxelize the 2D level that you see on the right side. So imagine that just being a 2D shape into equal size voxels. That would be quite a waste of voxels, because if we were to place a light in every single centroid of those voxels, we'd have a lot of lights which isn't necessarily required or necessary in the big center of the level where we could just place one or perhaps two lights. So instead, what we want to achieve is have bigger voxels in the center and smaller voxels where we need more detail. In this case, the detail, I just want it to be near the walls because I want those to be properly lit. But we could also, of course, plug in objects inside of the level, and then we would also see more detail around those levels. So it's basically an optimization algorithm to compress data, so to speak, right? So how do we take that and implement that in code? Well, once again, we write a little bit of vex. So we're going to loop over every single primitive in here and keep subdividing it until we've achieved a certain rule, right? In this case, we're going to check if the centroid distance, right, for every single primitive that we're looping over, if the distance to the target geometry, which is any point on this white outline that we have, is smaller than the threshold that we have. If so, subdivide it. So first thing, we take our input level or shape, we resample that, then we overlay that with our input geometry, which in this case is just this quad grid, and then we're going to loop over all of these primitives until they've achieved this rule here, and we stop subdividing them. So doing that multiple times will, as you can see, subdivide the quads that are close to the output lines of the level. Because as you can see here, we're going to take a look at the size of the primitive that we're looping over. We're then going to scale that a bit by a scalar that the user can specify. And then we're going to check if we can find a point on the outline that is closer than that threshold that we've specified, right? If there is no point closer than this threshold, we won't find a point, meaning we won't subdivide. But if we do find one, we will subdivide it, giving us this really cool structure where we can just extract the centroids and then copy over points onto that. So there we go. We have our outline of our object. These are the results of that quad tree result. We then group all of that using the bounding object of the level. Delete everything that falls outside of the level. There's no point putting lights outside of a level. And then what we do is we just plug it into a fuse SOP where we set the fuse distance to be a certain value, to be the maximum or the minimum distance we want to have between the lights, cleaning this up a bit more and therefore reducing overlaps of lights themselves. Last piece, we'll be looking at PDG. So we've seen it used throughout the presentation for all sorts of purposes, main one being wedging and learning how parameter values affect the output. But I wanted to take a specific look at one of the new labs tools that we've added to PDG, which allows us to refine our wedging workflow a little bit. So imagine that we've played around with the seed value of the level structure, right, giving us all these different sort of bodies of levels. But then we're going to handpick a couple of them. So for example, this one and that one, and we want to tweak them a bit more. Then what we can do is we can use this new labs tool called filter by value, where we're going to say of all these wedges that are incoming, let's say we have these 15 levels, we only want to keep the 3 values that we like, so level with the value of 141628 and this one, and then we're going to generate variations of the content of that just for these levels, meaning that we'll only get variations of those hand-picked or cherry-picked levels because we simply like them. Besides, looking at output images, you can of course also go inside of the topnet itself and just click on the work items, setting those parameter values for ourselves. We then have our sample image, which we'll also plug into the tool. And then to test that inside of Unity, we just drag our HDA into the hierarchy of the level. We wait for it to cook and instantiate, the thousands of objects that it's generating. And there we go. We now have a fully functional level with gameplay scripts, with all the art, with collision, with sound, with light, lots more, all placed by that simple HDA. And we just hit play, and we now have a gameplay scenario of that level, which is literally just a Photoshop file that the algorithm is used to generate a variation of it, right? It's not even that sample image we created. It simply extracted rules from that image. And then by hitting play, we can walk around in our level. And then if we don't quite like that level, we can, of course, always change the parameter value of, let's say, the seed to be a value that we cherry-picked from our images that we generated previously. And there we go. We now have a completely new level with different looking results. The levels in this example, in this video, don't look quite as great. This was before I started tweaking the actual sample image, but this was just a really nice video I recorded earlier on to demonstrate the sort of workflow. Then afterwards, we just created a wedging all the content seeds, giving us all these different layouts in those 3 hand-picked levels that we generated. That was it for a presentation. I just wanted to give a quick summary before we shut down of what it is we did in this project, the innovations, the sort of things we explored, and the things we did with it. So in terms of PDG, we use PDG for parameter learning, which is also something you can apply for example, machine learning or for your own HDAs. It's a really great way of learning how a certain parameter affects the output of your HDA or your tool. We can use PDG for scalability. We can tell PDG to literally take this tool that I have and generate thousands of versions of it. I use it for level design, for level generation, right? Give me 1,000 levels. We also enhanced the wedging workflow a little bit with that HDA that allows you to cherry pick wedges. For the wave function collapse algorithm, we implemented an open source version of it, which allows you to extend it, modify it, learn from it, do whatever you want with it. You can use it for data generation, bitmap generation, level generation, geometry generation, whatever you want with it. I also extended it with this idea of a multi-res grid, right, where we can generate a wave function collapse solve inside of a wave function collapse solve, similar to something like Inception. We showed how you can use Python states to create a more interactive version of a tool to enhance the user experience. We then also showed how you can use any of the giant amount of Houdini solves to extend what you do with this algorithm, right? So wave function collapse is just another tool inside of Houdini that you can use to refine, this data. You can use them to generate more data from that, like we saw with the cables, for example. We saw how we can use quad trees for optimal light placement. Of course, it's a very rough implementation currently, but you can refine it to be a lot more precise or a lot more interesting. We saw how you can use find shortest path and Vellum to either generate and detangle the cables. And we also saw how you can use this tool that you created in Houdini inside of an engine, like, for example, Unity, using the Houdini engine plugin, meaning it's easy deployment. And once again, it works in any plugin, right? So I could take this same project and drop it into Unreal or any other engine like Lumberyard, for example, to generate the exact same thing. So we only need to create this tool and workflow once, and then we can deploy many. And that's it. Thank you for listening, and I hope this was interesting and entertaining for you. If you have any comments or follow-ups, please reach out to us. We'd love to hear what you think of it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Paul. Very, very cool presentation. Great to see so many familiar faces, or at least names, on the chat. Thanks for asking all those awesome questions and providing all kinds of great feedback. The labs tools team would love to see the tools being used even more. So use them. Go to SideFX.com to find out more information about the labs tools and provide feedback on the Discord or directly to the team. Let's do a t-shirt giveaway. So looking for the protagonist's name in the video game control. So post it in the chat. Next up, we've got Patrick Avena, who's going to join us. Let's pull him in here. Hey, Patrick, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Good afternoon.
let's swap up the screens just for one sec. This. And, okay. How you doing over there? Where are you calling in from?
Doing good. I am in Brooklyn, in New York City.
Cool. So are you guys working from home, or what's the...
Yeah, definitely working from home, like I think most of the rest of the world right now. Yeah, luckily with game development, it's not too terribly difficult to work remotely, so it's working out.
Yeah, cool. What's your Houdini history? How did you find Houdini? How did you discover it?
Yeah, so my background spent about the last decade as a 3D journalist working in advertising and commercials. And I always saw like Houdini, like effects artists, kind of like over my shoulder in like different studios that I worked in. I was always super interested in it. And then I made the switch over to GameDev a couple years ago. And I started, just had a need like on our project for some effects. I started using it that way, and then got into a little more, a couple other like kind of challenges that we had, and I decided to delve deeper. And so I'm definitely like more of a kind of an intermediate artist. But this is a project that we should go to the first commercial project that I worked with Houdini on. But yeah, it was really, really awesome to finally get into it.
Right on. What's your presentation on today?
So the presentation is on procedural modeling for grid-based games. So our game that we released last fall, it's called Dodo Peak. It's a classic arcade like isometric platformer. For those that are familiar with Qbert, which is so it basically takes place on a grid. So one of the challenges was how we can get interesting level detail and seamlessly flow the detail from one grid to another. So ultimately, we developed a really simple technique that we did in Houdini and Unreal Engine, and that's basically what the talk's on today.
Cool, man. Well, let's get into it.
Awesome.
Let's do it.
Hi, my name is Patrick Macavina, and welcome to my presentation, Procedural Modeling for Grid-Based Games. Really excited to share with everyone today some really pretty straightforward and simple techniques, but that are super powerful that we used on our game Dodo Peak in Houdini to generate some level assets for our grid-based games. So before I get into it here, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about myself and the project. I'm one of the co-founders of Moving Pieces Interactive, which is a small independent game studio in New York City. We've been around for about a year so far, and our first and current project is called Dodo Peak, which is a grid-based isometric platformer. It's very similar to Frogger meets Qbert. Takes place on this kind of tropical world, and your goal is to save dodos from extinction. But the important part here is the way that the movement system works, which is very much like Qbert for those that are familiar with it, which is sort of a grid-based movement system. So Dodo Peak is currently out on Apple Arcade. We released it back in last fall, and then we're coming out on Nintendo Switch this summer. And then before working in games, I spent about a decade working as a 3D artist on TV and commercials. And to give you a little more context about me as a Houdini user, I'm actually pretty new to Houdini, so I think one of the cool parts about this whole technique that I'm going to walk you guys through is that it's a super accessible technique, but it's really powerful. And those of you that are thinking about maybe using Houdini for your first project, I think this is a really, really good technique to potentially learn about and start with. As this is the first project that I ever used Houdini on, it was actually really straightforward and easy to get into for our purposes. So just a little more context there. I wanted to show you guys a little gameplay trailer of Dodo Peak to kind of show you a little bit more about the grid-based movement system that I was referring to. All right, here's the gameplay trailer. Cool, so hopefully that gave you guys a little more context as to what we're going to be talking through today. To give you guys a kind of high-level overview of what we're going to be covering, we're going to be walking you through Houdini and basically how we use to generate the level art for our isometric grid-based game. And we used Unreal Engine, but this technique, obviously you could totally do it in Unity or any other game engine that you might be using for your own particular projects. We're going to be covering basically how to automatically export 3D grid data from Unreal and importing it into Houdini and generating our fully realized procedural modeling assets there, and using a very straightforward and simple technique. To give you guys a little more background about myself as a Houdini user, I'm pretty new to Houdini. This is actually the first project that we've ever shipped using Houdini. So I think for those of you that might be watching that are new or might be wanting to use Houdini for your own projects, I think that this might be a good video for you to watch, and I'm hoping that you'll see that the takeaway here is this is a very simple and straightforward technique. Like a lot of things you can do in Houdini, it's super, super powerful, super flexible, and even if you're more of an advanced user, I hope you take away some new techniques and learnings from this talk as well. To go into a little bit of like pre-production that we did and some project-specific challenges, on the right here is some concept art that our director Max made featuring our desert world. So one of the really important aspects that we wanted, a lot of grid-based games, for example, obviously like Qbert was made in the 80s, so they didn't have 3D models. But one thing that we really wanted, we wanted the world to feel connected and cohesive. So we really wanted details to flow from one grid to another. If you can kind of see these dark dots here, we use those as visual indicators to communicate to the player, you know, that you're on a grid and that you can hop from square to square. And in terms of like the layout of the grid, it's very mathematically simple. Every grid is separated by 100 Unreal units, and then up in the Y position, it's normally do about 50 units or multiples of that, depending on the layout for that particular level. And the kind of the pipeline and the workflow here is we basically wanted to let the level artists work in Unreal using just just focusing on the level design and not really have to worry about the any sort of aesthetic look. So we knew we wanted them to basically just only work in Unreal and just do their level layout there. And we knew that hand modeling each of these levels was not going to be feasible, considering how small of a team we are and we have limited resources. And I think a lot of folks can relate to that. So we knew that we were going to have to figure out a procedural approach based on the level artist's layout as needed. Yeah, to get into the next step of the process here, the first challenge that we had to figure out was how to get the grid data from Unreal and into Houdini. And luckily, Unreal has really great Python support. So our programmer, technical director, Kyle, made a really awesome script that basically any actor that you have selected will get its point position exported out. And the way it works is you basically select all of the actors that you want. So we go through here, we select all of our grid cubes, deselecting any ones we don't want. We run that script that just loops through all the selected actors, exports each one as a point or vertex, and ultimately we export an OBJ file containing all of those vertices in one file. So high-level overview of the process in Houdini. So we export all those point positions from Unreal, and then from there we recreate our basic level layout in Houdini. And then the gist of this technique is it's basically just a simple Boolean operation, and there's just a lot of little things throughout the process. But so the first thing that really dictates the look of the model itself is we create a piece, what I call a cutter geometry, which basically is just a simple phrase for the piece of geometry that cuts the other one out. So we're not going to get into how the look development for that piece of cutter geometry per se today, but if you have any questions on that particularly, at the end of the presentation, I'm gonna have a link to my Twitter below, and any questions or thoughts or anything, feel free to reach out to me there. But basically how we created the cutter geometry was we used a series of point vops and kind of manipulated a grid to kind of get the look that we wanted. It's pretty straightforward. And then again, the whole basically gist of this technique is since this is a grid system, we're gonna loop through every Y position in that grid. We're gonna take our piece of cutter geometry and we're just gonna do a Boolean, and we're gonna save that piece of geo and just layer on top until we've essentially looped through all of the layers in our grid to generate our final mesh. So once we have that point position data exported into an OBJ file from Unreal, we're going to start bringing that into Houdini, and we're going to break it up here into a step-by-step process to generate our procedural geometry. So the first step in the process is we're going to import that OBJ that we exported from Unreal, and then we're going to orient it in Houdini properly, just using a simple transform node. You can see all the points from our exported OBJ file here in the Houdini viewport. The next important step that we're going to do is we're going to take every Y position of every point, and we're going to create a custom attribute, just basically copying that Y position into a custom attribute called Y position. And what that's going to allow us to do, we're going to get into that a little bit more later, but since we are working with a grid system, you can kind of imagine layers here. So layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, layer 4. We're going to use that custom attribute Y position later to basically sort through every layer and do all of our modifications there as needed. So once we have that custom attribute created, we're just basically going to use a simple grid primitive, and then we're going to copy that grid primitive to each point from our point data from Unreal, and then we're basically going to get essentially the same layout that we have in Unreal represented by all of our grid squares. And then the next step is instead of just having single-sided geometry, we're going to first clean that up using a simple fuse node. Then we're going to subdivide and extrude and bevel geometry as needed to ultimately get the desired look. Yep, and here it is basically extruded and beveled and kind of all ready to go for the next step in the process. You can also see here you basically see the Y position attribute that we made. We're going to get into that in just a second here. And then the next step in the process is we're going to, now that we have primitives and not just point positions, we're going to promote that point attribute to a detail attribute, which we're then going to use. So once we have that attribute promoted, we're going to basically sort every layer of our grid based on its Y position. And we're going to use a simple connectivity node, partition node, and name node just to kind of clean that up. And here's basically our, looking in our geometry spreadsheet here, you can see what we've done. We've basically said, oh, are you in group one? Are you in group one because you have the same Y position, yes or no? And then we basically are going to take that information and then we're going to sort it out. So every primitive is going to be basically in its own group. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4, and so on and so forth. So once that's done, we're basically all set up to get into the bread and butter of this technique, which is basically a for each loop. So we're basically going to sort through every layer of our grid. We're going to use a for each loop, and then we're going to perform our Boolean operation on every layer using our piece of cutter geometry. Kind of see this for each loop structure here, and then basically we're going to take that Y position and we're going to move the piece of cutter geometry to correspond to that Y position. So we're basically going to move it to the correct position for every grid layer, and then we're just going to keep looping and doing our Boolean operations until we end up with our end result here, which is basically for each loop, all of our Boolean operations, and once we get down there, we're just going to do a couple more operations here. We're going to do a polyreduce. We're going to just clean up the normals a bit, and we are going to do just a simple UV unwrap. To show you a little bit of the piece of cutter geometry that we used, going to just scrub through here. So this is just an example of, this is our sand world. You can kind of see these like sand outlines that we made. So again, we're basically using a for each loop where every layer we're positioning this this piece of geometry down, and we're doing a Boolean operation and cutting it out of every grid layer. And again, the end result is basically just like this. So that's the pretty straightforward and simple approach within Houdini. Then we're going to get into the final step, which is after we basically exported this piece of geometry as an FBX, we're then going to bring it back into Unreal. We're just going to do a simple import. And basically one thing we did in our specific pipeline was every grid, which basically had a series of collision data and also any kind of game logic on it, and then a static mesh just for basic prototyping within the level. And then we basically turn off the visibility or basically blow out the reference to the static mesh so there's no draw call there. And then we, once we have our geometry from Houdini imported, we basically just drag and drop it into our level, zero it out, and then that's basically it. And we're pretty much good to go from there. This is just taking a look at the piece of finished geometry in the Unreal viewport, and yeah, that's the basic technique, guys. And a couple advantages to this technique that we discovered along the way were obviously the first one, which was really important, and one of the main reasons that we try to go down this path was since this game is out on mobile. Draw calls are obviously a super important thing. So if we had, let's say some levels you might have 200 or 300 different grid squares in there. That's 200 or 300 different draw calls. And then basically, instead of baking all of that down, we basically just export the point data to Houdini. We do our magic there, and then we end up with one or two pieces of geometry, which is going to drastically reduce the scene complexity and just make for a much more optimized level. Another advantage to this technique, as opposed to doing something like hand modeling, is we're going to have a consistent look across all of our levels, which is really great and one less thing that we have to worry about. Another thing is this technique, as I was saying before, it's super simple, but really powerful. It's easily modifiable and expandable. Some of our later worlds that we did for more recent content updates, we did a lot of different layering, and we played with the look quite a bit, and basically just layered on this super straightforward and simple technique. And again, lastly, I think one of the great takeaways here is also how simple this is to implement, and even if you're new to Houdini like myself, you can kind of use this really straightforward operation, and you can kind of adapt it into a myriad of different needs. Um, so yeah, thank you guys so much for listening to my talk on procedural generation for grid-based games. Again, my name is Patrick McAvina. If you guys have any other follow-up questions or anything at all, feel free to reach out to me on twitter.com/palebluemotion. And wanted to thank Houdini for letting me chat with everybody today and share with everyone the insides of the project that we worked on. And yeah, thanks so much. All right, talk to you guys later. Bye.
Thank you, Patrick. That was awesome. It's really it's so inspiring to have everybody sharing their information, and we love facilitating that in any way we can, including this Hive today and tomorrow. So thanks again, Patrick. Really cool, and thanks for being part of the chat. And so we've got a 1 hour break. I guess maybe a bit more than an hour and 10. We'll be back at 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. With Jerome Hareng from Virtuos, who's going to be talking about Age of Empires 2. So we'll see you shortly. Hey, welcome back, everybody. We had a quick break there for an hour and 10 minutes, but we're back online, and we're going to head right into the next presenter. Let me get this in here.
I'm not sure it's work. I didn't see you on YouTube. Ah, yes.
No, there we go, and then we're going to pull you there, and then there we go. So welcome. How you doing over there? So first of all, tell us where you're calling in from.
I'm calling from Vietnam. It's actually 3 a.m. here.
Wow. So thank you on behalf of the Houdini community. That's awesome that you're able to stay up and join us all the way from across the world. Give us a little bit of background. Tell us about yourself.
About Houdini, I started Houdini when I was working in the film industry about 7 years ago. I was specialized in the FX department with since several years at this moment using another DCC software, and it took me a little bit of a while to get comfortable using Houdini in production. And but really quickly I appreciate the proceduralism approach and the fact that there is almost no black box within Houdini.
Yeah.
And you can almost dive into each single node and understand how things work. So that's give you a feeling of like limitless environment to work with. So I really love that.
So have you always been on the game side or more on the film side first?
That's like about a year ago that we switched to the game. For our work on Age of Empire, it's a little bit an hybrid pipeline because it's mostly more related to pre-render pipeline because we just actually render image sprite that are using into a game. But yeah, recently, since a year, we use extensively Houdini in Unreal or in Unity, and yeah, we do a lot of cool stuff.
And what would you say are the top advantages of Houdini for GameDev, having been on the other side and now on the game side?
The advantage is, I mean, we are using for game. We mostly use it for procedural assets, and that's in terms of cost for what we can offer for client is like the flexibility. We can just create one procedural asset and they can duplicate and they can create 1,000 variation of it. So that's really a good benefit. And after the other side is more like traditional, like using Houdini to create like volumetric simulation and baking them into sprite sheets. So this is a little bit more a classic approach, like it's take time. It's not really real time, I would say, but I prefer using HDA right into game engine. That's offer a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, cool. So just give us a quick tee up on your presentation today. What are you going to be talking about?
Okay, but we are talking about our destruction work on Age of Empire 2. So when the project pops up, we know that the volume of destruction was huge. And my Houdini team was still junior. So I know that I will have to create a robust tool which can bring the original building from 3ds Max as an input and processes all the way down to create the end destruction procedurally. Then I think it was smarter to teach my team how to use this tool more than teaching them how to use Houdini in depth. And that was working at the end. So I just give you some highlight. I don't go into detail, but I just share some highlight of the process that we were using.
Right on. Well, let's jump in. Looking forward to seeing it, and we'll see you in the group chat.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jérôme Héron. I'm the VFX supervisor at Virtuos Parks in Vietnam. And me and my team was in charge of doing the destruction for the game Age of Empires 2. And we have to come up with a tool to handle the destruction that allow consistency, because we have like more than 800 buildings to destroy, and we need some kind of consistency in terms of behavior, weight, speed, and the way that we fracture the building, so they all look different, but following some similar rule. So I would like to show you a little bit an overview of our tool. So this is one of the buildings made at Sparks by our asset team. So here we create an Houdini digital asset to handle the destruction process, and we expose some parameters to facilitate its utilization. Once the process and pipeline was mature enough, we didn't have to change much those parameters to get the final result. That way we were sure to provide consistency in the destruction behavior across the different buildings that we was working on. I will not go too much in the detail of these parameters, but I will give you an overview of the process we was using in the production of Age of Empires 2. First, the modeling was done in 3ds Max, and we have some material and material ID assigned to the geometry, and we have a script that write the path of the material ID on the geometry, and we export the whole geometry after in Alembic. So our tool read an Alembic file, and this is how the tool look like. And I will go through a different process that we was using. So first of all, we have a little bit of error checking that we do at the beginning to check if we don't have, because all our geometry need to have a certain volume to be fractured. So we check if we don't have any flat object, and to report for the asset team. And after, actually, most of the work is a preparation work where we need to link some group to a type of material. So, as I told you, we define a path attribute that define the type of material, and that was really handy for us to pick which type of material we need. So, for instance, here, this is how we were selecting we pick by attribute path, and you can see that here it's really easy. When I pick the wood, it will select all the geometry that have the wood material assigned to it. Or here is for the stone and some other materials. So that was kind of easy. So we can just pick and hit enter, and it will auto-select and put into the correct group. Well, so this building don't have a stash. This one is a group for the stash roof. I will come to that later, but we have several buildings that have a stash roof, and it was a challenge to incorporate that into the simulation. So we have what we separate, what we specify in terms of material, because after that we drive the behavior later on in the setup. So we have stash, we have wood, all the vegetation that need to, mostly the vegetation was like ivy, stuff like that need to follow the closest geometry, because it was a lot of piece and does give us a satisfying result. We have grass, mostly grass like that, some little grass, and usually we just they just sink in the ground. We don't need specific things. Complex model is for all the model that sometimes we have like animation, so like for the unit, especially when we have to incorporate with the animation of a character that is dying, or if we want to, like also for some other unit, we have to animate by hand the wheel. So we incorporate this animation into what we call complex model. We have the group FEM that is handling like all the close simulation was mostly handled by FEM simulation. And we did a few simulation using PopGrain for some. We did some tiering, especially this building. We did some tiering on the close, but we cannot do that on all the building because it was a bit time consuming. We have a group that is just about collider. They will not be piped into the simulation. They will just be treated as a collider. Group solid is for mostly all the objects that are like metal. They will be fractured to have a correct model of collision, but they will not break. They will remain intact, but they will be in the simulation as well. So after we can check the result of the different material group. So here we have all the wood. Here, the FEM that will be piped in the FEM system, the rest of the building, and each material have a color that refers to a part of the system to see exactly where things will go. I would like to show you a little bit the process to break the wood. So we want some specificity for the wood is to create a long shard when it breaks, and the technique in Houdini is to squeeze the geometry in one axis, do the Voronoi, and squeeze back at its original position. So this stretch the Voronoi and create the look with the long shard. The problem here is that each piece of wood could have different orientation. So we have to find a way to have a consistent orientation to apply a procedural method to create the shard. So I will show you a little bit how this works. So we run a for each piece of wood, and we actually create an oriented bounding box. We measure the size of the face, and we sort them by this area, and we keep the biggest one. And actually we use the number of this face to create a matrix. And this matrix will help us to move to the center of the world and orient them always to the y-axis. So after we can apply the same method for each wood, which consists on, I told you, squeezing, do the Voronoi, squeeze them back. So now we have the long shard that we was looking for. In parallel of this setup, we also create a bounding box that we Voronoi with a lower number of pieces here. And we do that in parallel, and we merge them together back at their origin. Yes, yeah, this point prop bring back the object after they was actually in the center of the world, bring them back to their original position. So yeah, at the end of this for each, we export the original geometry that has been fractured here and its bounding box with the Voronoi. And I will explain you just after why we create this bounding box with the Voronoi. It's actually to create the clustering, because we don't want to pipe the whole piece of wood like that with a lot of shard into the simulation. We want to create some clusters, some group of pieces, piece of shard that will stick together. And to do so, we run through. So here in one side, we just keep the wood. On the other side, we just keep the bounding box. And for each cells of the bounding box where we apply the cluster, here, like here, for these cells, we will create a group. Oops, sorry. So here is our wood, and we will create a group with the shard that are contained within this cluster, and just keep it. We keep this one, and after we create a constraint, unbreakable constraint for this group of shard here, and we do that for all the piece. Yeah, so That's allow us to create some group of shards, and you can see the result. Yeah, here. Yeah. So this is after the clustering. So now it will become less messy when the woods break, because we cluster the group of shards together, and it will give us a better look for how the wood should break in our simulation. I would like to show you the destruction process for the building part. So this is not super complex. Everything is going in a for each loop for each object, and at the end we get the result of the Voronoi. We did just a couple of little things, like here for each object we measure their area, their size actually, and we just break the objects that are above a certain size. The small object, we leave them intact, and we spot them in red, as you can see here. All the teeny objects, we don't need to break them, and they will be piped in the simulation as they are. So once we fracture the different elements, we merge them together again, and we will take care of the constraint system for the glue constraint that hold all the pieces together. So to direct to choose the way that we break those constraints, so we generate the constraint here. That will be piped in a glue constraint system, but we need to break those constraints to create some interesting event. So one part of the building will start to fall apart first, and another part after. So this create different timing. So we need to delete those constraints over the time, but with some interesting patterns. So we use a noise pattern inside this this point VOP, just a turbulent noise that drives the color. And as you can see, when the constraints are white, they are intact, and when they turn black, they will be removed. On the other hand, we have another system that is a propagation system. So we have a base color for all the building, and another color just for the starting point of the propagation system. So this is easy. We can just pick up the starting point of the propagation. Like actually what I did here was good, here and here, for instance. And we hit enter. And now it's piping the solver that will handle the propagation of the color through the constraint system. And after here we mix the different method, and you can see the result here, how we break those constraints over the time. So it gives the building a better look. It's like less boring, like all the building crumble in the same time. We have some part that crumble first and the rest later. So we have always something interesting to look at. But the problem, like if we remove all the constraints, is the whole building can become a mess quickly. So we also integrate a system of clustering, which allow us to, like you can see here, that allows us to keep some part of the building intact at the end, to be to have a better and interesting behavior. So in this part, we could select the object based on their connectivity. And we could define also our direct and say, okay, I want this piece of the building to remain intact, to be a little bit more interesting, keep some corner. enter. So we can isolate like that the piece that we don't want to break, and we generate constraint for that, and they will be piped in the rest of the constraint network. So once we set the constraint, the behavior of the constraint that's not supposed to break, we are good to sim our building, and the simulation is nothing really special. We have here all the constraint network. So we run our sim with a bullet solver, and we just separate the object that will be active from the static one. So nothing really special here. And after we export our simulation as a point, yeah, here we just export point that represent each pieces. And from the other side, we have our building where we can do a little bit of cleanup. We could upraise before we animate them using the transform pieces. So here is an example of the behavior of the wood, how the building breaks. And actually, I would like to talk a little bit about the stash roof, because we have several buildings that have stash roof, and it's made with like thousands of objects that are penetrating each other. So it's a nightmare to pipe that into a simulation system. So we have to come up with a solution to handle the specific case of the stash roof. I will show you. Here I chose another building that have a stash roof. So this is the section of the setup that take care of the stash roof. So the concept is actually on one side we keep the stash as they are. On the other side, we are using VDB from Polygon. We generate a volume that represents that contain actually our stash roof, and basically we Voronoi it. Yeah, we Voronoi the stash roof, the proxy of the stash roof, and after that we just transfer the name. Actually, this object will be piped into the simulation, and we now transfer the name of our simple geometry to the name of the packed, the tiny element of the stash roof that we also pack into single object. So it's about, you can see 50,000 packet primitives, so that it's a lot, and our proxy just contain 10,000 unpack, well, just 61 pieces to simulate. If you can see here, this is in exploded view the different pieces that compose our proxy model of the stash roof. And here, when we transfer, we can also later on, when we will use the transform pieces, we will actually use the data from the proxy to animate the high-res version of the stash roof. So each of these pieces will follow the animation of the low-res version. The other part that I would like to discuss is the specific case of the dock. So we have several buildings that are above the water and need to sink in the water. So here also we define a specific behavior for the material that are assigned as wood, because wood is supposed to float a little bit in the water before it sinks completely. And for a time constraint, we need to find an easy solution to handle that and visually look right. So when we have to handle the water simulation, we actually activate an attribute in our digital asset, here, water simulation. And the magic happens in the .NET, here in this subsolver that we plug in the multi-solver with the bullet solver. And it's just here in this attribute angle where for each pieces we check if they are below the water level that we define. And if it's the case, we will just push them up on the y-axis with this attribute. And the fit here is like more they are deep in the water, more we will push them hard. And but this attribute is actually reducing over the time because we remove another attribute called in water, and this in water increase over the time by 0.1. Here you can see the water absorption rate that is increased by 0.1 when it's inside the water, and if it's not in the water, it will just increase by half its value. But slowly, this attribute start at 0 and will reach 4. So that will neutralize the push water effect, and that will let the object sink in the water. So that give us the good this nice ripple effect when the piece sink and get push again and sink and push again, and slowly it didn't have the push effect anymore and it sink completely in the water. So yeah, we reached the end of the pipeline for our system. So once the simulation is done, we actually separate the outside face that was the original visuometry that we pipe into our system, and the inside face that was the new face generating by the fracturing process. And we export to Alembic export for 3ds Max for rendering. We have a couple of check if we don't miss UV, if we have the correct path, because that will be important to reassign the material back in 3ds Max. And that's it. Last but not least, I would like to say a big thanks for my team lead, Lynn, and the team member who participate in the evolution of the tool along the production. Thanks for watching.
For training, TV director, practice.
Crazy. So first of all, thank you, Jerome, for putting that presentation together. Really, really cool stuff. And next up, we've got Thomas here from Ubisoft. Thomas Tobin. Howdy.
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Where are you calling in from?
I'm in Montreal right now.
Yeah. And working from home.
Yes. Yeah. A whole of Ubisoft is work from home. So that's an interesting problem to solve.
Yeah. No kidding. I mean, the good news is that there's just so many people playing games, including a lot of the Ubisoft games, that there must be a real pull on you guys to keep making sure that you're still working and working as fast and as productive as ever.
Yeah, you really have to try and keep up the same, almost the workflow and the speed that you had before. And so a lot of that is meetings or however you can try and facilitate that.
Yeah. Cool. Well, tell us a little bit about your journey in Houdini, the early days to now.
Well, I started learning Houdini, actually, day one was when I interned for SideFX, so that was about 2 years ago. And it was, how fast can you learn Houdini? So
here in Toronto.
Yeah. So it was run into a brick wall for a couple of weeks. And I thought it was really interesting because the first week that I worked there, one of the developers said, hey, can I look at what you made? Just to see like how I actually started. And I showed him my node graph, and I had, 50 to 100 nodes to make a mountain and a couple other things. And he deleted every single node, placed down 4 nodes, and it looked the same. And so it was really that learning experience of, sure, you can get there eventually, but there's always going to be more efficient ways. You're always learning, which is what I really like. And now at Ubisoft, I'm going into pipeline tools and trying to automate a lot of the stuff with Houdini. So 2 years of every single day working with Houdini, you pick it up fairly fast.
Yeah, right on. And Ubisoft has been a real champion of Houdini use in GameDev.
Yeah, it's on almost all our productions they have someone now, so it's really good. And a lot of the codev, we can actually share our HDAs or share the content or the learning behind. So that's really good too.
Yeah. If people haven't seen already out there, we've got Ghost Recon. There was a great presentation by Benoit. There was a great presentation by Etienne Carrier on Far Cry 5. So Ubisoft has been just stellar at incorporating Houdini in the pipeline and really bringing their games to life using it. So looking forward to seeing your presentation. What are you going to talk about today?
Some of these are project agnostic, so I wanted to create some of the tools that we can actually transfer between projects. So that was a asset bank tool I made. I did a LOD tool that we're going to cover, and then a couple PDG experiments that I'm looking at now. And it's really just general tools that we could apply to any production at Ubisoft, and then I transfer them into the production mode now.
Cool. Well, let's have a look. I'll see you on the chat.
Hello, welcome to today's talk. Today I'm going to be covering some of the ways we handle a lot of our data at Ubisoft. I've created a couple HDAs to try and solve some of our pains. The talk will also be covering some of the troubles and some of the things I wish people told me along the way, but it was really just a learning journey for me, and I wanted to show you some of that. The final will be investigation into PDG, or Procedural Dependency Graph, and looking at some of the ways we are doing prop destruction or investigating how we can start working on automating all of our prop destruction pipeline. So today's schedule, I'll be covering Who Am I?, our data archiving pipeline, some of the Python pains I've gone through, learning Python of course, creating a custom LOD tool, and then finally a prop destruction workflow with PDG. So who am I? I'm Thomas Tobin. I teach at the Game Art Institute online, and there'll be a Houdini course coming out soon. I work at Ubisoft working on procedural tools and some of the ways to optimize artist pipelines. And finally, I used to intern at SideFX, and I created game pipelines or investigating different ways to work with Houdini in games. If you want to contact me, that's my email. So let's get started. A quick intro into HDAs. An HDA is a Houdini digital asset. Think of it as an encapsulation of a tool. For example, the first step is make a bowl. Then the HDA would be, can I turn this bowl into a cup? And you just have a couple parameters that allow you to change the bowl into a cup. The next step is you take the HDA and you link it to the next asset. So if we create a fry simulation, we can just scatter the fries, drop them into the bowl that you just previously created, and then finally take your RBD sim and simulate, for example, gravy on top. So we don't necessarily use it to create a procedural fry bowl, but let's cover some of the ways that you actually use these HDAs inside of games. At Ubisoft, we have a tool called Portfolio. Now, Portfolio allows us to share assets or any finished objects over any production of all of our games. So if you want to share a 3D model, a texture, material, animations, anything, you can upload your final asset onto the site, and you say these are the legal restrictions, these are your sharing restrictions, and from there you can then share with anyone within Ubisoft. This allows us to create more efficiently our games that we're working on. However, this can be a huge pain because sometimes it's asked at the end of the project, sometimes it's asked during, but hey, could you upload the assets you've been working on Portfolio? I'll cover some of the pains of why this is actually a painful process, because if you're working on a game that's been in production, for example, Rainbow Six Siege, which is 6 years right now, finding a source asset from the original Siege or something you worked on right when you started can be very difficult. I know since I started at Ubisoft 1 year ago, I've changed computer 3 times. So if I was asked to find a file that was, I don't know, from my first week here, that would probably not be possible. So the examples today I'm going to be showing are in Anvil. So that's the icon on the left. And we want to really take this as a tool that's project agnostic. I wanted to create tool sets that were not reliant on a single project and made sure that if you use Houdini as the core or as the fundamental base connection, you can go from any pipeline that we have or any tool or DCC into Houdini and output into whatever you want. So Houdini really was the connection here. Now, we have a 17-year-long license, so hopefully my tools don't die until then. So the main challenge was we need to create an asset bank of props. Now, for an asset bank, you need textures, you need the FBX with all of your textures assigned. You also need source renders, so you need a turnaround of that actual prop. And so you have to collect all of this data, making sure it's all the latest, and hopefully have a source file too. Now, just remember, it may come off as this is a little bit of a lazy task, and an artist should just have to do this. But when we walk through these steps, you'll find out there are a lot of small steps that you might accidentally mess up if you can't find the original file. And so we wanted to optimize or almost automate a lot of these steps and make it as easy as possible for an artist to extract data from whatever engine they're with. So today's examples will be with Rainbow Six Siege, and it will be on the map of Bank. For example, if you grab this APC truck, the first thing you want to say is, I want all of the APC truck. So you have to box select the APC truck. However, you've just accidentally selected the manhole and a puddle down below. But I don't know if anyone can actually tell me if I've selected the chairs inside, or the headlights, or even the glass. And so you may go through an entire extraction process, simply missing those objects and then having to go back. So this APC truck actually took 3 artists about 3 hours to extract because there were a lot of back and forth, and you'll find there's a lot of fiddly steps that were made like human mistakes along the way. Then we can use 3ds Max, and we have a tool called MaxHammer. MaxHammer allows us to extract assets from Anvil and port them into 3ds Max. You'll see, however, only the diffuse is assigned. So you have to go to the folder that contains that diffuse. However, you get a huge folder of all your previously extracted textures all in the same location. So trying to find this single file is really difficult in itself. You don't know what that texture is called, and you have to try and locate it. So you go back to Anvil, and you have a button that says Pick Textures. This allows you on each material to click Pick Texture, you click on the material, and it hopefully brings you to the textures. So now you can see that inside of Anvil we have all of our textures that you just picked, and luckily we have a Photoshop file. However, now you have to go through this Photoshop file, batch export your diffuse, your normal, your metallic, your glossiness, any type of data you have on it, and go back to 3ds Max and manually assign every single one. So we're done, and you set up that material. However, that was one material of many for this APC truck. This simple process of grabbing textures, reassigning them, and making sure you're selecting the exact same texture and you're not making any mistakes along the way, because if you do, while you render or if you actually upload this to Portfolio, someone that downloads this data later on, it may not match and they're actually not having a useful mesh that they can work off of, and you're making it more time consuming for them. The final step is renders. If we just do a simple turnaround in Anvil, you get your full PBR renders of in-game. However, this has a couple problems, because as you actually extract the asset, this is what the pure data looks like. The same APC truck is actually white, and that is because the diffuse is actually white on these, and an artist inside of Anvil has done the multiplication of another channel. So they've taken the white texture and multiplied it inside with a vertex color of gray, for example, or black. For each and every shader variant, you could have an artist doing any tweaks in engine, and that data is actually not on the original source data. So it's all lost information that isn't reflected. So if you show them this mesh, and you show them that it's black, and they end up downloading it, and it's white and looks completely different, there's going to be a problem there with reusing that asset. Finally, this is a view of every single FBX in the map of Bank. So you have to do that simple process over every single one of these FBXs over, for example, 13 maps. So there has to be an alternative, we thought, and maybe there is, but Ubisoft is such a large company that we just haven't found one yet, and so this was kind of the process. the first thing I wanted to look at was extraction. Now, extraction, as I mentioned before, was difficult because we needed to ensure that you grabbed the exact objects and made sure that you actually had the source file. So we work with a team at Ubisoft called Helix. Now, Helix is an internal team that allows them to extract, or they can work with any engine within Ubisoft that they're integrated with and extract the data or use it in different ways. For example, marketing content or anything else like that. So we asked them, hey, could you extract bank, for example? And this view, again, is every single FBX inside of bank. Now, you also get the entire map dumped as textures and 3 JSONs. Now, we use these 3 JSONs to basically use them as Lego instructions to reconstruct all of that map data. For example, geometry says this is where these props are located, so we can exactly know where all the instances are in the map. Lot 0 says, hey, I am this prop, this is where my LODs are located, and this is my setup on this specific prop. Finally, materials explains this is all the parameters, all the changes an artist has made in engine, and this is exactly how you can reconstruct the anvil shader, for example. So that led us to the next step. We have all of the raw data on disk now. We don't have to go through the extraction process. We just need to fake all of this extraction. For example, if you start with this APC truck, the first step I wanted to fix was the actual selection process. When I select this APC truck, for example, I didn't want to have to box select, hopefully grab everything, because I know that they follow the naming convention. So when I clicked just on the tire and the car body, and I hit Control C, luckily for me, but of course by design, we got these 2 strings. When I saw this, I saw Gen Exterior Vehicle, Car APC Base, and Car APC Tire. This was super useful for me because I just had to strip away any of the naming convention and find Car APC Base, Car APC Tire. Now, the first part of my tool was Fuzzy Wuzzy. I just had to take Car APC, run this through Fuzzy Wuzzy, find any potential matches, and bring them into Houdini. This basically took out the entire process of selecting Car APC, I don't know, window, Car APC, headlights, Car APC, anything. And it just allowed me to just search Car APC and find 50% of the matches, 60%, and try and find most of them using a fuzzy search. Now, this is a common Python library you can find here. So the first step was generating geo. I needed to find out how can I extract anything from my clipboard. And then, from there, I just have to read the JSON and reconstruct it. So the library I chose was C-types. Now, this is a common code library you can find online. You can just go to Stack Overflow. And the simple code block, which I use all the time now, simply just grabs whatever is in the user's clipboard, closes it, so I don't have to worry about any of that code. And from there, I can then just say, search that specific string. So in this case, I just use Car APC Base from that. And from there, I get all of the instances of Car APC Base. However, you can see with Fuzzy Wuzzy, because the brigades or the actual barricades here have something to do with Car APC in their naming scheme. Maybe it's close enough, maybe it's just within the limit, I actually get them. So there's a reason I have all the instances. I could have just said, I want this specific instance that you've selected. However, if you look at some of the props we'll look at later on, each artist has placed them differently, and you can choose an even better layout of the prop. So having all the instances inside of Houdini allows me to choose the best instance, or the best setup of each one I want, and so it doesn't matter that I have some extra props in the selection process here. The next function I needed to work on was gather and delete. I just had to say, you select inside of Houdini, I want this and this prop, and then I can just delete and clean out everything else. The next step was centering out the object. This was interesting because a lot of the objects use instances. For example, the tires are a single FBX that are instance over all of the tire positions. So I needed to take the entire object matrix and ensure that the entire bounding box and everything could be centered out and put in the center of 0, 0. Otherwise, it would just be floating in the scene randomly and wouldn't be at 0, 0 in the scene. And the final step was save and collate. I needed to collect all the textures, everything, all the data from the JSONs, match it all within the Houdini instances, and put that together. So let's see what that looked like. The first step was generate geo. So I have everything copied. I just generate straight away. I have the meshes in Houdini. There's no delay now because I already have all of the raw data on disk. From there, I just say I just want this truck and save and collate, and I'm done. I actually have a saving check there, and then finally I have save and collate, and we're done here. This renders this image. Now, inside of Houdini, we're using Matra to render this image, but we run into a couple problems here. The main problem was the shaders do not know if they're a transparent shader or what type of object they are. And so an alpha decal may be rendered as translucent, not translucent, or a cutout shader. And so this was a problem because if I do not know what type of shader I am, it can't render it specifically how it should be rendered. The next problem was time. Now, Matra is used for film for very high quality renders. However, for us, we needed a very quick and iterative workflow. For example, this single image took 10 minutes to render, and there's quite a few problems here that could be resolved just by fixing their transparency or their shading. However, I wanted 5 to 10 seconds of rendering per image. From there, the outcome of the tool, what I just ran through, we get all of the textures that you manually had to find before. You get the FBX and a new source file. Now, the new source file allows anyone to go back to the scene. They can open it up. They have all their exporters still there. You can see on the left-hand side, we have our material networks with every texture assigned. And finally, you have all your FBXs in the scene. Now, the Filmbox FBX is important here because we wanted to run a custom outporter script. We needed to ensure that all the instances were still respected and embed textures could be turned on, so we just had to write a custom exporter for that. From there, the geometries, this is inside of Maya, for example. You can see all of the textures are still assigned, and we can now filter by instances on the image on the right. So car PC base gets a new parent, and underneath we get every single instance of that tire. This allowed us to use FBX instancing and also keep the hierarchy of what the mesh should be. The next step was some of the Python pains or learning things along the way. Now, I'm not a programmer by nature, but this was the learning journey that I took to figure out some of these things and find out how can I solve these problems as I'm learning Python and trying to integrate them into my tools. So we'll be covering a couple of my learnings and a couple bug fixings which I know about now, but would really have been nice if someone told me before I started or if I had taken a programming class, of course. Now, the first problem was my PyPanel worked once but not twice. The main problem I found out was I needed to use classes and getters and setters. When I ran the tool once, I wasn't sure if on the second time I was running, I was resetting all of my variables. So if I used a single class and stored all of my parameters or all of my variables inside of there, on running the tool twice, I could just delete the class instance and re-instance it in and having a new fresh instance of parameters or variables to work off of. The next was getters and setters. I wanted to use classes specifically so I could ensure the data coming in was exactly what I was looking for. For example, if you're looking for a texture, I could ensure that the texture coming in was a targa. If it wasn't, return me an error. Or if we, for example, the top of the image on the right, created mat list, I needed to ensure that any data in there was actually a material. So I could do any of those checks before I even save it in and overwrite a variable. And this ensured that I didn't have any problems along the way. This was really interesting. If any of you have been working in Python in Houdini, you'll notice sometimes the Python panel or the Python debug console will print to and just stop. For example, if you print to 4, if we go print 1, print 2, print 3, sometimes print 4 will never appear. There'll be no error, there'll be nothing that's showing that the actual function has failed, and sometimes it will even continue, just missing print 4. So a programmer on our team said, hey, you should just, a very easy way to fix this is use try and except to loops. Just put, say, your main function inside the try block, and then if it fails or if it gets an exception, import traceback and print that exception. So now straight away I could have the exact point of failure always guaranteed. If my code ever failed in one of those blocks, as I was debugging or working on the tool, I could have that traceback error inside of the Python. And this really fixed a lot of the problems of why is my tool not working, where is it failing, and from there I could easily fix it. The next step was FBX Exporter. When I first ran the tool, we were only able to export diffuse from the FBX ROP. This was a big problem because only exporting the diffuse, I still have all the channels not assigned. So what I had to do was nest them into a big string. Just there you can see the pound sign. Now, the pound sign allowed me to put in all of my strings into a really long string. So for example, I strip away the entire base folder because I know they're all going to be in the same location. I just have my diffuse map name, I have my spec, my normal, and so on, all in a big string, and just use the Python split function and pull them apart later. So in any DCC I wanted to read from afterwards, I just knew the exact order and pulled them apart. Now, it would have been better if I had exported out a JSON or something and just read back, but at the time I just wanted a quick and dirty way to export the data and make sure all of it was there. The next was saving checks. I wanted to ensure that any artist or anyone using my tools along the way were not working on an empty file. You'll find that if you're running Python scripts or something, they might go directly into your C folder if they're not saved, or they may go into a random folder overwriting data you don't know. So I always ensured that if the title of the project or the HIP file is named Untitled, then I display the message file must be saved and don't allow the user to proceed further. The final is when I'm actually copying files over or making sure that all the data is being transferred, I force the user to save. And this allows me to ensure that the source file before they export is always latest, and they can go back to that source file if something goes wrong, make their changes, and then re-export. The next was hard path references. Now if you're a programmer, you'll already know what the problem is here. When I printed var, I expected to see the exact string above. However, I was getting map exports. And this is because I was using something I didn't know about at the time, but escape symbols. So using /n basically ended the string and escaped. So I needed to declare somehow that this string should not be escaped or don't listen to it. So you could use double slashes to signify a single. However, when I wanted to just import a string, I didn't want to have to parse through my entire strings. And a quick and dirty fix was putting R in front of your string. This just declares the string as a raw string and allows you to just move on, and for there I can then change that later on as a parameter that a user puts in. So if they do Control-C on a file, I can just take that exact string, but if I'm just hard code testing, I wanted to be able to just take it, use it, no changes being made. So the R, putting in the R reference allowed me to really easily and quickly fix this error. The final thing I needed to fix was rendering. I wanted to ensure that my rendering time was super fast and the easiest for the artist. I didn't want them to have to do their own custom render setup or anything like that. And I also wanted to ensure that the render actually viewed what the data looked like. So the ending of this tool looks like this. Say we want a desk. The first step is save it in a folder. I then have to go to Anvil. I found this desk that I like. I hit Control-C, and I go back to Houdini and I hit Generate. From there I have every instances of all of the props in the scene. I've just matched the desk inside the Houdini viewport, so the cameras line up. From there I can say I just want this desk. However, I know that there's a lot more instances of these setups, so I want to find a more ideal prop setup and something that represents the final outcome of the props I want. So I just found one. I hit gather and delete. I clean up about 200 objects. From there, the final step is Blender save and render. So I needed to create a live link of sorts to send that data to Blender render it all out, and bring it back into Houdini, and making sure this is a super quick process. So right now we're rendering out, I believe they're 4K images, and within 5 seconds, we have our complete turnaround done of a full PBR render of the actual raw data. So what just happens there? Inside of Houdini, we are able to load in those external images of the Blender renders, have all of their parameters or anything that's displayed on the top left of the image baked in, and then have every angle viewed. So this allows you inside Houdini to ensure that the objects that you just exported are actually what you're giving the user in the end. For example, if I selected the desk and the only thing being rendered is a phone, maybe that export process had a problem and it didn't actually display an error. So this allows you to really quickly define, hey, there's no problems here, we're all good, move forward. So the main thing I had to fix inside Blender was I needed to recreate a version of the Anvil shader. So we just read through the GSL code of the Anvil shader, and then from there we were just able to say this is a rough approximation of the PBR shader, and we just had to pass in every parameter from the diffuse, the spec, whatever from each FBX, and tie them into their point in the node graph. So this gave us a turnaround image of all of the props, making sure that they're set up correctly, exactly what the diffuses actually look like, and in their proper locations. The final step was using PDG, and if you have a bunch of different objects inside, for example, an Excel graph, you can just say, I want this object as this name, and so on. You can then run every single object you've just exported through PDG, or the procedural dependency graph, and automate the render process. So we can just send all of our renders and let them run all at the same time. And then just contact sheet them together so you can have a nice view of these are all the assets you just exported. From there, we can just connect to Portfolio and batch upload your assets straight on if you approve them. So the next step I wanted to look at was whole map transfer. This was a fun thing I wanted to look at because I wanted a quick way, I have all the instances, a quick way of porting into another DCC or software. So the first step was, of course, make an HDA, or make it work once first, and then HDA it, and then we can see from there. So the first step was, we need to actually create a point cloud. So the first step was read the log.json and read the collision.json. So I know where all of the objects are in the scene, and I'll show you what that visually looks like in a moment. The next was, thankfully, the Anvil matrix and the translation matched exactly to Houdini, so I didn't have to do any correction there to fix that. From there, we just set up our collisions, and we can run through any cleanup, and this would be any HDAs along the way. So when you instance an entire map, you could say clean up normals, or clean away small objects, or any type of naming convention cleanup all at once inside the Houdini tool. And that was the benefit of doing inside of Houdini, was anything we wanted to do afterwards, or through this entire extraction process, we can just drop in modules of HDAs to fix things and iteratively change stuff along the way. The next step was collision. We needed to know that this object has collision, first of all, and then where's the collision located? Our collision FBXs were not inside or matching the same of their source FBX. So what I mean by this is, if you have one cube, for example, the cube at each point does not know if it has a collision object associated. So we needed to check, do you have a collision object first of all? Then we needed to create the collision geo instance, or the attribute. And this allowed us then to specify this is where the actual FBX is located. Now, this didn't previously exist, but thanks to CLAN and SideFX, we were able to really quickly have an attribute that is custom, that any Houdini engine instance could read and say, this is where your collision is located, and load those two FBXs as a single mesh. So in the end, you get a ton of points for a single map. You just have to declare, this is where the JSON is located, this is where your collision is located, and then we can look at objects. So at each point, they know I am a desk, I'm a chair, I'm a car, I'm a wall. I know its exact rotation or orientation, and do I have collision or not, and if I do have collision, where is my collision mesh actually located? And that's an external reference again. From there, we just load in this HDA we just created into Houdini Engine, and straight away we can have the meshes inside of, for example, 3ds Max in 5 to 10 minutes. So from Anvil, we just load in 3ds Max, we have all of our data in one folder, and we can hit reload data and port from Anvil to 3ds Max or Maya or any other DCC in one click. All we have to say is that this is where the data is located, and you have everything in whatever tool you want. From there, we needed to clean up normals. So on the collisions, I wanted to be able to just view the collision mesh and have proper shading. So you can see on the left, it took about 3 to 5 seconds to clean up the normals on 8,000 objects. However, in 3ds Max, the exact same Python script took 11 to 12 minutes. So again, this iteration time and trying to speed up the workflow was really helped by going inside Houdini. You can see the image on the bottom is the representation of this is a single map. So using Houdini, we were able to create an HDA, for example, this normal cleanup, batch export all of our props, and then recreate them inside their maps and do any type of HDA fixes after the fact. The final step I wanted to look at was LOD tooling. We needed a custom LOD tool that kind of solved some of the problems of going to very low poly counts. But why? Because Houdini, or the SideFX Labs, has its own LOD toolset. And so a lot of this that I'm going to be showing today is directly taken from the Labs toolset. This really saved me because I didn't have to recreate these exact setups, or for example, the presets here, I took exactly the mesh estimation, and this tool allowed me just to take their nodes and use them in different ways to create a very similar LOD tool but with a different outcome. So using the Labs toolset, or the LOD tool that they've created, the 2 blocks of nodes on the left that I've outlined in red, I've taken directly. Now, the first one allowed me to simply orient the text above the name, and then the second one, I believe, spaced them out and allowed me to have them all viewed by the user or put them back together. So I could have all of my LODs displayed in a line or overlapped and have their poly count listed above. This was something I knew I would have to do, but I didn't have to put in the time to figure it out because it already existed for me. The next thing I took was remove small parts. This was something essential I knew I needed, and I wanted to ensure that as an artist is creating a LOD, for example, if we look at my water bottle, if I don't need this little screw, then I can just strip that away and clean that up after. And so having this remove small parts part of the LOD tool allowed you to go much more aggressive with your deletion. So a lot of the actual UI or the setup of this LOD tool I took directly and took a lot of their nodes just to recreate the functionality. From there, we just even take their Python module. I wanted the exact same preset system that they have, so I could just go through their code, take it, and use it as well. Now, a lot of the nodes I use day to day, I just wanted to highlight some of these because they're super useful and they save a lot of time because you don't have to go through the same process. The main one is quick material. This allows me just to instance this in and drag in any type of diffuse and metallic normal and straight away have all my textures inside the viewport. The next I took from was actually inside of the LOD tool, and that was remove inside faces. This allowed me to strip away, as you get farther and farther away from the LOD, strip away anything inside of the drawers or anything like that. The next is axes align. I wanted to ensure that any type of LODs we were working on were always centered. So I could take the entire bounding box and then just use the axes align, bring that in, and center out the mesh. The next was merge small islands. I wanted to make sure that if I had any UVs or anything, as we were decimating down, I could just batch them together and make sure that the very far away LODs had just grouped together their UVs in that sense. So if you had a very small object, it could potentially be brought into another island. Sometimes this isn't possible because they're just not connected, but if they are connected, it just allows me to do quick cleanups, or actually say, if we look at my phone, the pen could potentially be a very small island, and I could just overlay the same on top of the mesh and ensure that the small island was matching the texture. So 1, you do texture matching, and then 2, you do your UV matching, and ensuring that if it's small enough, can you force it onto another matching texture. So it's a hand in hand. The next was calculate occlusion. This was important because for my LODs, I wanted to define if they have a certain occlusion setup, if they have a certain curvature, or if they have a certain poly count, run a specific type of poly reduction on them. So it can choose the best optimized way per mesh using a lot of these different things. And again, these are things I just didn't have to recreate by scratch. Finally, if we wanted to bake out a final combined texture set or an atlas of all the textures, we can just use the maps baker. Extract file name I've just started recently using, but allows me just to very quickly extract into an attribute the file name. And multi-file, of course, you can just define, for example, this desk, if it's multiple FBXs, bring them all into the multi-file and have one single file node. So let's end up looking at what we actually created. The start of the mesh, let's look at this desk again. LOD 0 is 5600 polygons. Using the labs toolset, we could bring it down to 1700. However, you can see there's a couple normal shading issues down below on the bottom of the chair. We've destroyed the little wheels, and the monitors are just starting to get a little too flat for my liking. So what I worked on was a very similar setup using almost all of the same nodes, just in a different way, and we don't have the same shading issue. We have better looking wheels and just a bit similar poly count. However, again, it's not perfect. You can see the keyboard has some issues and has to be cleaned up after. Next is when we go even more aggressive. Now this is a problem I've seen on every tool I've tested, is going very low poly counts. Decimating these meshes is very difficult, and you need very specific setups for different low poly counts. So when we've set now to 872 polygons, you can see it's completely destroyed the chair. We've destroyed the desk at this point. The computer on the left is broken. So a lot of these things I need to fix. So with the tool that I created, again, it goes through a very specific setup. So if it has this type of AO or this type of curvature, this poly count, do this specific type of poly reduction. So let's look at the comparison within actual different softwares. Within Ubisoft, we use SimplyGone a lot. However, if you take a staircase, for example, and you bring it in and you set it to a very low poly count, it will completely destroy the mesh. If we say, again, this is the source asset on the left, which is 252 polygons, and set it to the exact same poly count as SimplyGone, it's closer, but we still have holes, and I don't know if you can see that or not. So the system I worked on was, if there's a specific type of angle, make sure you always ensure that that angle stays, and I do a rough approximation. I say, give me roughly 60, instead of exact 60, give me around that. And it actually goes lower and just strips away all of the bevels, it polymerges, it just fixes anything without any custom nodes, and gives me the best result from the source asset. The next was UV comparison. I needed to ensure that my UVs weren't stretching. If you have stretched UVs, you'll see that the ground texture starts to warp and stretch. So preventing your UVs from stretching will prevent your textures from looking weird or altering along the way. So for example, if we start with a trash bag, you can see from LOD 1 to LOD 2 on the top left of the trash bin that we're actually getting a lot of strong stretching just here. And so this stretching is not ideal because as you go between more detailed meshes, or you go between the APC, for example, as you go very low poly counts, those verts are there trying to stretch their UVs as much as possible. So the system I worked on just simply reprojects each time, ensuring that the most ideal UVs are set up. So you get a very similar setup along the way, and we can actually ensure that the UVs never distort if possible. The final setup is, say we take a drawer cabinet. If I want to, again, delete by size of object, now I actually can. Simplygon does not support this functionality, and so using Houdini or taking the direct setup from the LOD tool, we can just clean out the handles, the decals, anything on top of these server cabinets, for example, and just clean away smaller and smaller meshes, or as it progressively get bigger in this case. So the process I created wanted to be as least painful as possible. So if you take an asset from your desktop, again, same C-types library, you directly create the instance inside of Houdini for the artist. They don't have to worry about learning the UI, it's just there for them, it's ready to go. There I can just say delete some small objects, force the root tolerance, and then I can just, as it's multi-parmed, just increase the amount of LODs I want. And this allows me to really quickly iterate and create more and more LODs, just doing custom setups along the way. From there I can say, if this is a certain type of object, save this as a preset or default. And then if we match the same naming convention, for example, exterior vehicle car, if we're importing a matching asset that's exterior vehicle car, it could apply a similar type of preset that we just created, and artist doesn't have to worry about that. They've already created or done a LOD for that type of asset, do something similar, and maybe they can work off of that. Or not, just go do a fresh tool. And finally, the last part of the tool was export. This needed to be as easy as possible, save into the right directory, compress everything on top of each other, and make sure that the actual source asset is, again, laid out properly so it has its mesh hierarchy, it has its parent, and has all its information with the proper naming convention. So if we look at a breakdown of how I created this tool, the initial state of this tool looked like this. There were nodes all over the place. I was trying to figure out what works, what doesn't work, and try and find out the fundamental of the tool. How can I actually use the polyreduce node in different ways and get a better outcome? So the first step was create the actual tool. Then let's create a cleaned HDA of it, of a single version of the tool that if you instance this in, it can choose which setup does it want to go. And each switch just has an if statement saying, is it this poly count? Is it this area? Is it whatever setup you want? Choose the setup. And then we can switch along the way, ensuring that it tries to go the most ideal setup as it creates. Finally, we just have to finalize. We take entire blocks from the LOD tool. So the the compile loop and the two for loops are taken directly from the LOD tool. We can just add our HDA in as one of those nodes along the way. And we can start stacking more and more HDAs to do different types of cleanup. So as you go down, you can see I have 3 different setups here. And this switch node right here says, if you are this specific type of prop, go this way. If you are this ambient occlusion or this AO or curvature or anything, go this way. And this type of setup, this way. So within each of these nodes is its own HDA that checks for specific type of setup. And this was the moment that I discovered exactly how to actually use the polyreduce in a more effective way. And I'll share this with you today. If we nest the polyreduce inside of a for loop and then a compile loop and have nothing else in there, and then use the for loop and iterate over different types of methods. So if we create connectivity by objects of specific sizes, so if you have all of your objects that are this size and below as one piece, do this polyreduce. Or if you have this specific area or this connectivity or this curvature, do different types of, for example, connectivity. So we can connect them in different ways. So you almost lump together different parts of objects that have very similar attribute setups. So this needs to be viewed. If we start with the keyboard and just throw down a straight polyreduce, this is the outcome you get. you completely decimate the keys and they lose the connection of actually what their pieces look like. However, you need those pieces to know exactly, don't destroy them if they can. And you can't just set a tolerance and say, the tolerance hasn't been broken, don't polyreduce farther from there. So the setup I chose was, if the objects are below this area size, if they are below 2 centimeters, lump them together as one connectivity attribute. So the keys all get the attribute 1. The keyboard piece is a much bigger area, gets attribute for connectivity 2. And then the desk 3, and so on. So each set of objects with similar matching attributes get lumped into that setup for the for loop. This ended up not destroying my keyboard. Everything looks identical of exactly how I intended to. And we can reduce it from, say, 100 polygons to 10. And it forced the poly count to not destroy itself because it would actually check, is that possible? If that's not possible, do this setup and do it less aggressive. The next thing I needed to look at was multi-parming, of course. I needed the user to say, I want 1 lot, I want 10 lots, I want 100, and making sure all of the actual settings they use can work along the way. They don't just apply to lot 1, for example. So you can just string cat the channel name, or for example, alpha channel or vertex color, and then the iteration, so it always works with whatever multi-parming is. The next step was naming convention. I needed to ensure that if we are going from one naming convention from one project to another, that we are able to force or standardize that naming convention. So we can use regex, hey, it's not matching your naming convention or whatever setup you want, and force it into the new naming convention. And this allowed you to, as you create your LOD, ensure that you have standardized the naming convention. The final step was fail-safes. Using the switch node, and if you go to the actual documentation, you'll find these 2 lines here, is the error and warning. If the switch determines that the path has an error or warning, go this specific direction. And this allowed me to ensure that the tool never would fail. If the polyreduce was too aggressive, I would often force it to debug a error or a warning, depending on how bad it actually destroyed the mesh. So it was almost mesh analysis in that sense. If it detected it was warning or an error, it would do a different type of layout. And this ensured that my tool was never too aggressive or completely destroyed the mesh. Now in Houdini 18, you actually have the switch if geometry node. And this is super useful because instead of using a switch, now you can just have your actual if checks or any type of expression checks inside of a single node, and it can choose which way to go. The final thing I wanted to look at for the LODs was FBX exporting. There's a tool called Hammer Tools, and you can find the GitHub by this link online, and it allows you to determine if the pieces are names. For example, if we have LOD 1 named LOD 1, LOD 2, LOD 2, and for example, and so on, the tool can actually just sort by name. When you hit export, will create its own subnet, version out a object merge of each object. So if we take this mic, we can object merge, this is one piece and this is one piece, and inside of the actual mesh hierarchy, it will export them together. Instead of when you just have one single mesh combined, it will export them as one big chunk. So this looked like save to disk, you can just split by your name, and you have your output file. This allowed you to just say this is exactly where the output file is located, split them by a specific naming convention, and go on from there. The final thing I wanted to look at was PDG and prop destruction. We wanted a system that allowed us to pre-fracture a lot of our geometry and work with it in different ways. So if you start with a picture frame on the wall, you know that you want the start and end point. So you can run an RBD sim and just fracture it. So this sims someone shooting at it or knifing it, and you could have different setups for how they actually interact with the prop. From there, you could take a suitcase, for example, and the same exact methodology goes. If you shoot the suitcase, you want the pieces to scatter down on the floor and have a specific layout. You also want the piece that's left behind, so you actually have a base of this is where the original prop was located. So you can see in the center of the scene that we have the bottom of the suitcase. So you will always have flat scatter of rubble around this center piece. This creates a few problems being pre-fractured, as if you shoot something that's hanging off of a table, now you may have some of the meshes that are actually hanging off the table. So you wanted the artist to actually draw a custom layout after the RBD sim. So I worked on a setup just that you say this is a specific layout, or a you could draw a curve or a shape or anything, and after you RBD sim, force your objects and blend between the RBD sim and the forced into this packed shape. So this allowed us to sim any type of destruction. So you could break a glass that was near a table edge, and then artists after the fact could draw a shape, fit it within this space on the table, and would push the pieces that were hanging off back onto the table. There are two methods to this also, because you could in-game just raycast down and ensure that it actually has ground below it, but we want to do this as a before that actually happens. So an artist could even generate through PDG, I want 5 different versions that they could choose from, and then have a random version of it. And this allows you to just do prefract geometry, very automated, very quickly, and then you can do your raycast later on to ensure that you, again, don't hang off of something. The final step is creating the actual positions in the UVs. So we use UV3, and we can have all of your mesh pieces and have their specific point location respected in the scene. So a visual effects artist later on can just alert between their original center point and into their new positions and have the nice visual effects transition. The final step was PDG and actually automating all this. I needed to ensure that I could take a file pattern or a location of all of my props or FBXs, run through my ROP geometry or my HDA processor, and then actually fracture all of them, create all their LODs, and automate this process. I just had to specify this is exactly where my props are located, give me pre-fractured and a destroyed state for every single one, and give me 5 different versions of every single fracture. For the future, these are some of the things I want to look at, and some of the things I think would be really useful for integrating in the pipelines. Houdini and PDG plus Shotgun and Jira will really simplify the process of creating hundreds and thousands of assets at a AAA level. Now, I've taken these images from a Houdini presentation earlier this year, but we have an exact same process internally. If we have all of our assets in an asset bank, for example in Shotgun, you could go through the entire extraction process from a game, grab all of their renders, all of their objects, and now you have their exact props inside of the asset bank. From there, you could process them. So we could run through our LOD creation, you could run through our normal cleanup or any other tool that we have as an HDA, and finally upload to Shotgun, or for us, Jira. So you could start with your actual process of extracting an asset, creating its LOD, creating all of the tools, and then simply uploading to its associated Jira task. And this allows you to automate all of the process and really simplify it. However, moving forward, we really need to look at a USD-based pipeline. A lot of the challenges I faced was because each tool I looked at did not have standardized anything. The materials were set up in different ways, the objects were placed in different ways, anything was different between softwares. So if we use a data structure that's actually standardized, we know that between projects that we take the same type of data structure and we standardize that, so we could have our materials set up as the USD format. So when you change between all of your DCCs, so if we go from Anvil or Snowdrop or any other internal engine, and we go to Houdini, for example, we can have the exact same file format. No one has to reconfigure the data in a different way to make it supported between other tools. And finally, Houdini centralized. This is important because if we use Houdini as the basis, it becomes project agnostic. If a project suddenly says we're not using this tool or this type of software anymore, using Houdini as the fundamental translation between softwares allows you to run, one, your HDAs, but also it always ensures that you just have to manage the data coming in, and you are able to set up your custom setup for data coming out. So if you have Unity, Unreal, any type of software coming in, you can then export into another software. And Houdini is the fundamental transition because you just have to have, again, standardized structure, and it will always work with the same tools. So if you take away anything from today's talk, the first thing is you first need to make a tool once. You need to make it work just by itself. It doesn't need to be an HDA. It doesn't need to be an encapsulated asset. You need the first version of the tool working. So for me, the LOD tool was, I just need to be able to create a LOD that's better than Simply Gone or the internal Houdini tool. The next was create an HDA out of it. Make it a Houdini digital asset that can be a module that is implemented into your wider toolset. So if it is a normal tool cleanup, or if it is a LOD tool creator or an extraction tool, make it an HDA that can just slot into a greater pipeline. And finally, batch it. You want all of your HDAs to be able to work inside of PDG so that you can run a HDA processor and run through all of your objects and have them just follow through the pipeline of PDG and go through automated without you having to interfere along the way. A lot of the key learning material I think you should look at, again, is the SideFX documentation. There's a lot of questions I see on the Houdini Discord that could be fixed just by going to the documentation. The next was, for me, learning Python. If you go to the second link, there's a lot of really key learnings are actually how do you work with Python inside of Houdini. The third link is Tokru, and this is where you can learn Vex. And some of the small Vex functions I use are taken actually directly from a site. And fourth, you can go to the gameartinstitute.vertexschool.com and look at my Houdini training that will be coming out soon. Now again, we're hiring, and so please go to the Ubisoft Montreal website and check out our careers website and look at some of the key Houdini positions we have coming up. Thank you very much, and enjoy my procedural poutine.
Thomas, thank you. That was awesome. Again, really glad that you and the other presenters could join us on the live chat, and people can get their questions answered along the way. And it was awesome. So thank you. Next up, John Moncrief.
Hello, world.
Hello, world. Where are you calling in from, John? Tell us where you are.
I today am in the middle of the U.S. in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. But that's my standard station. You know, I'm the Midwest office of SideFX, so the Midwestern branch. Things here have been pretty kind of normal until you walk into Target and there's nothing on the shelves.
Yep.
But, you know, considering I work remotely and from home anyway, I was lucky that I'm very fortunate actually that I was kind of just set up for it when everybody had to do that. But yeah.
So I've asked some other people what's your silver lining in this?
I'm really, it's more of a curiosity, I think, than a silver lining, because I'm just really curious to see what the impact is going to be. Like, not the economic impact, not the health impact, but how our industry and conferences in general and all those kinds of things, the impact that it will have when people realize, oh, we were able to make this work when we were forced to make this decision online versus the travel and some of the other things. So I think the silver lining will be that society is going to move to a more like digital style platform for things. And I think that's going to be good and be more inclusive for people. And yeah, I just think it's going to be interesting to see.
I agree. I think there's no way that we're not going to do in-person conferences. I love them, and I love being there on site. But I think that there's a potential now for layering some of this live interaction stuff into our in-person events. So I think that's a nice silver lining for sure. Getting better at communication digitally is great.
Yeah.
So what's your session on today?
So today I'm going to talk a little bit about the SOPs-based, well, it's really more the philosophy of how Houdini has slowly been moving the more effects and dynamic style tools like cloth and hair, pyro, rigid body destruction, that you've started to notice a migration of some of those tools over into the SOPs area, the surface operators. So it's why is that happening, and how do we leverage that to be better and make faster things and include younger artists and better artists that might not be as dynamic savvy, but be able still to jump in and get dirty with those tools and make some stuff without having to be as DOPS minded right off the bat. So just sort of an overview of how those tools also work hand in hand with the labs tools to be able to export that data to whatever game engine you need. So balance of the two.
Cool. Well, let's jump in.
Yeah, awesome.
See you on the chat.
See ya.
Hi there, I'm John Moncrief, the training lead for the education department here at SideFX. Today I'm hoping to expose some of you to a few new workflows in Houdini 18 and hopefully spark some interest for you to go and play with some of these new SOPs-based effects tools that we have in this release. It's quite a bit of fun. There's a lot of really interesting new tools that allow you to do very creative things, very artist-friendly and straightforward workflows. So before we get started though, I think it's pretty important that we actually know what SOPs-based effects means and why basically at SideFX we made the shift to include these tools on the SOPs side of things. So let's look into that for a second. So in recent releases of Houdini, there's been a shift towards SOPs-based workflows for many common effects solutions, right? Traditionally, this method of working would have been done in a DOPS context with a DOP network, and all of that still exists. None of that's been taken away. What we've done is we've added this additional way of working that provides a solution for many artists and studios to create super high quality effects without having to jump around into different contexts of Houdini, without a deeper understanding and knowledge of exactly how DOPS works. But somebody with a good eye that has a good eye for effects that has access to Houdini Core, for example, can still go in and make really nice looking effects without having to worry about some of the complexity that DOPS brings with it. So let's dig a little bit deeper into what it is we're talking about here. So first off, it's good to know what the overall philosophy is and kind of why we've included this new way of working. And really, like I said before, it's all about artist-friendly tools that allow a greater number of artists to do more art-directable work, right? So one of the things that happens when you move effects over into SOPs, the SOPs context, is that it unlocks the creation of effects for a whole new artist, right? This means that these effects tools we're going to talk about today are available in Houdini Core. That's right. So all of the things we're going to discuss, like fire, smoke, cloth, hair, grain, soft bodies, destruction, all of that stuff will work with a Houdini Core license. Now, I did mention that all of these things have been moved into SOPs. It's not that they've moved, as I said. There's just an additional way of approaching them. It's done in SOPs, and that's what's available from within the Core license. If you do find that you need to have a more complex workflow that does require you diving into DOPS, then you can easily hand that file to somebody with an effects license, and they can dive inside of the HDAs that make up these tools and begin to unpack them and really go in and do anything that they need to do on a higher technical level. So all that functionality is still there. So the second thing that happens whenever you bring dynamics into SOPs is that you get a little bit easier learning curve. Okay, so that learning curve drops significantly when you're working with these tools in SOPs, and mainly it's because of a more compact and efficient approach to the way that the parameters are exposed to the artist. So it's less time jumping around and looking for the right parameter to tweak to make something happen, and more time actually directing your simulations to look the way that you want, because the sliders that you need, the parameters that you need, have already been built into a highly functional HDA and promoted to the user level for you as an artist. So you can just go in and find the key things that you need to have the most impact and the most art directability for that particular situation right there on the surface of the node. And we'll see that when we dive into Houdini here in a minute. Another thing to mention while we're talking about the philosophy of this SOPs-based approach to effects is that the SideFX Labs team has done some incredible work to ensure that getting the results of all of these things that we're talking about, these SOPs-based simulations, getting them out of Houdini as data that you can use in your game engine of choice. So making sure that that piece is smooth and works without Houdini engine, but just getting data to disk that you can actually, ingest into your game engine and take advantage of. For example, the Vertex animation texture tools, which basically export a mesh and some textures to be used with a real-time material that it plays back these animations for all of these types of effects in a very efficient way. That tool has been greatly improved to add many new features and some expanded capability for Unreal, Unity, Lumberyard, CryEngine, and many others as well. Of course, there's always the easy export tools for creating like FBX bone-based results from rigid body simulations. And of course, sprite sheets with customized data stored in color channels that can be used inside of shaders and other engines. So all of that as well is something to consider. So what are the key tools that we're talking about here? What's included in this new SOPs-based workflow? Well, we start with Vellum, which is our character effects package, right? Capable of creating efficient, fast cloth, hair, grain, soft bodies, mainly things you would find for character effects. Then there's also the destruction tools. The rigid body simulations are all based in the bullet solver. These tools have had quite a bit of attention in Houdini 18. There's all kinds of new workflows, including like guided simulations, which is what you're seeing in this image here on the left. It's a lot of fun to play around with. There's also more realistic fracturing and chipping algorithms, and just a lot more tools that have been set up to make this process easier for artists to get into and understand exactly how things are being set up. And we'll take a look at some of that as well. And then let's also not forget about the highly efficient new sparse pyro solver, a brand new shelf added in Houdini 18 called Simple Effects that is all shelf tools that will create existing node networks for you that are all SOPs-based workflows for effects. And we'll take a look at that as well. So here we are inside of Houdini, and the first thing that I want to point out is the new Simple Effects tool shelf. So up here on the top, just the third one from the end, if you click on that, that is the Simple Effects tools. So I'm going to set up a couple of things here, just really simply. Let's do a cloth. So this simple cloth is going to be a flag. Let's make a flag so that it looks just like the icon there. So I'm just going to lay down a grid. And we're going to resize that grid just a little bit. We'll make it 2 meters by 4 meters. And we want it to be, oops. There we go. Let's make it the other way around. Sorry, let's do 4 by 2. Awesome, there's my flag. It might be a little bit long. Okay, perfect. So there's my flag. And really now I'm gonna push it up so it's not sitting right below the grid, just a little bit there. There we go. Awesome. Maybe a little bit more. Okay, so now that we've got this, I'm gonna select the grid and I'm gonna hit the Simple Cloth tool. And it asks me down here to select the objects that I want to turn into cloth. I can grab that grid, hit enter. It says select a collision object, and I don't really have one at this point, so I'm just going to hit enter. And there we go. So all of a sudden, this has been turned into a dynamics cloth. How do I know that? If I hit play, it will start to fall, and it will fall indefinitely because there's no ground object. Now, let's take a look at what the shelf tool actually did, because it doesn't look like anything happened over here inside of SOPs. Let's go back up to the object level. Now what Houdini has actually done here is it's turned off your original source geometry, and it's actually imported your items into a new directory over here and used this object merge to link back to that object that you had, which was the grid, right? So this grid one. And it just does that so that you can preserve that original geometry if you want to use it somewhere else. If it was a character that you didn't necessarily want to manipulate this way, you could actually just reference it into this now cloth simulation and have it be a collision object or anything else. So here we go. We've got our cloth falling. Now, how do we make the pole and attach it to the pole? Well, first off, what we need to do is make the pole. So I'm going to go ahead and just make a tube. And we'll make it maybe a little bit taller. Make sure that we're touching our flag. And of course it needs to be quite a bit smaller. And I'm going to go ahead and just turn it into a polygon 2. And we'll scoot it over so that it's right over here by the flag. Okay, awesome. Very good. And we'll give it some end caps just so it's closed off. So what do I do with this now? Well, I need it to be a collision object so that it can be introduced into my simulation before I can attach it. So this third input over here on the far right-hand side of this SOPs-based workflow for Vellum is the collision. So I can put it over here, and now it's been made into a collision object, but I can't see it, right? And I can't see it because I need to merge it into the final output of our cloth. So I'm just going to do a quick merge. And we'll lay it down here. And merge these two things together. And now I can see, hey, there's my flag and the flagpole, just like I need everything to be, right? So how do I actually attach the flag to the flagpole? Because right now it's still just falling and hitting the ground. Well, we do it using a Vellum tab, V-E-L-L-U-M, Vellum. And what we want to do is we want to do a attach to geometry right here, which is this first option. So I'm going to do that, and I'm just going to plug it in before the solver. So I'm just going to scoot these nodes down and plug this in right here. Notice when you hover over, all three connections are smart enough to automatically connect up for you. So you don't have to worry about clicking and dragging each one to be able to connect them up. Awesome. So here's my Vellum attach, and as I can see here, I've got all kinds of new constraints that have been added to my flag. And if I click play, well, it still doesn't quite behave like I expected it to. Right now, I've got every single point on my flag being constrained to the pole, and really all I want is this set of points on this closest edge of the flag, right? So let's go ahead and set up our target geometry, which is going to be the actual flagpole. So it is primitives that we want. So which primitives do we want to attach to? Well, it's probably going to be these two here that we're going to pick for our targets. Let's go ahead and click on this little selector icon over here, and then we can actually come up here and select those two primitives and hit enter. And when we do, Houdini automatically updates that for us. The next thing that it asks for is, hey, well, if that's not, you don't want every single point, then which points do you want? Well, that's the geometry that I want to constrain, and that I do want to use points. Click my little selector button and select just these points on this far side here. Now when I hit enter, you can see the constraints now only show from that far edge. And when we click play, it behaves much more like a flag would. Now, one of the things that you were given as a part of this nice shelf tool set was this cloth post process. And cloth post process has the ability to come in here and do subdivision after the simulation. And what that means is it allows you to add resolution post simulation. So the simulation doesn't necessarily get any slower, but you do have more resolution in the final look of the object when you're done. You know, one thing that would be really nice here would be if I could add just some basic wind to this, you know? So if I come up here and look at the solver, there's a forces tab. And one of the things the forces tab has is wind. So I can do that. I can come in here and add, say, some wind. And now all of a sudden my flag is behaving as if it's blowing in the wind. How cool is that? So what I want to do is actually sort of take you under the hood of what this setup is right now. And I think it's okay for us to spend a little more time on this first example, because this is really the same workflow for all of the tools that you're going to use on the Simple Effects tool shelf. So if you are a Houdini core user and you've got this far, and you have a ton of different options for art directing this. I don't have time to go into all the different stiffness and bend constraints, the different forces that you can add. But the important thing about that is, notice that this right now, this cloth solver here, if I double click on it, I go into an area that's more than one layer deep. Actually, I've gone 3 layers deep into the network, into this little box called forces. Now this forces network is part of the Houdini digital asset, or the Vellum solver node that you're seeing back here. And what this allows you to do is to add forces to the underlying DOPS simulation without having to actually dive into DOPS and know where to plug it in the right place at the wrong time and that kind of thing. So number one, all of the controls I need for this simulation have been gathered up here into a nice clean interface so I can find them. Now, I want to add some forces. I just double click on it and I can add let's add a pop wind. It'll tell you right here, wire pop forces into force output. So you're even getting help as you go along here. So I'm just going to wire in the pop wind. And this pop wind I'm going to use, let's say, to push it in an up direction. So almost as if there's wind coming up from the ground, pushing the flag up into the air. And we're also going to add a little bit of noise. Let's add some noise in there too. So there, I've added a new force to my simulation. We'll click play to see what happens. Let's get our display flag down here. Hey, there you go. So my new force has actually taken effect. So I was able to add in a force inside of my DOP simulation without having to actually look at my DOP simulation. How is that possible? Well, it's possible through the use of dive targets. This HDA is set up so that when I double click on it, it takes me these 3 layers deep and drops me in this nice, clean, friendly area where it tells me exactly what to do. So if you're a core user, that's where your functionality stops. If you're a Houdini effects user and you need to take the simulation that a junior artist or that anybody else may have worked on and really tweak it and pump it up and use some of the more highly detailed solvers, micro solvers and things of that nature, you can just right click here and go allow editing of contents. That of course cracks open the Houdini digital asset, and now you can double click on it and notice that, hey, this is actually what's happening underneath the scenes here. Okay, and then from here, somewhere in here, oh my gosh, there is a solver, and then inside of that solver, if we can find it real quick, there we go, there's the .NET, and inside of that solver is a forces tab, or forces node, and really what it is just another place where we can drag in our forces. And if you look, this is where we added our pop wind with our noise, right? So what this SOPs-based workflow has saved me from is understanding this underlying network, understanding the sub-network inside of it, which is the .NET, understanding how the forces are wired into that Vellum solver. All of that stuff is not necessarily important to get up and running quickly and to start making iterations on your simulation. So that's what you can accomplish when you're working inside of the SOPs-based layout. So let's go ahead and I'm going to lock that back by right-clicking on it and saying match current definition, and you'll notice the little red lock goes back to gray. Now, if you're an effects or a core user at this point and you double-click on this, the dive target is in effect, and now you can start adding all of your different forces that you need right here. Okay, so that is kind of a quick overview of the philosophy of how these DOPs or SOPs-based effects are actually happening, right? And you can see the simplified nature of what's happening. Instead of knowing all the different parts of a DOP solver, you now can just jump up here and start playing with the parameters that are named correctly in a very common place. So let's play around with another thing. And I want you to notice this time around the similarity in the thought process of the workflow when we do this. So I'm going to just take, let's make a box this time. And I'm going to make sure that box is, let's make it, oh, I don't know, 5 units tall. And let's make sure that it's sitting on the ground. So instead of just randomly coming up here and trying to eyeball it or using a bounding box expression, because I don't really like trust myself writing expressions, I'm bad with syntax. There's a really nice node here now called match size. And it's got some other functionality to it as well that includes matching size. But one of the things that's really handy is this justify. In the justify Y direction, I'm just going to pick the minimum, and it takes the minimum of the box and pushes it up so that it is justified on the base of the construction grid. So no more expressions to write, no more eyeballing it. I know that it's sitting directly on the ground now. Awesome. So I can come up here and grab this box, and I'm just going to say, hey, let's do a simple fracture here. So I'm going to click on simple fracture. And it says select any collision object if there is one. There's not, so I'm just going to press enter. Houdini goes through and does its thing here. Boom. And we can instantly see that we've got all of our fractures made for us. We can see that here with the little white lines. And we notice, please, the workflow here that's done the same thing. Our original box that we created if we dive inside, nothing has been added to it. Nothing has been changed with that original source geometry. It's just been made invisible so we don't see it. And then inside of this box 1 fracture, it's been referenced with an object merge. So again, the original object being protected, and now we're going to do anything that we want to with this copy of it here, or reference of it here inside of this box 1 fracture geometry. So again, notice it's just laid down for you the nodes that you're going to need right off the bat to start working with this piece of geometry. So we've got our solver here, and we've got a configure node here, and we've got our material fracture, which is happening right here. So the fracturing happens in 2 levels. And if I want, I can just come in here and start changing the amount of fractures. So I'm just going to go down to the 2nd level now, and we'll up it as well. We'll make it 10. So you can see these secondary fractures that are happening based off of the original shapes. So I've got a decent little set of fractures going here. I'm going to crank up my secondary fractures just a little bit more. Okay, awesome. And while we're at it, we can come over here to the chipping tab, and I'll enable chipping. And you'll be able to see what that looks like here in just a second. You'll notice right off the bat what the chipping has done is it's found the sharper edges. If we look at this here, and it's actually just adding more detail around those sharper edges so that when those edges come in contact with a collision object, the ground or whatever it is, the chipping will be more detailed on the edges. Of course, we also have the ability to add all kinds of things like edge detail. Now watch what happens when we add edge detail. See this very straight cut line that we have here? Edge detail will go in and it will actually add some variation to that cut line. So it takes just a second. We upped our number of fractures, so we can expect that the edge detail is going to take just a little bit longer, but there we go. You can now see that the line that was originally straight is now sort of curvy. It looks a lot more like a piece of concrete would. And keep in mind, all of this that we're playing with right now is just the concrete. You also have options for glass fracturing, wood fracturing, and any kind of custom fracturing that you want to set up can all be done right here from within the SOPS-based workflow. So I've got my pillar here. This is great. And what happens if I just click play? Well, something very similar to what was happening when we clicked play with our flag, right? Let's move our display flag and selection down here to the bottom of our network, right? So it's just falling because there is no ground plane. Well, let's add one. So I'm going to come over to the solver, and I'm just going to add a ground plane. So under collisions, under ground, I'm going to choose ground plane. And now I've got a ground plane, and if I hit play, nothing happens. And the reason nothing happens is because by default, when we make this fractured object, one of the things that happens is glue is applied to it. So glue is a constraint that holds the pieces together. I can come under the Constraints tab, nicely organized right after I've done my adjustments to the solver. Under the Glue tab now, I can take that strength and make it, let's make it 0.01. So very weak bonds now between these individual pieces. In fact, the force of gravity is probably going to be enough to collapse it. Yes, it is. There it goes. So the 9.8 meters per second of downward force that we have created that is gravity is actually just pulling the thing apart because there's not enough strength holding those individual pieces together. And of course, they all fracture up as soon as they come in contact with the ground. Okay, so if I wanted to add an extra object in here, that would be the collision object. I could do that and just wire it right into this input here. But more importantly, I kind of want to demo the new guided fracture option, which is this far right input. So I can actually have one animation guide the behavior of my destruction. So let's create something like that now. So I'm just going to make a new box. And let's go ahead and just make it a little bit taller here than the original. We'll scoot it up. And let's make sure it's got plenty of divisions in it. So let's make sure it's a polygon mesh. And we'll make this 8 divisions by 16 divisions by 8 divisions. Let's actually make this a little more. Yep, awesome. And I'm going to use a bend node right after it to sort of manipulate what's happening here. So here's my bend node. And let's just see what the bend node is doing by default. Yeah, that's not quite what I want it to do. So I'm going to go ahead in here and set the capture region for my bend node. There we go. And now we've got a nice bend that we can use. So this is the bend. I'm going to go ahead and animate this bend a little bit. So we're going to say this is at 0. And I'm going to alt-click that. That's going to make a keyframe. And I'll take my keyframe up to, let's say, 48. And at 48, I want it to be bent almost all the way over here. Awesome. And we'll alt-click that. So if we look back at just what we've got here, it's this animation. Okay? So I can take that animation and have it influence what's happening over here. Now it's already kind of falling to the left, but it's catty corner, and you can tell it's not very particular in how it's falling whatsoever. So if I really wanted to art direct this in a way that was specific, I could come in here with my guided simulation, plug it into this last input, and when I hit play now, well, when I hit play now, we get the same result, and that's because we have to turn on the guided simulation inside the solver. So I come back to the solver, and look, there's a tab called Guided Simulation, and I just click on Use Guides, and now watch the behavior of what's happening with my simulation. It's very, very much following exactly what's happening. In fact, it's following it to a point that it's not even behaving physically accurate. It's just forcing itself to follow as best it can what's happening with that curve, or the bend, right? So we have adjustments for that too. So we come over here into where the solver is under that Guided Simulations tab, and we have a strength of the guide that we can change. So I'm just going to make the strength a little bit smaller. We'll make it a 0.5 and see what happens. So we're starting to let go of the pieces a little bit earlier here. We're starting to get break in the middle, which we didn't have before. We can also change what's happening with the distance as well. So let's make the max distance that it will travel beyond the bend a 0.5. So the bend comes into play, and as soon as any piece gets beyond 0.5 of that strength, then it begins to lose. So we still have the guide driving the simulation, right? Can change its strength again to 1, and we can even lower the glue a little bit more if we wanted. So I can come back over to the Constraints tab, and let's make that glue way small. It's a way that you art direct your simulation based off of another animation that exists in your scene somewhere. So guided simulations, another really great way, again, very simple to set up. And let's see what we're bypassing here. If I double click on this, actually I'm drawn right back into the same place where I can add forces. So if I wanted to add a wind, right, I could add my pop wind because it says put pop forces here. And let's give it a really strong upward blast of 10 meters per second. And now whenever we click play, the pillar gets blown up by this new wind that we've added. But the same way that we were working with the flag, we can see here that we're actually inside of another DOP-net, which is inside of another solver, which is inside of this node here. So instead of diving and digging around through all of those different nodes to find exactly what it is that you want, those things have been packaged up for you and brought up into easy to navigate tabs. We're just going to lay down a little null. We'll plug it into the output here. If we look, we can see that's our actual geometry output. So that's what we want. And we would just call this out. And then we can come over to the out context, and right here in this area we can do VAT, which will give us the Vertex Animation Textures tool. And the Vertex Animation Textures tool actually allows you to spit out a geometry and some other images that are used inside of a shader for whatever it is engine that you're working on. And really, it's pretty much done for you. Most of the work is done for you. If you come over here to this SOP path and point that over to your out node, you'll be able to pull in that geometry. Remember, that's here in the box fracture. All right, awesome. So now we've got our geometry pulled in, which is fantastic. Oop, it broke. There we go. Cool. So once we've got it brought in here, then we just have to tell it, hey, what are we exporting? Well, this isn't a soft body constraint, so that's not exactly what we want to do. We can just click on that and choose rigid or fluid or sprite. Fluid would also apply to, of course, pyro. But you just pick whichever type of simulation it is that you're exporting. And again, notice how nicely these things match up with what's indicated over here on the simple effects shelf. So once you do that, you just pick your engine that you want to export to here. They're Unreal, Unity, Lumberyard, CryEngine. There's some others in here as well. And then you say initialize for engine, and it tells you, oh, hey, Unreal uses the default settings. Cool. No problem. And you hit render, and you're off to the races. The other thing that you want to do after that is come over to the user interface drop down. And at the user interface drop down, you can pick normal. And this will actually, which is pretty cool here, give you the shader code that you need to just copy. I'm just going to do a Control A, Control C. So I can just copy that and then paste that inside of my material builder in whatever my game engine is. And it will automatically build the shader for you, or the shader function for you, depending upon how you set up this particular node. But again, you don't have to know all of this information. It's going to build it automatically for you. So we're providing you the easiest possible route to use these very easy and straightforward tools so that you can get going quickly and get some effects going inside of your particular game engine, no matter what it might be. So I hope you've enjoyed this, and I hope it's given you some inspiration to go forth and start exploring the workflow between using some of these more SOPs-based effects simulations and the new Vertex Animation Textures tool to actually export the stuff for you and get it over into Game Engine directly. All right, thank you.
Hey, thanks for joining in. This is Florian Gansert from the Real-Time Rendering Research Group here at KLab.
Hi, and my name is Clemens Berger, also from the Real-Time Rendering Research Group. We've been mostly involved with working on Japanese IP titles here. And yeah, what's in store for us today?
Yes, today we're going to introduce or show you some use cases, in-house use cases for what we are using Houdini, not for creating effects or other stuff, but mainly for how we automate things or how we enhance workflows and pipelines so artists can focus more on the actual art instead of the boring boilerplate around it.
Exactly, yeah. And first things first, though, we are fairly new at using Houdini, so for us basically tops and SOPs are just equally as new. So this talk is mostly intended to demonstrate that you can actually get value out of Houdini even while still iterating and figuring things out. So yeah.
Oh, yeah, right. Nice. So that basically wraps it up. Turned out we have more to talk about than we actually thought, so let's just jump right in.
See you there.
Let's talk about hair reduction. And with hair reduction, I don't mean what happened to my hair over the years. I'm basically talking about how reducing geometry of hair. The project this research was done for and it was eventually also used in production is Captain Tsubasa Dream Team. Let me play the trailer a little bit so you can have something to look at. Captain Tsubasa had a major update this year, and one of the goals for that major update was to optimize the game to run better on low-end mobile devices. While geometry and skinning weren't the biggest bottlenecks, it seemed to make sense to reduce skinning costs and geometry memory costs. So two problems with the geometry was the skinning was too many vertices, too many influences, bad performance. But another problem was because of the vertex count and because of the influence count, the meshes were pretty huge on disk and also in memory. So the two goals was to reduce the memory costs and to increase performance. The goal was not to reduce or to optimize new models. The idea was to optimize all the models that are already in the game. So at the time there existed 150 models that basically had to be optimized. And that meant reduce the polygon count and reduce the bone influences from 4 to 2. One more problem was there was basically not a person that can do that in the schedule, so there was basically no time to do it by hand. One more initial idea was also to generate an LOD chain, but that was basically kicked, so I won't go into any details about that. Before going into how we did it, first let me show you the data we basically had to work with. Captain Tsubasa had lots of different hairstyles, short, long, dreads. You can see them here on the screenshots, and they all share a common rig. From the screenshots, you can basically figure out very quickly that here you can see the polygon count is very high. The geometry density is very high for mobiles. And one more thing you might notice is that although all the hair is rigged, none of the bones are placed anywhere near the geometry. But even though the overall look were totally different, long, short hair, they had the same topological features. They basically had tubes that formed out strands, which you can see here. They have non-tubes forming non-strands, as you can see here for the sideburns. And they basically had topology that were made of tubes, the spheres here, that were not strands, but non-strands. There exist solutions out there for doing polyreduction, Instalot, Simplygon, or polyreduce. But when we evaluated Instalot, it seemed that using it would require quite manual cleanup. So we decided to go with a simple semi-custom solution. The approach basically was we separated strands into and non-strands. Then we rebuilt the strands and we simply ran a polyreduce on the non-strands. Then we transferred the attributes, including bone capture, to the new geometry, exported it as FBX. Then we turned the whole thing into an HDA, so we can batch process all the original models with PDG. The idea was simple. Most of the things were simple, but it turned out that some things were harder than I thought at first. Most of the things were because I was very new at Houdini. Okay, so how did we separate strands and non-strands? There were basically some tubes that we should handle as non-strands, but there were only a few, and only a few models had them. So we decided to simply mask them in Maya using vertex colors. Then for all the non-masked parts of the model, we basically ran a small algorithm to check whether it is a strand or a non-strand. First, as all the geometry, all the strands had to be tubes, we checked for a tip for the end of the tube, for the closing. We simply did that by finding a neighbor count. If we had multiple tips, that meant it wasn't a strand, it wasn't a tube. So we grouped it as a non-strand. Then, for all the parts of the model that had only one tip, we tried finding loops that build up the tube. That was one thing that was, for me, more difficult than I expected, because I thought the edges existed in Houdini as a data type. Turns out they don't. You have half edges and stuff like that. But it's very hard, or for me it was hard, especially with Wax, to actually find loops and traverse loops. So the thing I did was I started at the tip and then recursively got all the neighbors starting from that point, checked whether they form a loop. If they formed a loop, I got the next point, the next neighbors from that loop, and checked again until the end of the part of the model. If that recursive check succeeded, it was a strand. If it failed, it was a non-strand. So I didn't actually find the loops, but I checked whether it had loops and it was sufficient for us. While finding the loop was some way hard for me, reconstructing the curves once the loops were found was easier than I ever expected. Basically, for every loop, I just found the center, stored the scale of that loop as an attribute in that point, then just connected the points to form a curve, reassemble that curve to the quality the artist wanted. I'm going to explain that later or show you later. And then I just swept it and it just worked, which was very nice. As I said, for the non-strands, we just ran a poly reduce. So the next thing we had to do was transfer the attributes from the old geometry to the new geometry. Attribute transfer is the node that's your best friend. But how do you transfer bone capture? That was, for me, rather tricky to do, but once I got the hang out of it, it turned out to be really easy to do. Basically, I unpacked the capture attributes from the original geometry. Then I reduced the influence from the unpacked attributes from 4 to 2. Then I did the attribute transfer for the strands. The attributes that had to be transferred, I just stored them in the spline in the original curve. And then on the new geometry, I packed the attributes. And before binding, I had to fix the path to the skeleton root, because the skeleton root pointed to the old geometry. So I basically had to patch the path of the root node on the new geometry to point to the path of the original geometry. And then I just ran a bind. I did it with Wex, as you can see on the right side here in the snippet. Until that point, it went very easy and it wasn't, it was a breeze. And then I wanted to turn the whole thing into HDA. And I had to unpack capture attributes from the FBX. Turns out the file node doesn't import the skeleton. You have to go to the menu, import Filmbox FBX. If you import through the menu, you get all the skeleton. Problem is, if you do an HDA, how do you access the menu? You can't, but you can load all the stuff. You can do all the stuff in Python. That's what I did. I'm not going too much into details because I think it's readable enough, but here's basically what I did to get all the attributes I needed and to load the FBX from Python. Next thing I had a little bit of a fight at, but it worked out in the end, was exporting FBX with PDG. Because the Captain Tsubasa uses FBX for all the data, we basically had to get FBX out. So after generating the new geometry, we basically had to export to FBX, which turned out and worked nicely when you use the HDA in a HIP file. But if I use the same HDA and ran it through PDG, the export, I don't know why, but didn't work as expected. Basically on the left side here, you see how the export should look and how it looked if I used the HDA from an HIP file. On the right side, this is how it looked when I ran it with PDG. You can see that all the bones, all the skeleton isn't exported when you use PDG. That was one of the problems, and we basically kind of fixed it with a hot fix, I would say. We basically prepared a small Maya script we prepared a small Maya script that basically patched the error, that basically merged the geometry and the skeleton together in Maya. So we had to export. We exported a simple CSV file that contained all the weight information, and we passed that together with a non-skinned FBX exported from Houdini to Maya and patched it up there. But we invoked Maya from inside PDG. So for the artist, he didn't even notice that Maya was involved, which was nice. You can basically, there are probably many different ways you can execute Maya from within PDG. There's a Maya server node where you can start a Maya server and then send commands to it. But I went down the quick and dirty road and just executed Maya Pi from within PDG and prepared a standalone script, a Maya standalone script that did the patching. And this is basically how the final subnetwork that did the retopology looked at the end. I import the FBX at the top, then I prepare the FBX, then on the left side, polyreduce for the non-strands, on the right side, reconstruction of the curves, then a reconstruction of the geometry, and at the end, patching and export from a ROP network. One thing, the most interesting thing probably about this slide is at that time I didn't know that I probably should have used subnetwork to do that. So when you see here the finalize for export, instead of taking 2 inputs, it takes a spare input, which is probably just my way of using Houdini wrong. But the good thing was I learned something about spare inputs. And here you can basically see the final HDA in action. A few options, a path to the input FBX, to the output FBX, and the CSV that contained the weight information. Then you can basically have a small control over how many points a loop will have. You can also split in strands with a smaller volume and a higher volume, so you can get finer grade control. Then you can also control how many loops a strand will have per unit. And the last parameter, the non-strand tolerance, is basically the control of the polyreduce. So in the video you can basically see how it works. And you can also see, if you look closely here, you can also see that there's one tube where the algorithm doesn't work. There was a problem in the original data. We didn't deal with any problems in the retopology tool itself. We prepared a small Maya script that checked for any errors so the artist can have a look in Maya and patch out errors before sending it over to the tool. And this is how the final top network looked. Also very simple. Because we started Maya, we first had an attribute created that pointed to the path, the Maya installation path, so we knew where Maya Pi was located. Then we basically, with a file pattern, we found all the input FBX. We configured the Lodifier, the HA you just saw. Then we set the paths, the output paths for the FBX and the CSV. Then we ran the actual reduction, and at the end, we patched them with a Python script. How did it turn out? It turned out really well. 150 models were done in 8 days. Most of the time spent in those 8 days was fixing problems that were caused by the bone influence reduction. And that's probably a problem that would have manifested anyway, because going from 4 bone influences to 2 is always a problem, especially if you have a common rig and your geometry isn't very close of the skeleton, original skeleton. And We were way within deadline. The artists had time to work on new content, which is probably more fun than reducing old geometry. The overall polygon reduction was between 30 and 60% with the same visual fidelity, so that was a success, I'd say. And for the company and for us, it was priceless, because it was the first time Houdini was used in production at the company.
And next we're going to talk about automated game model creation for environment assets. To give you a little bit of a background, we were working on a small-scale tech demo, of which you can see a screenshot right now. And we were using that as a testbed for a couple of things, not limited to, but including the following. We were working on custom PBR shading. We were also trying to get procedural background asset scattering right, which we are going to talk about later in more detail. And we were also trying things out with LOD chain creation. Having a look at our initial concept art, thanks to Tanaka-san, by the way, if you're watching this, we figured out we had about 15 unique backgrounds asset that we had to create from scratch. So for all that, we had 1 week, 1 artist, which results in 40 hours for 15 custom PBR assets, which means that for 1 asset we have about 2.5 hours to get from 0 to in-engine. And for each asset we need to generate a baked and textured in-game model and its corresponding LOD chain from a high-resolution geometry, which we could maybe get from ZBrush or from Maya. In some cases those models would be just some sculpts. In some cases so we even had more or less game-ready models. But also our output conditions were highly variable, meaning we needed to generate the LOD chain for high-spec platforms, and we needed another LOD chain for low-spec platforms. And in those cases, our polygon counts would be sometimes down to the hundreds, especially for the lower LOD models. And to top it all off, we did not really have the time to actually do it properly. So we figured in order to be able to complete everything on time, we just need to get rid of some steps in our pipeline. And of course, the first thing that came to mind was that the artist's actual visible output is in sculpting and in texturing. The user will, as sad as it is, never see a perfect all-quad retopology. But still, focusing on that, retopology, UVs, and LODs is something that, at least in our pipeline, took up to, well, 50% almost of overall asset creation time. And we just figured, well, good enough is sometimes just exactly what you need, since as long as the topology is not so horrible that we get shading issues and whatnot, we should be fine, since, well, we have background assets here, and background assets are mostly static, at least in this case. And using triplanar projection and procedural mask generation and all this fancy stuff that you kids have nowadays in those fancy texturing suits is something that frees us from relying on having good UVs like you would probably need in a traditional texturing workflow, for example, using Photoshop. So we figured, yeah, let's just focus on that. From that, we figured that our approach should be the following. At first, we would generate an in-game model, which would more or less be LOD 0, by basically just brute force poly-reducing it. And then we would unwrap it, and then we would generate the next LOD in the chain from the upper one, meaning we would generate LOD 1 from LOD 0, 2 from 1, and so on. What you can see right here on the screen is a demonstration of what we did with the retention while poly reducing, meaning this is a kind of a special case. This is the terrain for our tech demo scene, and you can see some darker spots here, which is caused by the following. We had 2 factors. One was the distance from the center of our scene, and another one was ambient occlusion, meaning each point here is where a tree would stand, and since a tree has ambient occlusion that would then be baked into vertex colors, we figured out that we needed some more density there. And yeah, that actually worked really well. For all other assets, our pipeline would look more or less like this, meaning we had some input geometry, which in this case would be a high-res sculpt in ZBrush, which we would then just throw into our HDA, which would poly reduce it, unwrap it, generate the LOD 0 from that, and generate LOD 1 and 2 again from the output of our first block. We would then throw LOD 0 into our preferred texturing tool and then let it all flow into the game engine. And of course, as I said, there are some special cases, like for example with cloth simulation. In these cases, we would just polyreduce it, skip the unwrap, since we would take that from the base model and then throw it into our LOD chain creator. And if in some special case we would have an already game ready mesh, we could just skip the LOD 0 process altogether, throw it into the LOD chain creator and go straight into texturing. And to give you a little demonstration of how those things might actually look like, here we would have a high-res ZBrush sculpt of our, well, hero asset. It's like the big tree in the middle of the scene, which we would then throw into Houdini, load it as our high-res geometry, and this would then flow into our LOD 0 creator, which would then flow into the LOD 1 and 2 creator and give us our node here at the bottom where we could preview each LOD depth, meaning 0, 1 and 2, and then just export it all out with just the click of a button. And yeah, finally, we would then just throw the LOD 0 mesh into our texturing suite of choice. In this case, we were using Substance Painter. And yeah, we would just bake out the usual maps. As you can see, this kind of UV layout is definitely not something I would prefer to use if I were in a more traditional texturing workflow in, let's say, Photoshop. But in our case, we were heavily relying on triplanar projection and on procedural mask generation, which allowed us to not really care that much about UVs. And then we would just do the usual, layer up our different materials, see what works and what gives us the look we were going for. And after we would finally arrive at something that we liked, we would then just save it out as a smart material in order to be then able to reuse it on different assets for this very project. And with this workflow, we more or less created all of our assets for this project. So as you can see, we have several different types of assets here. I mean, this is just an excerpt, but cloth worked really well. Also, all the background trees with the snow on top and everything is just something we've thrown together in ZBrush and then applied some smart materials that we custom created for that. But since we could reuse our smart materials after we had the first tree down, creating the next ones were an absolute breeze. And yeah, all the other stuff worked surprisingly well. Yeah, and all in all, we had one artist, and we actually managed to get all our assets done within 1 week from scratch to engine without even crunching. And as I said, we had surprisingly good results for organic stuff. And another added benefit that we didn't even think about at first was that being virtually unconcerned with all the stuff like topology and UVs and LODs enabled the artist to iterate on already implemented game assets as if they were still in the sculpting phase. For example, at one point, the big main tree that I showed you earlier in the presentation, we already had it set up in-game with the character sitting on it and everything. And just circling the camera around the thing, we just realized, yeah, that's not the shape we actually wanted. So we just hopped back into ZBrush, tweaked the shape, threw it into our HDA. Since we all had smart materials set up, we just re-exported everything, and bam, there we were, like, yeah, not even 3 minutes after we decided to tweak. But I mean, of course, not everything was sparkles and rainbows. In some cases, for example, the UVs were definitely less than ideal. I mean, as you could see with the tree before that, sometimes seams were in really highly visible places, meaning that we really stretched our texel density to the limit in some points. Topology also tended to be somewhat dirty at some places, meaning we had some issues with elongated triangles and everything, causing some shader issues and whatnot. And all these problems really got only amplified when trying that with hard surface meshes. But, spoiler alert, everything that did not go well was more or less our fault. And how we fixed things, how we iterated on the stuff we already figured out at this point is something that Andy is going to talk about in a second.
Okay, next let's talk about how we did low poly unwrap for one of our projects. The project is called Magatsu Wahrheit, and it's one of our mobile games. While I'm explaining a little bit, please allow me to play the trailer so you get a few impression. Magatsu Wahrheit is basically an RPG for mobiles, and it has lots of weapons which you can get within the game. And with lots of weapons, I mean hundreds. So one of the tasks for us was, if you have hundreds of weapons, it takes time to do it, and sometimes you have to do it quickly. So one of the tasks was how can we get faster from concept art to final low poly model. First thing we did was we checked where the bottlenecks were in the current workflow, and the workflow was a very classic workflow where you basically block the silhouette based on the concept art in Maya, then do manual unwrap, and then do the texturing in Photoshop. Those were basically the tasks that took the most time. So what we basically wanted to do is to have the artist use the tools they know as much as possible while removing the bottlenecks. So our approach basically was to change the manual outblocking into automatic trace using Houdini engine within Maya, which worked pretty well. Then after that, the modeler used the 2D trace and turned it into a 3D model. After that, again using Houdini engine from within Maya, we used auto UV to do an automatic unwrap, and in the same step, we basically baked the concept art onto the auto UVs to get a better start. The texturing itself wasn't done in Photoshop anymore, but it was done in Substance. So the reason for that is because Substance doesn't require easy UVs to paint on. You can basically paint on any UVs. Here at the bottom, you can basically see the results. 3 models. On the left side, you see the original models all made by hand. On the right side, you see the models with automatic trace and automatic UV unwraps. The unwraps were done for 512 texture, so a very hard limit. So in the first place, we thought that the unwrap wouldn't be good enough for that kind of low resolution, but the results turned out great. You can compare the by hand unwrap here on the left side with the one generated with auto UV from Houdini to the right side. Of course, the topology is a little bit different, so the comparison isn't one by one, but you can basically see that the unwrap is very good and the packing is very good, and it's very sufficient and good enough for mobiles, even for that small textures. And all the 3 models you see down there were basically created by one modeler in one day, and that was a very heavy speed up, because before that it took 1 to 3 days, sometimes 5 days for a single weapon to get modeled. So that really sped up things, and it also allowed to let the artist focus on stuff or on models they want to focus at, because they got more room in their schedules, which was also a great thing. The low poly unwrap I just talked about basically showed us that Houdini is very good at unwrapping UVs, so that made us thought that the problems we had with the UV unwrap in the tech demo Clemens talked about wasn't Houdini's fault, but basically our fault. So we wanted to look into that again. So we especially wanted to look into, can we get automatic retopology and unwrap of hard surface models improved? As written here on that slide, all the problems we had in the tech demo were our fault and not Houdini's. So how did we approach that problem? Very basic. We sculpted models in ZBrush, used vertex colors for materials IDs, and then we listened very well to what Michael Pavlovich had to say and did as he says. We voxelized our stuff, then we poly-reduced, and then we applied auto UV. So I'm not going into further detail because that's really we did as he said. And then we basically did the texturing in Substance and used the materialities as masks for the materials. And then one thing I think Mr. Pavlovich didn't talk about was LODs. We also generated an LOD chain to get into polygon counts that also run on lower spec, lower end mobile devices. How did it turn out? As you can see on the screenshot, it turned out really good. Of course, there are some errors, but on small screens, on smartphones, you probably won't even notice them. And the good thing is, as the whole retopology and the UVs were, and the LODs were automatically generated, you can preview everything in an instant and it doesn't take much time. The screenshot itself is taken in Unity, the URP. Maybe you have heard about it. It's the new universal rendering pipeline, a new render feature in Unity. And you can basically see an LOD chain 100%, 50%, 25%. If you look close, you notice which one is which, but the overall quality is very good. The gun you see on the left has on the lowest LOD about 2000 vertices, and the shield has on the lowest LOD 3,500 vertices. We could probably have gone lower, but it was good enough for our research. And yeah, I just want to say thanks to Takashi and Ogawa-san who rushed getting the models in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to show you anything. But it really worked good and the results are good. So this is basically one feature we go into get into production as soon as possible because it turns out good. Last thing I want to talk about is how we got the assets in the tech demo Clemens introduced from Houdini into Unity without using Houdini engine. One thing we wanted to make really sure is to get all the assets into Unity fast. So that's basically what Houdini engine is for, right? So why didn't we use it? During the hair reduction for Captain Tsubasa, I found out that PGG is really good at processing all kinds of data and emitting data. And for the tech demo, we only had to get data into Unity and not out of it, so we didn't have any feedback from Unity that we needed to do, that we needed for the processing. And we wanted to look in, can we use that to let Houdini become a backbone of a data-driven pipeline? If that would be possible, that would allow us to use Houdini engine even in scenarios where Houdini engine isn't an option. Our approach was very simple. All the assets ran through PDG. What we did in PDG was we found and generated the assets, then we copied them to Unity, and on the same step we emitted metadata that we later used for the Unity import. What we did in Unity was import based on metadata and display it on screen and on devices. We basically split the pipeline into a pipeline that ran per asset and in a pipeline that ran on the terrain and on the scattering. I'm going to get a little bit into detail about that on the next slide. The actual PDG setup is, I think, pretty basic. We found all the assets we prepared them, and then we copied them to Unity, and we also copied all the LODs the same step. What may be a little bit more interesting is the left side. Here you see a more close-up. We have here the generate descriptor. It's a Python node, and this node was basically for emitting, writing, generating the metadata used for import later. Here's the terrain pipeline setup. Also, I would say very basic. LOD 0 and LOD 1 are just copied after splitting the terrain. And on the left side again, you see that here a write IDOHA terrain and write IDOHA scatter. IDOHA is the code name of the tech demo. I hope it's fine to say that. But anyway, these were basically the nodes that emitted metadata used for later import. The actual metadata was just JSON. But instead of using the JSON output node that is available in PDG, I prepared a small Python processor that exported a very simple JSON format. For most of the assets, basically where the geometry is located, where the textures are located, and then a unique ID. So when we want to scatter stuff, we know what we want to scatter where. The most interesting thing maybe is that even though it's JSON, all of the metadata types have a unique extension. Those extensions we used later to get a very easy custom asset export set up in Unity. How we did the actual import was by using a rather new Unity feature that's called scripted importer. The scripted importer is basically a class or a functionality that allows you to handle files within a Unity project as custom assets, and allows you to handle files with a unique file extension as an asset. And we basically used that feature for all the metadata to do all the import automatically. On a side note, there was one thing it took half a day for me to figure out, so I'm just going to I just thought it was nice to mention it. Unity and Houdini have different coordinate system, if you can say that. You basically, if you have a transformation in Houdini and want to translate that or transform that into a Unity transform, you basically have to flip the quaternion in the orientation and then also flip the X on the position, so you convert between spaces. Sorry for my crappy English. And this is basically how it looked in Unity at the end. Here you can basically see on the right side the inspector, and the inspector is a custom inspector that basically processes the JSON metadata, creates a prefab like that you can see at the bottom with the material and the LOD chain assigned as described in the metadata. What worked out really good was the speed of the import into Unity based on the metadata. It only took a few seconds the most to see all the changes you made in Houdini or in another DCC tool in Unity once ran through PDG. And thanks to the metadata, we also had options to explore quality of life improvements for artists. For example, as you can see here on the bottom, that's a small, I call it Go 3D, probably it's trademarked, so I shouldn't call it like that. But that was basically just a convenience component that was attached to each imported object in Unity. And once the artist selected any object in the scene view in Unity, by clicking on the Go 3D link, for example, Houdini or substance or the ZBrush icon, the asset that the original file, the asset was generated from, would open up in Houdini Substance or ZBrush, which made it very easy for artists not to browse through stuff, but simply select what you want to work on, click on it, and it just popped up in the application, which was very nice. So for the small tech demo, using PDG and emitting metadata and doing all the export and import and basing the whole pipeline on metadata really worked well for us. Of course, it went well because we didn't have any input from Unity that we needed to get into any of the processing. But because it worked really well for us in the future, we want to check out a little bit whether we can extend that approach and whether it works out, or if it doesn't, of course, Houdini Engine will be our choice.
And that is it for our talk. To sum things up, instead of thinking of Houdini as only a DCC tool, utilizing Houdini as a backbone solution and helper tool allowed us to improve upon existing workflows while production was running. Improving instead of replacing was the key for our success with Houdini. Using Houdini mainly to automate repetitive tasks allowed us to not only get invaluable insights and proficiency, it also allowed us to generate value for the projects we were actually trying things out in. Therefore, we were able to more or less regain the initial costs like licensing, training, trials and whatnot, even without having Houdini as a main pipeline component. So simply learning by doing, iterating on past failures and successes resulted in a net plus for us, which is somewhat amazing if you think about it. And to top it all off, thanks to all of that, we were simply able to free up more resources, meaning that our artists were able to focus more on the actual art.
And that wraps it up. Thank you very much for staying with us till the end, and a big thanks to SideFX for giving us the opportunity to do so. Arigatou gozaimashita.
Arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you guys so much. That was really, really appreciated. Awesome presentation. And thanks to all of the presenters that came today. This wraps up the day for day one. Thank you to all of the attendees for asking all those amazing questions and participating so enthusiastically. So thank you so much. Tomorrow's another big day, so we'll start it at, I think we're going to start at 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. That may shift a little bit because we've got a scheduled tweak to make between now and then, but we'll keep that updated on the website. And we'll see you then. Good night. Thank you.